Peace and respect to you all. Welcome to Demolished Doctrine, the beginning of the end of religions. Forgot to put on these for when I go live. Start inviting people in. Okay, so yeah, we're reviewing the reviewer of the reviewing of the reviewer. And thanks for reviewing this, Krishna and BigZebra.com. Appreciate you guys. All right, let's get started on this thing. So I had a conversation with PineCreek, and although poor guy never heard of this crazy stuff I'm saying, wasn't sure how to react to it, kept defaulting back to standardized Christianity that he grew up with, hears every day in society, something like that. But I thought it went pretty well. Just the same, the conversation with PineCreek. I went to duck out at about 15 minutes into it, and he asked me to stay longer. So he obviously was at least enjoying Peace and Respect, Mac. He was at least enjoying the conversation for what it was, as much as he could catch of it, with very, very, to be honest, very limited exposure. And yes, the stuff I'm saying is really different. So I'm going to bring up a let's see, how do I do this? Share screen, video file. And this is from BroJo's channel. Sorry, this is taking away. Let's see. My goodness, I should have practiced this more, huh? Well, you guys are going to watch me clumsily try to find a video that's already on my channel. Nope, I'm just going to steal it off YouTube. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to have to do. All right, got that? Great. All right. Here we go. It does rain for 40 days. It doesn't mean water, and it doesn't mean a literal 40 days either.
So what? It didn't rain water. It rained men. Oh, that's a song. It's raining men.
Yeah. Actually, it does. It does mean exactly that if it's consistent within itself. Now, if it's not consistent within itself.
So it's raining men, literally raining men, bodies dropping out of the sky. Right? Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor.
Okay, so here we go. I think generally overall, BroJo was actually pretty fair with me, although feels that I'm not fully accurate or I'm not accurate for the most part. Peace and respect, Wild Heart. Yes, I'm going to have I'm going to open up this talk later on after I've reviewed these two videos, which means I'm going to do it really quick and not thoroughly. That's what that means, because I'm not going to run on for 3 hours. You know how it goes when you review a video of a video? They can get really lengthy. So I'm just going to hit the high points and move on with my life and invite you guys in. That'll be relatively quickly. Okay. So I think BroJo was relatively fair with me, actually. And he did say something like, he did say something like, in the definition in the section that I chose to quote from within the Bible, from the book of Revelation, the whore that sitteth on many waters, that waters there does mean people. Unfortunately, feels that it's cherry picking or inconsistent to say that it consistently means that, when there is no second definition to compete with that definition from the Bible. So I don't think it's cherry picking. Or if I had two different definitions of the way it was being used, and I chose one over the other, then I'd have to justify why I was choosing it. But if there's only one definition given, it's the only definition given. So apparently, I need to describe the difference between a definition of usage and a strict definition. So in this case, the word waters. And I'm going to stop sharing that. And I'm going to share instead what is the Texas sharpshooter fallacy. Here you go. And let me eliminate myself from the screen so that everyone can see this. Okay, the Texas sharpshooter fallacy. It's an informal fallacy which is committed when differences in data are ignored, but similarities are overemphasized. From this reasoning, a false conclusion is inferred. That's good enough right there. It goes into some detail, but I think that generally a person who was listening is going to get the idea of what the Texas sharpshooter fallacy is. So let's go ahead and look and see if I'm committing that. Here's what I referred to. The book of Revelation. Revelation 17:15, and he saith unto me, the waters which thou sawest, where the horse sitteth, are peoples and multitudes and nations and tongues. Okay, so I'm going to go down here to the word waters. I'm going to look it up. Now, the first thing you see here is the word waters, right? Okay, now I'm going to use this. I'm going to type in the word waters, W-A-T-E-R-S. I'm going to hit enter there. 287 times in the King James. Now, why would they say it's 287 times in the King James if it only appears about 5 times in the New Testament? Why would they say that? They'd say that because it's precisely the same word. Genesis, 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 Exodus, Leviticus, Deuteronomy, Hosea, First and Second Samuel, First, Second Kings, Chronicles, Job, on and on and on. This same word, waters. Psalms. I mean, come on, guys. You don't really want to see all that, do you? It's a lot in the text. Precisely the same word. Okay? And you can use any of these word waters anywhere. And you're going to get the same definition. Let's do that. I'll show you. Waters. Mayim. Look. It's Mayim. It's the precisely same word as is in, here, I'll go back. I'll go back to Genesis. I'll go to the first part, the first time it's ever mentioned. So you have to go all the way to the bottom. And then, no, I'm just gonna do it again. That'll be easier and quicker. Waters, first occurrence. Waters. There it is. Tools. What's the word? void, face, spirit. Moving on. The what? It's Mayim. Look, it's Mayim. What's that mean? It means water. That's what it means. So it's precisely the same word throughout the text. Yes, it's in two different languages, but it still means waters, guys. And look, let's look at the definition of Mayim. Dual of a primitive noun, but used in a singular sense. Water, figuratively. It can be figurative. Look, guys, it can be figurative. Juice. It actually means anything juicy, like water or urine or semen. All right? It says right in the definition it can be figurative. So does it have to be literal? Well, no. Is it the same word? Well, yeah, it's the same word. If there's no other usages described, yes, it means water, literally, yes. But the way it's being used is described in the text. To not carry that through, when there is no competing definitions, is cherry picking. I'm doing the opposite of cherry picking here. I'm being consistent in the text, not cherry picking the text.
It could be the same incident where waters mean languages. He's speaking many languages in that context. But
yes, Jesus speaks with the voice of many waters. Christians understand already. I don't even have to say this stuff. Christians understand already that Jesus is the representative of the people. It's not that he's speaking many languages. That's nowhere in the text that Jesus speaks many languages. It doesn't say that. In fact, the Bible points out when people start speaking different languages that everyone's shocked. So no, it doesn't mean Jesus speaks with many languages. Never is that claimed anywhere. Instead, what they say, isn't this guy isn't that the son of Joseph? Should he be able to speak in these other languages? No, it's shocking. And it's only when he's speaking in tongues that happens anywhere in the text. But let's move forward a little bit. If the thing will do it.
I like learning
it's
things that
definitionally correct and it's consistent throughout. And that's why I think it's better than what I've heard.
But my guess is, like most people who call themselves Christians, they don't agree with you, right?
Oh, I don't care about that. I never got to really address Doug on this point, and he's right. People disagree with me. But then, it can be accurately said that I'll get around to it, Wildheart. I'm sorry you're not a mod right now. Peace and respect, Black female atheist. Thanks for dropping by at least. What was that? I was just saying, wow, maybe I have adult attention deficit disorder. I don't know. Let me go back to that just a second.
I know, but
I think he does care about that.
Yeah.
It's not exactly what it says.
Here we go. That's right. People disagree with me. I remember now. Okay, so let's say, for instance, that we're doing an internal critique and we say there's such thing as the Holy Ghost, and the Holy Ghost can guide people as to the true meanings of what the Bible is talking about. Okay. There's an intrinsic problem with that. There's how many denominations of Christians? Don't know. Could they all be guided by the Holy Ghost? Well, they could be, but then the Holy Ghost changes its mind all the time. even on some pretty darn key issues, what are called salvific issues, it apparently changes its mind all the time. Option B, they only experienced personal confirmation bias. They never experienced an actual prayer. Isn't that a more likely answer? That either A, prayer doesn't exist, or B, they didn't pray. That makes sense, right? But in an internal critique, we can't dismiss that prayer exists, so we have to default to they never prayed. Or they'd all agree with each other, wouldn't they? But they don't. So how much does it matter to me that people don't agree with this stance? Big goose egg, dude. You swung and you missed. That means nothing. Like, absolutely nothing. Do I care if people care about what I'm saying? Yes, I care very much. Do I care about people's opinions of me? Yes, I care very much. You know, do I care that I differ with Christians? No, I call myself a heretic. I'm absolutely aware that they don't agree and that I don't agree with them. But I don't think that's the basis for judging whether or not something is real, is how many people agree with you. We still say the sun rises. The sun has never risen one time. But there was a time on the earth where people thought the sun did cross the earth sky, that the sun was moving, because that's what it looks like. So yeah, huge amounts of people can agree with each other and be wrong. And in this case, the Christians don't even agree. So how does it matter? Well, it literally doesn't matter. Now let's talk about what might actually make sense instead.
What Richard was saying here, when he started talking about wisdom and his other stuff, sounds like he's been reading the Book of Enoch.
Why is it wrong to read the Book of Enoch?
Which I find fascinating. Either that, or he's been looking at the Gnostic Gospels, which also aren't scripture.
Never read any of them.
So if that's what he's done, then fine. But don't start trying to interpret the fucking Bible. Use the other stuff.
Shall I carry on? Or anyone else have a comment?
I'd just like to agree with Raw. I think we are all delusional. His mind did not necessarily change the outcome at all. All that he did was allow one person to live.
But he would have
Instead of
known.
everybody to die.
No, heretic. The thing is, if he knows the final outcome, so before he gave Abraham that command to kill his.
By the way, I found Peter DeTucker of Gonna Go For It to be independently thinking and honest about his position and not strawmanning me at any time, which I thought was excellent. Now, he and I don't agree, but at least he's being a decent human being.
So things could get interesting.
All right. Come on back in, Waldine. Nisha, come on. The link is back there. Oh, by the way, holy shit. Where are we at in the poll here? 13 votes. So
Sorry, I'm not going to do the poll if I can avoid it. Also, I found that Iranic Pelagian was fairly decent with me.
God, the Holy Spirit would be the Senate, say.
The Speaker of the
Or
House.
whatever, or the Speaker of the House, yeah. And every one of them, whenever any one of them talks, they are talking as God, as government.
Planet.
it's a
So
space
being
traveling.
No. Richard thinks
which goes into
the Bible, everything in the Bible hasn't happened yet.
Caveat: the first 5 days of creation are past tense, and we're in the 6th day.
on this planet.
On this planet.
No, it hasn't happened yet. Nothing
On this
in the
planet.
Bible has happened yet. It is going to happen. It is describing what is going to happen.
Jesus, Richard is talking about the Jesus on the last planet.
That's one of the things that I
Walking on the
recall
spirits.
from talking to Richard.
Walking on the moons.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
So nothing that Moses wrote about happened, or even Moses himself. Richard doesn't believe Moses lived yet.
No, not yet.
No.
Yes, I think this the Bible is using ancient situations, naturally occurring animals and plants, our sexuality, lots of things that we know because of our experiences to describe future events that have obviously not happened yet. This is not something I came up to rationalize why there's no evidence for the historical Bible. But the reading frame I've adopted necessitates this. And then when I looked for the history of this stuff, which I didn't know if there was or not, there isn't. Which makes sense for future events. You shouldn't have physical evidence for things that haven't happened yet.
In a philosophical sense, at least. Right, about sort of a similar idea to wisdom or intelligence or that kind of thing. So just to be clear, I think John, by the time the New Testament rolls around, and now, the whole world essentially is speaking and writing in Greek, right?
Sorry, I'm not here trying to pick on anybody who wasn't talking about what I'm talking about.
It's kind of circular then, huh?
Not really.
That is, yeah, kind of is.
That's right. Things do what they do because of the laws of the universe.
Yeah.
How is that
That's-
circular? I'm not saying there isn't circular logic going down the line from here.
Well,
but how
it's
is
kinda
that
like-
circular?
Because the laws of the universe are descriptive, aren't they?
Video.
How is it?
Okay, then I came in and was having conversation with them. No one seemed compelled to mention that they just strawmanned the hell out of me, insulted me personally in ad hominem attacks. So I guess that wasn't important in the moment. And I told them I don't really mind that they reviewed something that I'd said and spoken of it. And I don't mind. That's fine. So long as I think it's an honest critique, that would be great. I'd love to hear some honest argument against my position. I've still yet to hear any. Wildheart, you never purposefully misrepresented me. I mean, on a channel that's just doing peace and respect, Ox, on a channel that's just doing things for humor and going in there and agreeing and making jokes on the same topic, I can totally see that. Okay. And I'm not going to do to you what Speed of Sound did to me and start freaking out because you kind of went along with something. I'm not going to do that. It's fine. Okay, so I want to run through some things real quick here. I've prepared an entire line of necessary logic. And I'm going to skip that one and go right to that one. Okay, here we have the phrase many waters. Many waters occurs 41 times. I mean, look at this, guys. And let's look at the context here. and his seed shall be in many waters. Christians are right. He ejaculates into lakes. Christians are wrong. He has a lot of kids. He sent from above. He took me. He drew me out of many waters. This character resides in lakes and streams and oceans. That's what he was drawn out of. Christians are wrong. He was in a group of people. The voice of the Lord upon the waters. The God of glory thundereth. The Lord is upon many waters. God's fascinated with H2O. Or God's interested in us. The Lord on high, mightier than the noise of many waters, yea, than the mighty waves of the sea. Christians are right. God is bigger than waves crashing on the ocean. Holy crap. I'm bigger than that. God's greater than the collective of people on the planet. Hey, that would almost be consistent with the rest of the claims of the Bible. Many waters cannot quench love, neither can the floods drown it. The nations shall rush like the rushing of many water. Nations, people, many waters. Oh, Richard, you're cherry picking the text, making many waters and waters mean people. You inconsistent person. O thou that dwellest upon many waters, abundant in treasures, thine end is come, and the measure of thy covetousness. Thy mother, like a vine in the blood, planted by the waters, she was fruitful and full of branches, by reason of many waters. Come on, guys. Behold, the glory of God of Israel came from the way of the east. His voice was like the noise of many waters, and the earth shined with his glory. And his feet like unto fine brass, they burn in the furnace, the voice of many sound of many waters. And I heard a voice from heaven as the voice of many waters. Great horror that sitteth upon many waters. And as the voice of many waters, the voice of mighty angels saying hallelujah. Angels compared to waters. I tire of it. I tire of it. It's boring. Except that you're the ones being inconsistent. It's precisely the same phrase. In fact, I challenge anyone to find waters over pluralized where it can't mean people. Find me that phrase in the Bible. Go ahead. I didn't say you have to already look at it as people. Find me that phrase where it can't mean people. And when you're done with that, justify how you ignore a usage definition, not the definition of the word. I think I've made that abundantly clear. Tell me how you can ignore a usage definition given. Love to hear that. That would be great. Second video. It's enough on that one. I've noticed that you are, but I'm not. That is witty. And the man is witty. He is. That they live in heaven because they past tense went through. All right, guys, waters throughout the firmament is what the text actually reads. The firmament below, the firmament above, the waters are throughout. That means filling it. That means scattered around inside of something. This doesn't even describe an ice sheet surrounding the planet with water above it. In fact, it can't mean that, because that wouldn't be containing waters. There is no firmament of space. It's saying there's a firmament above the sky containing waters. So if you could take that hyper literally and say that in heaven there are oceans, which is evident because second event of the genesis of the planet in Genesis, the creation story, they dump a bunch of water here. Okay? But if you use it in a consistent manner where waters means peoples, large group of peoples or beings, I've yet to see them use it to describe demons, but just the same, somewhere it might, but I've yet to see it. If we take that consistent reading frame, there are waters throughout and encased by the firmament of uppercase heaven, which right after that in the text, if you read it, it says it's God's habitation heaven that they mean there. So when there's no necessity of context change, and it's literally like 2 verses, 3 verses apart from each other, and you want to inflict a context change on it, I don't know how you justify that. Because he's talking about his habitation, heaven, being filled with waters, i.e., angels. The great day of the Lord, that is to say, the winepress, end times. And they washed their clothes or made them large in the blood of the Lamb.
Sorry, I'd rather hear someone
That is
else.
to say,
End times have
accepted
happened.
Jesus somewhere, not here. Obviously not here.
On a
We're sitting here
different
talking about it.
celestial body, what you're talking about. Some kind of
Just
supernatural
some other
celestial.
planet, not this one.
Okay.
And it's why is it so objectionable for me to say a different Earth-like planet when NASA has found 66? And all 66 of them very close to where we are in outer space. It's not like we can see them 5 million light years from here. We can't detect them. Go look at Goldilocks planets. You'll find they're all relatively close to our present position. So it's not even there's a maybe that there could be other Earth-like planets. There are other Earth-like planets, according to NASA. I'm not claiming they're perfectly the same as this planet. We don't know that. However, they must be Earth-like for them to have similar atmosphere. Our present theories of how certain gases are produced require liquid water and green plants. Photosynthesis is required for some of these gases to exist here. So that's why when you look into ancient Earth atmosphere, it doesn't include all of these gases because it requires liquid water. So I don't think that's shocking. I don't think it's unreasonable to say, but I get the heavy sigh. In no uncertain terms. And the only
Was it
I
that you
believe
said?
he quoted it.
It's somewhere in Genesis 6, I imagine, right? The Noah, the flood story.
Yes, Noah the
Can
flood
I ask
story.
the
That's
question?
So it's right. So it's the Noah flood story.
right.
40
Which
days
is
and 40
not
nights.
talking about history.
So it's not talking about Jesus after the baptism.
Of course,
40
it's
days and
talking
40
about
nights.
Jesus after the baptism.
Of
So
course.
Richard, I'm just asking questions because I'm trying to
sorry, ma'am.
understand. Okay, so when you said it was the day of Christ.
Yes.
So are you talking about rain as in raining? Or I'm just trying to understand. I'm not trying to pick you apart.
No. You're. I appreciate her honesty. Fine. The only time that I ever objected to anything you ever said, Nisha, was when you got a little excited. You started speaking over me constantly, and I just quit.
I know. I'm sorry, but we kiss and made
I love
up.
your passion.
Mean old Nisha.
I love your
yeah, when
passion,
you
I
get
do.
me started, so that's why
right.
I'm restricted a lot.
This is kind of getting boring for me. I think I'm going to wrap this up and invite you guys in.
Verse 6.
I'm showing you
Noah,
these numbers do not mean numbers.
Noah is a son of 600 years, and the deluge
got
of
it. So it
waters
says it more
hath
than
been
once.
upon the earth.
Can you
No,
please make sense
it's
of me the
basically,
number.
it's basically saying
Can you
cross
explain to me
references.
the number?
Now, Noah was 600 years old when the flood waters came upon the earth. Your references, your definitions are out of whack.
No,
completely.
They're completely Hebrew, and they can't mean actual numbers when the numbers don't make sense, can they? Can you please explain to me what 311:18 means?
I've no idea what you're talking about. I'm not listening.
Could
to
there be a number
311:18.
311:18? That's in the
I've no
thousands.
idea.
In fact, it's in the tens of thousands. It can't be 100.
I don't know what you're referencing, and I'm not going to answer you because you're trying to get me into a trap. You can explain
Not
it
a
by all
trap.
means. You can explain it by all means.
Okay, you're
Just go and
claiming they're
explain.
numbers meaning numbers.
These
asking you to
are
explain-
numbers. These are numbers that are describing the amount of time that Noah lived.
Okay, if
And
these are
when-
chronological
And
numbers.
when the
All right, guys, the link's in the side chat if you want to come in.
deluge arrived.
If these are chronological numbers, please explain to me the chronological number 311:18.
No,
Because you cannot.
I've no idea
Because
what you're
it
talking
doesn't
about. I
make
don't know what you're
sense
referencing.
as a number.
What are you? I'm not talking about weird numbers. I'm talking about somebody that was 600 years old.
So it's a
You-
Hebrew
you-
tradition.
but-
It's a Hebrew tradition to assign meanings to numerical values. Are you aware of that?
And I would imagine that that would be a contextual thing of which you have taken
Right.
this massively out of context.
So Christians
Massively.
normally understand that 7 is the number for Christ and the number for God, and 7.
So
means
therefore, you
perfection.
can never
They all
use
know
the
this
number
one.
7
Oh,
for anything
I
else
thought
in
8 was,
Hebrew.
wait a
No.
minute. I thought
Doesn't mean
8
you
was the number
can't.
for Jesus. 8 was
No,
Is that-
8 is above perfection. That's incorrect, BroJo.
8
Not
is
that
the
you're
new
not that
beginning.
you have to quote it perfect. You have the idea.
Mummy, how old am I? Oh, you're between 6 and 9.
Peace and respect to new life. I could have sworn I just brought you into the stream. What happened? Okay. Well, feel free to try again. Don't know why you are not here.
But I can't use 7 or 8 because they mean something fucking else. Don't be
No,
such a
6 and
fucking
9,
idiot.
all of the numbers mean something. All of them. I'll give you an example.
They also
The
mean
number
just
1
a
means
number.
God. The number
Doesn't
2
matter.
means union. The number 3. Peace and respect, Master Sergeant. 3 means harmony. The number 4 means creation. Number 5, grace. 6, not perfected. 7, perfected. Peace and respect, Guitar Dog.
You
8, above
absolute
perfect
moron.
or strong.
You complete idiot.
I don't make these things up. Ask any
I'm
Jewish
not
person.
saying you've made
People
them
would
up.
disagree with those
I'm-
definitions of those
I'm-
numbers.
I'm
There's
quite
also
happy.
meaning to certain biblical names as
No,
well. This is why they use certain names in the Bible.
Yes, good
Trying to
point.
make a story. I get it. These people
That's
don't
right.
literally exist.
That's
It's
right.
all a
They're
story.
not
It's all
names from
fairy
history
tale.
at all.
It's all like comic book, right? It's
What-
just a comic
what-
book, and we're
Well, it
talking
might
about
have deeper
interpretation of
meanings than
comic
what some people say.
That's how I see
That-
it. You know.
what-
Do you know what
what-
Noah means? Do you know Do you know what Noah
Yes,
means? The name
yes.
Noah means? What?
Yeah, Noah, the word itself means him who gives
Yeah.
rest, the giver of
Right,
rest. Yeah, but if
Isn't
I
that
said
what the
biblically
ark
there was
did?
someone who
Amen.
gave rest,
Dear
if
me.
there was someone who gave rest, it would be the Father. He
Hmm. Okay.
it's just a suggestion.
Yeah, no, sure. I actually can hold up to 10 people on my channel.
There's
That's
actually 5 theists in here.
Got some big biceps. You can hold 5 people. I'm
Yeah.
sorry,
There's actually
BroJo.
5
I meant
there's-
invading your channel. I wasn't trying to disclude you from the label deism where you label yourself. Not at all.
Yeah. So that's my take on why they live to be 600 and plus years. It
Make
wasn't
better
the
sense,
actual
wouldn't it?
man, it was the lineage, the line.
Peace and respect, brother. Makes sense, wouldn't it? Let me pause this thing for you.
Yeah.
Okay, so all humor aside, if you would please, and I am not in any way, Wildheart, I'm not in any way asking you to go back on anything that you'd said.
Oh, I will do.
Let me,
At the drop of a
my
hat.
channel, my channel.
Sorry.
This time it's my channel. You let me finish, just like you're always asking people, right?
Yeah, carry on.
Okay, so I'm not in any way trying to control your speech, right? I'm not trying to get you to like retract something you said. I know it was said in fun and humor. I don't care. All right. That's absolutely fine with me. All right.
What are we talking about though? What did I say?
If you don't remember, then I really don't care. I'm not going to remind you.
I've not been watching the stream for the last 5 minutes because I've been setting on my own stream. But I've told everyone who was watching that stream to come over here and watch this.
You're
so
very kind.
I am not in my own stream. So, but also I haven't seen the last 5 minutes, so I don't know what we're talking about.
Okay, we were talking about BroJo's review of my talk with PineCreek, fundamentally.
Yeah.
And the conversations that ensued from there.
Right.
That's the point of why I went live tonight.
But is it something that I've said that you take issue with, or?
No, actually, I was. In case you remembered what you'd said, I was saying, don't worry about it. I don't care.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You didn't commit any fallacies. You didn't misrepresent me. You didn't attack my personality or mental brain states.
Yeah.
You didn't do any of those things that would have been wrong.
Right.
You played around with jokes that existed. I don't care.
Yeah, and I just changed my name because I made a joke with the name, so I've just changed it back to Wild Arts. When I came in,
what was it you came in with your name? What was it?
It was Butty Bender.
Busty Bender.
Butty Bender.
Buddy Bender.
Yeah, because I was in a stream with Stool, you know, Milking Stool, you know, the guy who lives near me.
Yeah.
I was in a stream with him, and Butty means sandwich in the UK, in the north of the UK. Butty means sandwich, and he said Butty Bender. But I changed my name in respect because I thought it might be a bit.
I was going to ask you what the joke was on the name change. I'm glad you explained it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so the reason I opened this stream was to point out that everything that was said by BroJo is based in what is normal Christianity.
Yeah.
But normal Christianity doesn't even agree with itself. So I don't feel like I should have to agree with them.
Yeah, but can I point out it's not to argue with you. It's trying to give you help. I'm trying to help you. When you say you're a Christian, like I bring up arguments that are against normal. Christian. Yeah, but I bring up arguments that are against normal Christians, and everyone else does it as well. It's like there are set standard arguments that are against Christianity as an atheist. So when you say you're a Christian, people bring up those arguments, but you seem
Right
to get annoyed. You seem to get annoyed when people don't understand your view well enough. Is what I'm saying.
Okay,
You know
that's
what I mean?
fair.
Yeah.
Do you remember watching my conversation with PineCreek?
I don't. I didn't watch it. No. Once I left, I think I started up my own stream, so I didn't watch it. Yeah.
If you have the time to sometime, I mean, it's only about a half an hour. It's not a very long talk.
Yeah. Apart from the bits I've just seen here, I saw some, but yeah.
Okay, so if you pay attention to what Doug has to say and what I have to say, Doug refers back to standard Christianity about 5 times.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. that will happen with everyone. You know, when Laura was in my stream before and she just met you, I had to point out that you think there were 24 different Jesuses on 24 different planets, and you don't think God is a being, but you think God is a set of ideas. You know, I had to point that out to her.
I'm not sure you had to. I know you did.
Yeah, but it would have taken her like 6 months to work out.
But it wasn't the topic at hand.
But I was trying to help her out.
I understand that.
Yeah. When you go up to someone and you say you're a Christian, they think you're a normal Christian. You just the first time you speak to someone, explain that you think there are 24 Jesuses on 24 different planets. You think God is a set of ideals. You just have a very unique view, and you have to explain it to people the first time you meet them.
So I was talking to Doug, right, on his channel.
Yeah.
And I noticed him doing that. Actually, I noticed the first time, right?
Yeah, but so, did you tell him? Did you tell him?
I immediately said, "Well, that's not a position that I hold," you know. But instead, I look at it like this. And then once he got that idea, which took a lot less than 15 minutes, he started asking me questions that were appropriate to my view. Now, is Doug just eminently smarter than most humans?
No, it's just this might be a me problem, but it took me 6 months to work out that you think God is a set of ideals. Do you remember the other day when I just worked that out after like 5, maybe 4 or 5 months, 6 months of talking to you? I'm just saying, if you point that out at the beginning, the first time you meet someone,
I always do. I always point that out. Now, a person can ignore me. That's fine.
Right.
But I always point it out. Right, like from the first conversation, I pointed out. They just don't believe me.
Did you say that there were 24 Jesuses on 24 different planets? The Bible hasn't happened yet. Alien spaceships. Did you point all that out?
I say my view is very different, and you likely haven't heard it.
But then do you explain it like
just people don't believe me when I say it?
Yeah, I'm not, but they also don't understand you.
Well, that would take time, and that's fine. No, they don't have to understand. I'm not demanding impossible things.
Again, I'm not going to go at you. I'm just trying to help you communicate.
I love you, brother. I know. I can see that you're doing that. That's fine.
I'm just trying to help you communicate better with other people. I'm not criticizing you in any way, shape, or form.
Tell me what general statement I could make that I haven't made in the past in any of my conversations, or I don't make on a regular basis, which convinces the person that I'm talking to that although I label myself as a follower of Jesus and or a Christian, that they can't make me carry the baggage of Christianity. How do I say that?
No, I'm just saying, like the first time you met Laura, it just the first sentence out of your mouth should be, "Hello, Laura. I believe there are 24 Jesuses on 24 different planets. I think there are aliens coming to, all the alien stuff. I think that God is a set of ideals. I don't think God is a being." I'm saying that should be your first sentence.
God is a being. God has no personage.
That's the one. Sorry, that was my mistake. I'm saying that should be the first sentence before you start going into any further detail. For me, that would have been easier than me working it out over a period of 4 months.
And I appreciate you being kind enough to try to help Laura out that way. That was very nice of you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I personally, in the same moment, perceived that Laura was not making me carry that baggage.
Yeah, but I've just remembered why you should do that. It's because Laura, like me, was using arguments against normal Christians. So if you don't want people to use arguments against normal Christians, hello, B, good to see you. Thank you. Yeah, if you don't want people to use arguments against you that refer to normal Christians, you have to make it known immediately that you are not a normal Christian, which is what I was trying to do with Laura. Do you know what I mean?
I'm going to defer to Brian Stevens, who I think, from what I've seen, is basically an honest person.
I like Brian.
But is not a religious person.
No, I think he's an atheist, but I could be wrong. I don't know.
Well, I'm not going to lay it, but he seems irreligious to me.
Yeah.
He doesn't say a lot of religious-y things that I've noticed.
Yeah.
And Brian Stevens wrote the following. He didn't say it, he wrote it. And I would read, because statements don't say things. I disagree. Every Christian is different. I know Richard is very unique, but people should ask questions about viewpoints.
That's a good point as well. Yeah. Yeah. It's just that, Richard, you are so different that I just think that sentence, I think there are 24 different Jesuses on 24 different planets. I think God is a set of ideals. I just think that would be helpful at the beginning. But that is a good point by Brian as well. People should ask questions after that. I just think that would be a good opener so people understand what's going on.
Peace and respect, Mac. How you doing, brother? Welcome.
I'm great. Thank you.
Good to see you, Matt.
Hey, Wildheart.
So I probably did a terrible job of reviewing those videos. It's the first time I've tried to do a review of a video.
No, it was good. I enjoyed it.
Okay. I am a Yahwist. I follow Yahweh, that set of ideals, as expressed by Jesus Christ, my teacher. And I fully trust on Jesus Christ to know what is in God. I am a Christian. Definitionally, I am a Christian. Now, if a person, because I label myself Christian, wants me to carry every piece of luggage that every church father ever claimed is true, I do not have to do that any more than an atheist or an agnostic needs to carry every position of every atheist or agnostic ever. They don't have to do that.
Could I make a suggestion, Richard? Sorry if I was interrupting that. Can I suggest you start your own religion? Richard Madsonism.
It's actually, I'm professing the end of religiosity, the end of doctrine, the end of superstition, the end of magical thinking. Which is why, Wildheart, when you and I talk about the practicum and the logic of these things, you're going to end up with, well, I don't really have an argument for that view. It's because they make sense.
Yeah.
You're never going to find me speaking magical thinking words.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I don't think they exist.
Yeah, I agree.
Now, I'm not saying I can explain all things in our experience. I can't. But I'm not going to attribute it to magic or the defeat of physics or something.
Yeah, you prove me wrong on a regular. In fact, I don't think there has been a time where you haven't proven me wrong. Yeah.
Except for just now when I'm not even going to try because you're right.
Yeah.
The technological claims are the most mysterious, I think, that you make, Richard. But they're not implausible technological claims. I mean, they're just kind of out of our grasp currently, at least out of mine. I wonder if you could find like a cutting edge research physicist or something that would, or a biologist, for instance, that would talk about the whole rap you have on telomeres and stuff like that. I'd be interested in that. Yeah, I'd be interested in that dialogue, you know. But I haven't, you know, I'm barely equipped to even understand what a telomere even is. I remember something from microbiology, but you know, but none of those things are that. They definitely don't qualify as magical explanations, not in the same way that you mean when you say magical thinking. I think I'm particularly susceptible to magical thinking myself. So I've been sort of pondering this whole question for a while. I find myself indulging in what's characterized as magical thinking quite a bit, and finding comfort in it. And it's not demonstrable, it's not rational, but I still find value in it. So I don't know. I think there's a broader question about just an epistemological question about how we arrive to our belief systems, and whether, like, really how much rationality and reason, how much weight that bears compared to other factors in terms of how we develop our belief systems. I mean, I would say direct experience trumps rationality, for instance. You know, even if we can't comprehend our experience, we know we've had that experience. And so we have to find reasons to explain it. We can't dismiss it because it's not reasonable. Am I tracking tonight?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Yeah.
Hey, Marty.
There we go.
Yeah.
Everybody say hi to Beck as well.
Hey, Beck.
Good to see you.
Hi, guys. How is
What
everybody?
up?
I don't know. I heard something about low-hanging fruit, and it sounded fun, so I came in.
I said I was picking low-hanging fruit.
No, I know.
Because
it's just funny. I
the show is basically comedy, and one person got serious and got vicious about it.
Oh god!
And I did go through and show them point by point that everything they said was absolutely wrong. Where they said, "Look, PineCreek's about to kick this guy." 4 seconds later, he invites me to stay longer. Just really bad. That I'm not consistent, and I'm cherry picking the text to make it say what I want.
Right.
Because the word waters means, liquid, juice, semen, urine, things like that. It means liquidy stuff.
Semen juice.
Yeah, that's what it means. Yeah, I know that's exciting to you, but it means liquidy kind of stuff. That's what it literally means. But then it gives a colloquial usage. It gives a definition for how it's being used. And then every time I find the word waters in the text, and I can go through, 100 of them with you if you'll be bored. No, every single one of them, if they don't necessarily mean people in the text, then it can mean people in a continuous context. Go ahead.
Can I point out to you why people think you're cherry picking? It's because you go through definitions of words, and there are seven different definitions. You pick the one that suits your argument best.
Actually, you're the only person that makes that argument with me, but I'll take it anyway.
Yeah, that's why people think you're cherry picking, because there are 7 different definitions of words, and you choose the one that suits your argument the best.
Let's say I made a universal statement from the Bible: God cares about us. Do you think that's consistent with the Bible?
Yeah, God. Yeah, God.
Let's just say concerned. He's concerned with us.
Yeah.
Can you find me a Bible passage where it says God's concerned with H2O?
Probably not.
Would it even make sense if it were? If a God were interested in H2O? Like, why is that more important than carbon?
Maybe because humans need water. So God might be concerned.
Oh, you don't need carbon. Is that what you just said?
Oh, don't go there, buddy.
I'm saying that God might be concerned about water because.
What about potassium?
Potassium, I don't know.
You know you'll die without potassium. Did you know that?
Yeah. I didn't know that, but now you pointed out, it makes sense.
Did you know that your DNA is on a sulfur backbone? Did you know that?
I didn't know that, no.
You know, if there was no sulfur, you couldn't exist. Did you know that?
I didn't know that, but now I do.
So tell me, which is more important, your eyebrows or your anus or your heart? Which one?
Wow.
My anus every single time.
That's a personal
my
choice,
eyebrows.
I
I
think.
want an asshole so I can take a shit and a heart so I can live.
Yeah, you can have the eyebrows.
I mean, the obvious choice there was eyebrows matter less. But I don't know how you're going to like digest food to keep your heart pumping if you have no anus. You have to have some kind of port that lets the waste out, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying
just swell up forever.
I'm saying that God
can't move.
I'm saying God might be concerned about water because water
Why?
is important to humans.
Do you know the full? Have you heard of vitamin pills?
Yes. And
why do people take them?
To pick you up on your language and your pronunciation, it's actually vitamin. It's not vitamin. It's
My fault.
vitamin.
Have you heard of vitamin pills?
Yeah. Thank you.
Or should I say tablets? Because you probably would say tablets.
Tablets. Yeah.
Have you heard of vitamin tablets?
I'm not Irish. Doug thought I was Irish as well. I'm English. I'm from England.
I don't care.
I'm not Irish.
But still, have you heard of vitamin tablets?
That is clearly an Irish accent. I'm not Irish.
I don't care. Answer the question, man.
I have heard of vitamin tablets.
No, why? What do people do with them, man?
They eat them.
Why the hell would they do that?
To get vitamins into the body.
Why do they need vitamins?
Because they help.
Same reason I need testosterone every Tuesday? I don't know.
Yeah, because they help the human body survive.
Hey, Wildheart.
Yeah.
Go to the hydrogen bonds instead. Water's interesting because it has interesting molecular bonds in it. That's
there you go.
unusual
That's an
in
interesting
chemistry.
argument.
Yeah.
That is way above my head, but carry on. Yeah.
I mean that it's not interesting because humans need it. I mean, that's what Richard's saying. Humans need all kinds of stuff. So if that's what qualifies an interesting molecule, then God's interested in potassium too. You know.
I'm trying to remember the original question. Richard said, "Why would God be interested in water?" I'm saying God may be interested in water because it's important for humans, and God is interested in humans.
Sure. And Richard's saying, well, then God's also interested in almost every molecule we're aware of and atom, because we're made out of all of that stuff. We're made out of iron and, potassium and what's the stuff on match heads?
Sulfur.
The sulfur and phosphorus. Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah, we need all of it. A little bit of all of it to be the cells that we are made of, So, that argument just kind of like, it's not interesting enough. You don't see sulfur all over the Bible. You see it here and there, though. I wonder, Richard, if that's like, is there any connection to the whole DNA structure in those
As
mentions?
far as I can tell in the reading frame that I've adopted, it's talking about a chunk of the moon Io landing on the Earth and stinking up the joint.
So literal sulfur.
Yeah.
Molecular, like big chunks of sulfur.
a mountain-sized chunk of sulfur. Yeah.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
However big that is, really big.
It's disgusting to even imagine. Everyone's eyes would be watering.
Close enough and downwind, yeah.
A thought has just occurred to me. You think it's alien, everything's to do with alien.
I think you're an alien.
If God is a set of ideals,
Mm-hmm.
why does it matter what the aliens did? If you just believe in God because you think God is a set of ideals, just forget the alien bit. Why does that matter?
What do you mean?
We're human beings who are
Yeah.
restricted genetically. We don't fully code. They are human beings who aren't restricted genetically. They fully code.
But if someone asks you why you believe in God, and you think God is a set of ideals, just
What
forget
you're
the
asking
Bible.
me is, why does Great Britain have laws? That's what you're really asking me there. Because
Right.
human beings like shared rules that they all agree upon so that they can live in peace and harmony. That's why.
Right. I get you.
We're just talking about human beings who don't live here. When I say angel, it only means human being, genetically unrestricted, not living here. That's all it means.
Right. Yeah, that's fair enough.
So they're prettier than we are, and they don't age, and they know stuff we don't know because their society is much older than any society here.
I'll be right back. Lisa Petrusa just joined my hangout. I started a hangout because Tog said in the side chat.
Wait, you've got a hangout going right now, and you left it? You
Yeah,
shouldn't do that to people.
I'm not in it, but I'll be right back.
Let me help you. I love you.
Howdy.
Peace and respect, Krishna.
Hey, Krishna.
Hey, man. Jai Shri Krishna.
Yeah.
How do you say
Always
Jai-ho?
Jai-ho.
Jai-ho.
It would translate pretty much to Yahoo. Who yeah.
Right
So
on.
it's
Well,
related to Yahweh.
Sure. Yeah.
Marty's funny. Marty always says this. She says, Richard's not a Christian. That's insulting to Richard. Marty is my closest personal relationship with a living witch.
She's a witch.
And she is well aware that I biblically and accurately within definitions want her slain. And we have conversations about that on a regular basis. So she's aware I love you, Marty. She's aware that I'm trying to troubleshoot her experience of reality and conjoin that to my experience of reality and make them make sense together. She's well aware of that. Krishna, why the heck would you show up here?
Well, I was coming back to joke that Wild had has escaped from Hindu hell, and I was here to drag him back, but apparently you beat me to it.
What's that?
What
I
is what?
see you. I just think I ought to kick you.
Yeah, I'm back. No, Lisa Petrusa joined my hangout. So I've told us to come over here and watch me on this hangout rather than being in mine. So
She should come into this stream. I have no problem with Lisa for truth.
Yeah.
What's Hindu hell?
Well, I think it's a hell, just like every faith has a description of hell.
I didn't know that. I thought Hinduism had reincarnation until you got enlightened or, assumed into the big kind of version of God.
Yep, that is true. But heaven and hell can be experienced today.
I see. I see.
Yeah, you got me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm one to live for this life rather than for the next life.
Me too.
Yeah, wise best. Where are you from, Mac? I'm from Boston.
Where am I from?
Yeah, I'm from near Boston myself.
I live in Michigan, but I'm from Western New York State.
Oh, okay.
So we probably have similar linguistic patterns, you and I.
Okay. Well, they'll have to tolerate us.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Lisa of Truth, you can go to Icon if you prefer for better connection or whatever. Bringing you in. Peace and respect, Lisa for Truth. Everybody say hello.
And I have a question as well.
Howdy, Lisa. Howdy, Wild Pat.
Do all you guys know all you guys?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's my first time, I think, chatting with Mac, and I haven't.
Except Mac
met
and but I know Krishna.
Mac
And,
and
of
Lisa,
course,
and
you.
preferably for no particular reason in that order. Would you give your elevator speech of your life, Mac?
Sure. I introduced myself to Richard as a reluctant theist. I've grown up as a Christian, kind of a waspy American Presbyterian type Christian, and but I've got a brain and I've got a curiosity, and I've really kind of tried to drill down onto what I mean by that belief, and I've come up with sort of a feeling that that although I have this persistent belief in God, I can't defend that belief very well. After encountering Richard, there's been a lot of adjustment to that whole, like my whole frame on all of that, and I could go into that, but that's basically my sort of my theological path up to this point in my life. Of course, I could go on to several other dimensions of my life as well, but basically, I'm a fairly happy guy that's kind of fighting his way through life like the rest of us, you know, and happy to find community and kindred spirits online or anywhere, really. So good to meet you, Lisa.
And Lisa, would you give your elevator speech?
I'm an agnostic atheist, and I have a YouTube channel called Lisa for Truth, and Richard's been on it. I don't know what he thinks about it because he is a theist. But what's your problem with Marty?
My problem?
Whose problem with Marty?
Nobody better have no problem with me.
I thought I heard Richard say he had a problem with Marty.
What's up, Marty?
No, just a little marshmallow burning at the stake.
Merry meet Marty.
I said I mean to slay Marty. I didn't say I had a problem with Marty. She's a human being.
Matty Rocks, by the way. Hello, Matty. Good to see you again.
Lisa, if you could gather some firewood for Richard, please.
I'm not going to be using firewood. I mean, I appreciate the offer, but
I mean, it's cold in Georgia. We have winter right now, so I mean, I can use a fire. So bring it on. It's cold out here.
Good evening, the Holy Spackle as well. On my idols, the Holy Spackle on the side.
Holy Spackle.
Holy Spackle.
And Ox.
Yeah.
And everybody, when you get an opportunity, go subscribe to Lisa for Truth if you haven't already, please.
I will do that.
Thank you, Richard.
So how does it work? If the person burns, they are a witch, or if they don't burn, they are a witch? I forget.
Yeah, if you die, you're a witch. If you don't die, you're a witch. Either way, you're screwed.
Wait,
that's for swimming the witch. But that's for swimming the witch, Marty.
That yes, if they drown, then they're a witch. If they float, if they don't drown,
they're a duck.
No,
yeah.
If they drown, they were not a witch. But if they float, then they're a witch,
and they'll kill them.
It's the other way around. Yeah, so either way you're screwed, so it doesn't make a difference.
Yeah, you're screwed either way.
I think that's what's called gallows humor.
Yeah, it doesn't. No, I don't get offended by stuff like that. It's funny.
It happened.
Yeah, it did, but you know.
Marty is well aware that the way I interpret the Bible, it says I'm supposed to argue with people to make them see my point of view so that they can consider it seriously. And that is what slay means. So when I say I mean to slay Marty the witch, she's going to laugh. That's not insulting.
Yeah, no.
It means we're going to
cool.
talk and have a good time and be considerate and loving of each other. That's what it means.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he wasn't hating.
Slay isn't slay.
No, he wasn't hating on me, Lisa.
No, I'm using the word slay properly from the Bible.
No,
You can slay me too.
Richard,
Something.
like all Americans, just gets words wrong. They get the language wrong.
No, he wasn't hating or anything.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
it's cool.
Marty's one of my favorite humans on the planet.
Yeah, Marty's pretty cool.
Thanks, man.
Absolutely.
Merlin, get out of there right now.
She
Except
comes to
when
my channel
Merlin
a lot.
does stuff wrong. But
Sorry.
other than that, she's pretty cool.
Wild Hat, get out of there right now. I'm gonna see if this will work.
Merlin! Stop it! Here.
What kind of
let me
beast
get
is
you your
Merlin?
toy. Here.
He's a cat.
Okay.
Kind of a cat that knows the rules and likes to stretch them to piss Marty off.
There was a he likes to close doors. He also likes to pee in a certain spot in my office, so I know if that's what he was trying to do behind the door. He came out from behind the door, was trying to get at a ball that was behind the door, like from the other side. So I didn't know what he was trying to do, so I probably shouldn't have yelled at him. I'm sorry, Merlin. He don't care.
Well,
he
you know,
doesn't care.
You know, cats like batting balls from the other side.
That's true, they do. He also.
I'm going to say as well.
Lisa, if you could watch the language.
Have you searched YouTube for cats that use the toilet? Because it's hilarious. Cats use the toilet, and you can even train them to pull the chain afterwards.
Yeah, but no.
I kind of respect that about cats. It's sort of a tantric mouse chasing sort of an idea.
Yeah.
Well, I've got a little boy named Tux. He's about 7 years old. Cat. And we would be in trouble if he had opposable thumbs.
He's inventive, you're saying?
Oh yeah, he really, really wants opposable thumbs.
So, Lisa, what's your take on Richard's whole thing, his whole world view and everything?
Oh, I haven't really talked to him a whole lot about it, so, you know, I mean, as long as he's not hating on people, I don't really care.
Right on.
No, Richard, as a Christian, is one of the best Christians.
Yeah, I know.
Richard is not a Christian. Don't call him that. That's insulting to.
Sorry, I apologize. I just remember that. But Richard has one of the best views of Christians I've ever met. He thinks I'm getting into heaven.
Oh, I reckon you all will, even if you think you wouldn't, or even if you think you'd reject it.
Yeah.
I think if my reading of the text is correct, and it is what I think it is, then it would just become normally accepted, and almost everybody would accept it, because it's just truly, truly ancient human beings who don't live on this planet, who have a society that's much more advanced than ours, both in medicine and sociology, in technology, in maths.
Thank you.
And they're inviting us to join their already established society, and they have, because they're space travelers, they have like limitless resources, but they're still intelligent and conserving. They don't waste things.
Richard, Is it time for musical interlude?
Yes, it is. Feel free to go to your channel and have one.
No, it's in the side chat. Sleigh bells ring, are you listening? In the lane, snow is listening. A beautiful
louder.
Saturday, we're happy.
Yep, because I'm like that.
Oh, that hurt my soul.
I hate Christmas music. I hate it. I enjoy Christmas when it's Christmas.
I love Christmas music.
I hate it. I love me some Frank Sinatra, but if I have to hear Frank Sinatra sing Jingle Bells, I swear to the gods, we're gonna have problems.
Well, you don't like White Christmas? Who doesn't like White Christmas?
I like
Yule.
I like I do Yule, but I do Christmas because it's but I mostly celebrate and do Yule, but I enjoy Christmas. I hate Christmas music because it's 4 songs, and every artist covers those 4 songs. I can't. Like I said, I love Frank Sinatra. I cannot hear his cover of Jingle Bells one more bloody time.
Right now, I'm trying to think what are the 4 songs.
Jingle Bells, those sleigh bell things, and Frosty and Rudolph. That's it. That's all.
I figured you'd celebrate Saturnalia, not Yule, but I mean, that's cool that you celebrate Yule.
Yeah, I acknowledge Saturnalia because it sounds cool, but my tradition is the Welsh Celtic tradition. We do I do Yule.
Okay.
But I do like. It's funny because at work, one of my coworkers asked me if I celebrate Thanksgiving because I'm pagan. I'm like, it's Thanksgiving has something to do with paganism. It's just a free day to eat and lay around on the couch. It's
Christianity.
Yeah, and the roots of Thanksgiving are crappy, so I don't celebrate Thanksgiving. I acknowledge the crappy roots, and I have some turkey, and I nap and go to work. It's it's a free day to it's a free day to lay around, and not even a free day because I had to work that day. But I celebrate all of the pagan Sabbaths. So that's what I do.
Can I add one more song to your list of Christmas songs? Do you know?
No. Who?
Slade. It's Christmas. Slade. Sorry.
We just need a few more lines from the song, Wild Heart.
It's Christmas. I don't know any other song, any lines.
Okay, well that's a bad sampling of it. That's a bad snippet there, bro.
Sorry.
Serious question for Marty.
Yeah.
Asked, what about Die Hard?
No, you watched Nightmare Before Christmas or Christmas Vacation or Elf. That's what you watch at Christmas.
Okay.
So, Marty, you celebrate all 8 Sabbaths?
Yeah, I do. I do Yule, Oimok, Ostara, Beltane, Litha, Mabon, Lunasad, and Samhain.
Yeah. I only did the 4.
What do you do?
When I was a Wiccan.
Oh, okay.
The main 4,
The solstices and Samhain?
The solstices and equinoxes, and of course Samhain. So that would be 5.
Yeah, I do all of them. I'm actually, I usually work, I used to not do them on the day except for Samhain and Beltane. But I told my boss that lately I've been feeling like I kind of need to celebrate them on the day instead of kind of working them around my schedule. I never work on Beltane or Samhain ever. So those are givens, but the rest of them, I requested off for Yule and the day after. I might not get the day after off, but at least I'll work the late shift. So I was I kind of been feeling like I need to because it takes a lot of energy to raise circle and raise energy and do ritual and blah, blah, blah. So I'm so tired from work. Yeah, I work with dogs. I'm tired. It's tiring. So like when my day off rolls around, even if it's past, it's past the Sabbath, I got to work like the next day, or I don't take the time to do on the day. Like I'm wiped. I don't have a whole lot of energy to do a whole lot. And not that you have to. I'm more in the ritualistic side of doing rituals and Sabbaths and stuff. So I'm like, I'm gonna start taking the pagan holidays off. I don't get the secular holidays off, so I'm gonna start taking my pagan holidays off. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes.
The Esbits?
Yeah.
So do you celebrate the Esbits?
Yeah, and that's another thing too. I can't.
So.
Yeah, I can't really take off for the Esbits, but I can work around them. I had you have 7 days, 3 before the day of and 3 after. So I have time within that frame to do something. So.
Definition, please.
The full moons.
Thank you.
Or the moon phases. I try to remember, it takes me a minute to go, oh, it's a dark moon, I should do something. Full moons are easier for me to track and remember than the other moon phases, but yes, as much as I would like to be able to take off, I can't work tomorrow, it's full moon, I can't do that.
Who here knew enough about StreamYard to know that if you kick someone's video, it kicks them as well? Who knew that? Did anybody know that? I want to tell you right now that if you kick someone's suggested video that they want to share, it kicks the person. So Wildheart, feel free to come back.
Oh no!
I had no idea it did that. Okay.
Wildheart is the most kicked out person.
Thank you for sharing.
We all learned something today. How interesting.
I'll be right back.
Don't threaten me, buddy.
At least we have another way to kick Wildheart. I kind of like it.
Sure. Need more inventive ways to kick Wildheart.
So I kick him lovingly.
Right on.
The army boot of love.
The army boot of love. I hear a punk song in that. You need to go ahead and write that down.
That sounds like a good Christmas song.
Welcome back, Wildheart.
So I was trying to share a Christmas. You know the song I was talking about? It's Here It.
Lisa, how long did you practice?
No, we're really not doing that. I'm serious.
About 2 years.
I apologize. I'll shut up.
No, don't shut up. Talk about things that matter to you, but please, we're not doing the singing thing.
All right, that's fair enough.
That's all I'm asking.
Because Christmas songs don't matter.
Yeah, but it was just to let you know, because Richard asked what is the song, and you need to know more than one lyric. It's here it is.
You have
Merry
more of those
Christmas.
lyrics now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and recite them if you would.
Here it is, Merry Christmas, everybody's having fun. Look to the future now, it's only just begun.
No, this must be a UK thing because I've never heard this song ever in my life.
Yes, led. 1970s. But I apologize and carry on with the
Mac
series.
has an unusual growth he's trying to show everyone.
Puppy!
This is Sophia.
beautiful pup.
This is our
Hi, Sophia.
Snuggle face. Is she like a she kind of looks like a border collie Aussie type of situation.
Yeah, English Shepherd.
Okay, close.
Yeah.
I've worked with dogs for 8 years, so I can kind of go like, oh, they got some kind of something happening there.
Totally.
Oh, puppy.
She's awesome. I wanted her to meet you guys.
She is
She's going to be a big dog.
She is.
Yeah.
And she's going to be a handful. So, I don't know if you ever had herding dogs before, Mac, but let me give you a tip. Get her a job, and I mean this actually, get her a job. Where do you live? What state do you live in?
Michigan.
Okay, I don't know if there's any, you might hop on Google and see, but they have because my parents had 2 blue healers, my aunt and uncle had 2 blue healers, and they lived in South Carolina, and they found like herding places where they could take the dogs and they could practice herding on fake sheep and real stuff to give them because they're work breeds, so they have to have something to do, otherwise they're going to shred your house. And she's going to need exercise and a job. She needs a job. So I don't, see if you could find something. And they took them like a couple times a week, and there was like a fenced in thing, and they were like shepherding and herding and doing stuff like that. So find her a job, because
I'm gonna look for that. That sounds awesome.
Yeah,
She would
because
love it.
Advice, Marty.
yeah, because their work. A lot of people, when they'll get like German Shepherds or like Aussies and stuff like that. And they're not snuggle. They're not Shih Tzus. They're not.
Right.
I mean, they'll give you snuggles and affection and love, but they need a job. I don't know if you've ever seen a lot of German Shepherds. They'll spin in circles
Yeah.
from anxiety from not working. Because
Right.
they're working breeds. We bred them to have jobs, and then we get them and we don't give them jobs. So, but yeah, find her something to do like that. Because maybe they might have something like that by you. But trust me, you'll thank me later when
That's
she's
awesome.
and get her spayed. For the love of the gods, get her spayed.
That's happening.
It drives me insane. I also work in rescue. We have a rescue shelter. We do like boarding and daycare and stuff. We also have a rescue shelter. I can't tell you how many times, my dog got out and she had puppies. If you would have excuse me, Richard, if you would have gotten her spayed, she wouldn't have had puppies. So she can get out all day, but if she's spayed, you don't have these puppies you can't take care of that you're dumping at the shelter now. Not saying that you would do that, but I see that all the time in 5 years of working there.
Totally. She's actually a rescue, and we actually are blessed with about an acre, and it's all fenced in. And part of why we got her was we have 2 young children that we need to keep safe, and we have varmints that we need her to hunt and chase off of the property. So she already has built-in jobs that she's already learning. She's barely 9 weeks old, and she's already got Richard recommended a technique to teach her the perimeter of the property within the fence, and it worked within hours.
Yeah, they're smart as crap.
They're super smart.
Yeah,
it's scary smart.
Yeah, they're smart as crap.
So all she really wants is to be challenged and taught and given responsibilities. So as soon as her baby teeth fall out and she stops nipping so much, I think she's going to be really excellent for this property and for this family. So, but I'm definitely going to look for that, because I think she would love. We've got 3 basketballs, and we roll them down the driveway, and she herds them back to us already. And she just wants to herd. You know,
that's literally her job. That's why we bred them. She's called a shepherd for a reason. So that's literally her job. If you last time I saw my aunt and uncle, they had one of their dogs. One of them passed away, but she would get behind you because they're healers, and she would like push your heel, like your they push. It's mostly like your Achilles that they'll like kind of like not nip out, like they'll kind of go like this, but like push you the way they want you to go. That's why they're called healers, because they're pushing at your heel to tell you, no, I want you to go this way, and I'm like, no. I'm going to go this way.
All right.
But yeah, definitely get her a job.
Can I bring you back to religion in a second?
He distracted us with a puppy. What was I supposed to do? I work with dogs.
No, it's religion. Bulldogs are called bulldogs because they were bred to bite the bottom lip of a bull to bring it out. If you bite the bottom lip of a bull, it will bring the bull down. It's related. But also, what was the point? Yeah, for people who don't believe in evolution, how did you think dog breeding works? Because that
They
is
say it's
evolution.
artificial selection. They say it's artificial selection. I'm like, that's still evolution, you idiots.
Yeah.
Richard.
Natural selection, that is. Why are you sorry? I'm sorry. I missed something here.
Because I said idiots about the yuckers.
Oh, I think she meant me by
You
idiot.
didn't want an argument from me on that, did you? I mean, I guess I could try.
No.
Oh, okay, well, I'm not going to bother with that then. Yeah.
If anyone says idiot, they're referring to me. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's always Krishna. That's what they mean by that.
Krishna, you're not an idiot.
No, he's not in the least. That's why he can handle it, because he's not an idiot. Whether we say natural selection or artificial intelligence selection, you're still going to get this. You still have the same genes to work with, the same,
Yeah.
code to work with, and you can still get the same kinds of results as you desire or is necessary to survive, whichever it is.
Yeah.
But because we care for dogs, we have made some dogs that are disabled. They can't go back to the wild. They would never survive. For instance, how long would you survive as a poodle whose hair doesn't fall out and doesn't stop growing? You pretty much got wild Lady Godiva there. Okay. And what is that? Eventually it's lunch stuck to a tree. That's what that thing is. It's not a dog anymore. So it's fine as long as we're taking care of them and cutting their hair. Great.
I think even Kent Torvin agrees with change in the legal frequencies over time. He just disagrees with the speciation kind of thing, if that makes sense. Sorry, my cheeks are hurting very much.
I think that's right. I think that's a correct representation of his ideas. But the thing is, if you don't give evolution enough time, he's correct. Like you wouldn't be able to get speciation if there wasn't millions of years. The thing is,
but he says, well, first of all, he says, quote unquote, evolutionists need millions of years, and that's why, quote unquote, evolutionists give millions of years. I'm like, Kent, the millions of years thing came before Charles Darwin even came on the scene.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, I think that came even before Lyle.
Can I say hello to Iron Cherish here in the chat?
Yeah. Hey, Iron Cherry.
Yeah.
I'm Will
Peace and
Freeman.
respect, Iron Cherry Tier, and also William Freeman. And yes, Pine Creek used the Socratic method of questioning. That's why he caught on so quick. I wish more people would do it. Yes, I approve. Big thumbs up for Pine Creek. He did great. In fact, I liked it so much, I made it my channel opener, if that tells you anything. I thought he did fantastic. I think he was a great example to other people who don't necessarily agree with whatever given position you're referring to. He did great. Peace and respect. Also, remember Sammy Jenkins. And I guess it's been a minute since I did this. And all challengers or interested in the conversation are welcome. Please help yourself. Come on in.
Hello, Sammy Jenkins. Good to see you again.
Hey, Sammy Jenkins.
Sammy Jenkins rocks.
So, question for you. Do you think Kent Hovind thinks that I can't remember what John Pendleton said. He said something about 3 degrees being the temperature of space. But he also said something about he gave a temperature in Celsius, and then he said it's this much in Kelvin, and I'm like, no, minus 200. He said minus 200 degrees Kelvin is 3 degrees minus 200 degrees Celsius is 3 Kelvin, rather. Sorry. Minus 200 degrees Celsius is 3 Kelvin. That's what he said. And this guy's supposed to be a freaking chemist. And I'm like, dude, you are not a chemist. If you don't know that minus 200 degrees Celsius is 73 Kelvin, you're not a chemist.
I just looked it up because I didn't know the conversion factor. Turns out 2.7 Kelvin is negative 454 degrees Fahrenheit, and oh shoot, I'm finding. Hold on a second.
That'll put some frost in your undies.
Boy, it would. And I'm looking it up Celsius as you guys speak.
Krishna, you're so wholesome.
Minus 273 minus 273 degrees Celsius is absolute zero, which is 0 K.
Right.
Zero
So
Kelvin.
2.7 Kelvin is negative 270 Celsius. Just so you have the conversions.
Yeah. But he was saying minus 200 degrees Celsius with 3 Kelvin. No, that's 73 Kelvin.
I'm
And
going
he
to
even
assert
put-
that Dr. Kent Hovind on that particular fact is wrong.
Dr. Kent Hovind is wrong, full stop. He's not even a doctor. So you can just say Kent Hovind is wrong, full stop.
He's not even a doctor. He's not even a doctor.
He's not. He's not.
Why are we talking about Ken I'd like to add that Wild Hat is wrong also.
Yes, always. Always.
Stop it! He didn't even do anything. He's not singing Christmas songs right now, so he's totally not wrong. So he's fine.
And
I'm wrong a lot.
who says degrees Kelvin? Who says degrees Kelvin? That is a dead giveaway that people don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah,
They're
and-
saying degrees Kelvin.
An idiot.
How are you
That's who
supposed
says
to say
degrees
it?
Kelvin.
Yeah, is that inappropriate? I didn't know.
I think
that.
you just say Kelvin, right? It's minus a gajillion Kelvin. You don't put the degrees, I think, right?
Yeah.
Right, it's Kelvin. It's just flat Kelvin.
I don't know. I don't trust this Kelvin guy.
I know, right? He
I don't
sucks.
trust the Kelvinist.
Kelvin. Richard wins into that Kelvinist. That is brilliant.
He has 3 PhDs. Thank you, Brian. So we gotta respect his authority. Please. It's Doctor.
Yeah, he's got 3 PhDs. Sure.
Yeah.
He found him on the other side of the placemat. That's where he got it from. He got him from
Everyone
Dick.
say hello, please, to Assembly of God.
Hello,
Hey, Assembly of God.
That name sounds familiar.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Yep.
Okay, well,
Yep.
how's everybody doing?
Good.
Better than I
Pretty
do
good.
personally.
Great.
Oh, nice. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Continue the conversation.
We're just hating on Kent Hovind, so you can join in that if you want to.
Give any opinion on Kent Hovind. The floor is yours.
Well, that guy's like ancient history. Why are you guys still talking about him?
That says
Because
everything we
he's
need
not
to know.
ancient history.
he still, believe it or not, he still has relevancy, and it's dangerous. His relevancy is dangerous.
Yeah. Well, he's on him because he's still breathing.
Not to mention the fact that a little boy died in his quote unquote dinosaur.
That's right.
Yeah.
But his family had a great time and sent him an email and said, "Thank you for having us. We had a great time." So I guess that makes it okay.
Yeah, I heard about that. That's horrible.
Yes, yes.
So many people warned him about a dinosaur park. There were movies made about it, how dangerous it could be.
Right? Why would you take your kids there?
But listen, guys. I think we should switch to Ken Ham.
Who's just as dangerous, believe it or not. Just as dangerous.
Ken Ham's just as dangerous. I mean, he's got a zip line at that art park of his. I'm like, okay,
He does?
he's got an art.
Yeah.
He's got a zip line at. Yeah.
That's kind of dope. I mean, I'm afraid of heights, but I would never use it. But that's kind of cool.
Pretty
dope. How safe can a zip line be if you put a crappy art park along with the zip line?
Yeah, but see, you know, if you hop on the zip line, you go all the way down the thing. You don't have to look at the park. You're in and out. So it's actually a public service.
I think probably most people go there for the zip line.
Right? I'm afraid of heights, but I would go there just to check out the zip line.
Plus, his ark also has air conditioning and emergency exits.
Right.
Say hi, Merlin.
Hey, and he used steel bolts to put the thing together. No one
Yes.
used steel bolts.
Well, we don't know if he did he or not, because the Bible didn't say either way, but they were workers of bronze and iron, but he might have had steel and rivets and air conditioning.
Oh, yeah, the watchers.
Steel and
and my favorite part is that he filed an insurance claim for flood damage.
Shut up!
No, he did.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Shut up! Did he really?
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
That's the greatest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Did you guys see the Bill Nye walkthrough when Bill Nye walked through the ark?
I saw that, yeah.
It's fantastic.
Oh,
If you haven't, I highly recommend you see it. Plus, Aaron Raw went through it too.
I could have done better than Bill Nye. I would have just pointed out that in the Bible, if it says a male and it's female too, that's what it says, and then it says 7. If I divide a 7 by a male and it's female, I get 3.5 animals. You can't use it as a division problem, right? That makes no sense. So we have to go the other way with it. It's a multiplication problem. So a male and its female 7 is 14, not 2. A male and its female 2 is 4, not 2.
I have dyscalculia, so I'll take your word for it.
What?
It's a math learning disability. Dyscalculia.
So what kind of disability?
Is it contagious?
Math. It's a
And
math
logic,
learning disability.
math on it.
Whoa.
Oh, it's not contagious, Marty.
No, you should be alright.
Everyone stop. It's a math problem.
Maths. It's math. See, okay, maths and sport.
No, it's
But
maths.
we have sports and math.
It's maths. Not
It's math.
Math.
No, it's maths.
Math.
No, it's not maths. See how weird that is to say?
Because it's plural. It's mathematics. With an S.
Right, but when how many, like, okay, when we say sports, we're referring to like baseball and basketball and football.
Yeah.
You say and hockey. You say sport. There's plural sports, but you only say one sport.
Wild Heart, but I spell it M-A-F-S. Maths.
Is that the correct spelling of Wild Heart?
That's the way they spell it in the southern United States.
Well, you're not entirely wrong. You're not entirely wrong, Assembly of God.
But getting back to Kent Hovind, in its magnum opus about 100 resolutions, so stupid, he said, I kid you not, he said Archaeopteryx is fake. But in the next breath, he said it's just a bird.
Aaron Raw did a series, Supposed Lies in the Textbook. It's on Aaron Raw's channel. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it is.
Fantastic.
But I was like, wait a minute. It's Archaeopteryx is a fake, but just a bird?
Because he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Of course he doesn't know what he's talking about.
You can have a child look at Archaeopteryx, and a child would say, you know, that looks like a mix between a dinosaur and a bird. Right? Because do birds have long tails like the Archaeopteryx?
Yeah. Archaeopteryx doesn't have feathers.
Well, no. But if you look at a chicken or a bird today, do they have a really long tail like a dinosaur tail?
Some of them do have long
Depends on the
fleshy
bird.
tails covered in feathers. It depends on the bird.
Okay, give me one bird that has like a lizard tail, like a dinosaur, or
Oh, long feather tails though, like birds of paradise and peacocks and stuff.
Yeah, but those are extensions of the feathers. That's not the actual tail itself. I'm talking about, you know how dinosaurs are constructed with the tails on the back?
Yeah, like
the two
the
legs, yeah.
yeah, I can't think of a bird like that.
Archaeopteryx is a perfect transitional species. I mean, you can see that, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. And then he goes, and then another thing that he says that is so stupid, like everything he says is so stupid.
I was gonna say, he says his name, and that's so stupid.
Yeah, but another thing that he says that is just so dumb is oh shit, now I forget. Go ahead, I'll think about it later.
I gotta feed my ungratefuls. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, go
Richard?
ahead. Ah, it was Marty. Marty was having all that noise.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know.
Am I okay streaming this stream on my channel because I'm live at the moment, and I've called the stream 12-hour wankathon. So I am compelled to leave it going 12 hours. So am I okay streaming this stream on my channel just so if anyone starts to watch, then they can see?
Yeah, feel free to steal my views. It's fine.
Thank you. But
$12 an hour. $12 an hour, Wild Pat.
I've also put the link to your stream on my channel as well. So
I'm only kidding, brother. It's fine. My if I got 70 views out of any given video, I'd be just ecstatic.
So Wildheart, are you dual streaming right now?
Yeah, I started the stream up and then saw that Richard was actually. I saw that Richard was live. I started watching Richard's stream, and Tog suggested in the side chat that I start my own stream to do a review of his review of PineCreek's review.
Oh, you know what?
So I started the stream
Hey,
for that.
Wildheart, can you tell Tog to get in here? I want to talk to that guy.
I don't know if he's still in the side chat, but if Tog is watching, yes, get your ass in here right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wildheart, what's that Tony Stark device you're holding that's tying all these internets together?
That's his tobacco. That's his tobacco canister.
Oh, yeah. It's to make cigarettes.
You actually, it's a machine. You can actually roll your cigarettes with that machine.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Look at that. Watch how he does it.
That's very clever.
It's an all-in-one solution. Watch this. It's brilliant.
You put the filter and the tobacco in there, then you lick the Rizzler. Do you have Rizzlers in the US?
No.
Are they called Rizzlers?
If we do, we don't care.
No, we have zigzags.
Yeah.
Zigzags, yeah, the exact same thing. Yeah.
No, it's not.
Zigzags are superior.
It's not the exact same thing, or else it would have exactly the same name.
Rizzlers are superior. Sorry, you're just objectively wrong
just
about
different
that
things.
Right, and then you close it.
Oh, very nice. I love that.
Yeah.
Very nice.
But I'm gonna go over and share the screen onto my channel so that people watching my channel can watch this.
That's a great invention for people who were born without thumbs.
It's an excellent invention.
I'm glad they have that.
I think Wildheart was born with 20 thumbs.
Because I'm very clumsy. I couldn't roll a joint if it I always pass it on to somebody else to roll it.
Yeah, Mac, I want to thank you for your, ever since I first met you, you've always been exceedingly kind and thoughtful to me. And I want to just add that be careful not to hold me in too high a regard. I'm just a regular working guy, and I have taken some serious amount of time to work on myself, but I'm just a regular guy. There's nothing special about anyone of any faith. But I appreciate your thoughtfulness, and you've always been very nice to me. And
thank you.
Really, I take that as really you're shining from your heart, like sincerely, and I appreciate it.
Are you from Boston, Krishna?
I am.
I heard that hot.
Yeah. Not too hot in Boston tonight. Like dabbling under freezing.
Mac the Human, I really like your screen name, man. That's perfect.
Thanks.
You're not a theist at all, are you? Are you a theist?
I am a theist.
You are?
Actually. Yeah.
Okay, good. But I like the freedom of you saying that you are a human.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're
Yeah,
not some
well,
kind of
that's-
fucking demented human being like the theists are. Sorry,
I'm not
Richard.
sure.
Oh
I
no,
might
you're
be
not a
demented.
theist either.
Who?
Huh?
Who's not a
I just-
theist?
Richard's not a theist.
Yes, he is.
No,
He
you're
is.
not.
Richard's a theist.
Well,
He's
you're
not a Christian. He's not a Christian. He's a theist.
Yeah, but you're not a classical theist. Are you a classical theist?
So I looked into birds today that have long, fleshy tails of any kind. The closest you can get to that is let's see, ostrich, and also turkey, and also what's the one with the eyeballs on the long feathers?
The peacock.
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 Wait a
So
second.
They have pretty good, strong mass in their what is left of a tail, but it's not really a tail to speak of.
That's right. It's not a long, fleshy tail.
Yeah.
It's a little tail bud, and then they grow feathers out of it, right?
Yep. True story.
Can I just say, I am now technically a theist because Cerberus came into my stream yesterday, and under his definition of theist, I am now technically a theist.
Yep. True story.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay, so you're a theist now, Wildheart?
Yeah. Because he said a god is anything that more than one person worships. So like that, the tree outside my flat window, if more than one person worships that tree.
We can't see the tree at night.
Wait. I don't understand. Like that you cut out there. I couldn't understand what you were saying. If more
don't
than
know.
one person worships what?
If
A
more
tree?
than one person worships something, then that is technically a god. So if more than one person worships the tree outside my flat, then it's technically a god. So I believe that gods exist. Therefore, I am a theist.
You worship the tree outside.
I don't worship it, but I realise that gods exist. I am a theist.
Oh,
I don't
wow.
worship it, but I believe that gods exist.
I think I could do a little bit better the presenting his argument than that.
Yeah, very likely. Yeah.
Okay, Assembly of God, here's the basic argument. You don't need to have the physical invention in order to make a patent for your idea. You need to be able to show the idea presented, right? You can patent just the idea.
So do you think
in that way, ideas are real. They exist.
Wait, do you think the Catholic Church patented Jesus?
No one can patent Jesus. You can't patent a natural oak tree either. But if I can patent something that is strictly immaterial, and I say immaterial constructs do exist, even if only in minds, but they are actual. And the only reason that Cerberus said more than one person was so that he could get more of a consensus, so that you could say, okay, this person's not just pulling my leg.
Well,
and that's
no,
the only reason
no.
he said two or more people.
No, is Cerberus a theist?
Yes.
No, absolutely not.
He's a theist.
Yes.
No,
No,
he's
he
a
is.
theist, but he's irreligious theist.
Well, so he's
Yeah.
going by the Bible verse that says, if two or more witness in my name, there I am. That's
Well,
what he's
he
saying.
might accidentally defaulting to that, but he's not purposefully defaulting to that. So,
Can I just say,
so he's-
Cerberus is a theist, atheist, agnostic, and many more things as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's an atheist, theist, agnostic.
I heard that joke he made, and all the backlash from that joke he got from Nakastucci.
don't know the joke. If you want to share it, feel free.
No, I'm not going to share the joke.
Well, why'd you
That's,
bring it up? That's not very much fun. Okay,
well, no,
moving
well,
on then.
Yeah, move
so,
on.
So because people believe and worship a thing that they identify as God, that idea is real in reality. You've then accepted that there is a reality of a God.
Okay, fine. So yeah, so you worship something. That's the very definition of a theist.
No, I don't worship it. I just
It
recognize
doesn't matter what you worship. If you worship something, you're
No.
a theist.
No, I don't worship the gods. I just recognize that the gods exist.
But you worship a tree outside your window.
No,
No, he said that if two people worship a tree outside his window, that becomes a religion. He didn't say he worshipped a tree outside of his religion.
I don't personally
Outside of his
worship it, but I have to recognize that the tree exists.
It would become a god.
So we established that Wildheart is not
think I
a
agree with
devotee of any god, but does recognize that gods exist in this way.
Oh, okay. So you have accepted what's called the necessary being. Is that right, Wildheart?
No, not necessary. No.
You have not accepted the necessary being?
No, the tree is not necessary. No. We could cut the tree down. No. Necessary is out of the question. No. I don't accept that.
But if you're a theist, you have accepted that there's a necessary being that started everything, right?
No.
No.
Well,
No.
so where would the things begin if there wasn't anything to create it?
It's just that a god doesn't have to be a creator god. A god could be a destroyer god, or a god could be a sustainer god, or a god
It could be both a creator and a destroyer, the creation and the creator of.
Okay, so there's no contingency.
Well, no, just
No.
the definition of God could be a lot of things. That's all.
Okay, timeout. Gonna need a timeout from everybody in the room, please. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. As we move forward from here, it can get a little bit emotional. So here's what we're gonna do about that. We're going to leave a full second for a person to absolutely decide they have finished their thought before another person comes in. If someone happens to start a sentence faster than you, you lose.
What?
That's the if someone starts a sentence faster than you, you lose. It's not your turn.
Huh?
Two basic rules so that we're considerate of each other in conversation.
What?
Everybody get it?
What
exactly what I said.
See, because if that doesn't agree with you, we can just do that.
Marty, you have a lot of background noise going on there. Is that your air conditioner? Like whenever you mute, everything goes quiet, nice and quiet. Can you hear me, Marty?
It's the sound of her raw power.
Oh, my bad. I was muted. My bad. Sorry.
But you have the air conditioner on like full blast?
No, it's like 40 in Georgia.
What is that noise in the background?
I don't know.
Is it your PC? Is that your
The
computer?
microphone is picking up some kind of fan or vibration from a fan or the computer.
I don't have the fan. I don't have the fan on in my
Where's your microphone? Is it close to the computer?
No, it's on my other
Let's
monitor.
not obsess about it. It's not that bad, Marty.
It's not that bad, but I mean, it's a noticeable difference when you mute.
It's noticeable, but it's fine.
Let me change mics because I don't know why it's doing that.
No, it's okay. It's not a big deal, Marty.
Should we get FFC mod in to mess up the
Come
party?
in if you want.
Yeah.
Is that better?
Let's get SFB
It's the same, Marty.
By the way,
but it's okay. Don't worry about it, Marty. Just relax. Take it easy.
See, but Marty's so sweet, she's now going to obsess about it.
You're good, Marty.
Oh, there. Okay, can you hear us? But I think you muted yourself, Marty.
Yeah, you're muted somewhere right now, Marty.
Speaking of mods, Richard, I am.
How about? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
We hear you fine, and everything's
Okay.
perfect. And just leave it just like that.
That's fine. Leave it like that.
Okay.
But speaking of mods, Richard, have you noticed that I am still not a moderator on your YouTube channel? Have you noticed that?
Yeah, keep it up. You may never be. Look, when I'm done with this stream, and when I remember, sometime tomorrow when I'm bored, I'll look up your channel, I'll copy it, I'll bring it into my YouTube channel under and find moderators and put you there. But until then, it ain't happening.
No, if I put a comment in the YouTube chat, you just have to click on the three dots and say add moderator. It takes 1 second.
You shouldn't be so thirsty, Wildheart.
That is no longer one of the options. I'm
Hey,
sorry,
you know what?
you are wrong.
You know what? Everybody is a moderator on Wildheart's channel.
Yeah,
that's fine.
which is really good. So if you show up to Wild Heart's channel at any point in your future, he will automatically make you a mod.
Yeah.
Peace and respect, everyone. Say hello, please, to Joel.
Hello, Joel.
Howdy,
Hello,
howdy,
Joel.
Joel.
Oh, hey,
Good
how
evening.
you doing?
How y'all doing?
Good, Joel.
Peace and
How are
respect,
you, man?
brother.
It's a good
It's one of
day.
the longer streams, Richard. 2 hours now plus.
Yeah, go ahead and start a fight, Joel, man. Knock yourself out. It'll be fun. Everybody is in here is smart and relatively polite. Let's do it.
Hey,
Yeah.
Joel, is that the SpaceX thing you have as your avatar?
Yes, sir. It's a Crew Dragon.
That's the dragon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay.
Nice picture.
I like that.
I'm a good target if you want to fight over here.
Well, what do y'all want to fight about?
Don't. What do you mean? I
Just
don't want to fight.
hit me with whatever you got. I love it all.
Krishna,
One of the, huh?
you're so holy.
Oh.
You're
One
so
of the favorite
divine.
As
questions
anyone else, I
today
guess.
is why can't atheists be scientists? How's that one?
Why
What?
can't atheists be scientists?
Right.
Well, what's your definition of atheism? Or what do you think an atheist is?
Someone whose religious belief is that God may not exist due to a lack of evidence.
Well, God may not exist.
Right.
So they're not sure. So they're not sure whether God exists or not, right?
Basically, yeah.
But you're describing an agnostic, not an atheist.
That's, yeah, logically they're the same thing is why. Do that.
It's not.
Huh?
An
What do
agnostic
you got,
is not an
Wildheart?
atheist.
In order to doubt something exists, you have to know that it doesn't exist well enough.
Well, no, the atheist just poses a question and says, "We don't believe in your God. Show us proof."
Yeah, and so theists don't believe atheists lack of belief, and theists do all the science that shows the evidence that atheists deny.
Can I just point out a technical point, Richard, that there is an echo, and it might be me. BroJo brings up a good point. There is a massive echo at the moment. Yeah.
There's an echo, yeah.
I'll mute myself so you can.
So Joel, do you have another web page open with the stream going?
I do, but it's muted. So let me mute myself.
So somebody has a
Like that.
web page open with a stream going. So find out who it is and then put your stream. Put the other
It's like
stream.
you, Marty, and Richard are the only ones not muted right now.
I think it's Marta. Sorry, I like Marta, but I think the echo is good for Marta.
Is it
Peace and
me?
respect,
Let me
Odie.
mute. Is it me? I'm gonna mute myself. Is it me?
1, 2, 3.
Hi, Odian.
Somewhere else.
Sorry.
Everyone say hello to Odeon.
Odeon or is it
Odin,
Batman?
Or I don't know how to say that.
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
Odian 14 Batman.
Nice
I have,
Uh,
I have
everybody
noise
speaking-
and echo. Why is 420
Yeah.
saying I have noise and echo? I don't have
Somebody-
anything on.
Somebody has a stream going in the background. Who is it?
I'll mute myself.
Marty, what happened is when you were away, your headphone was on the desk and it was causing some kind of echo. That's all.
Oh! Marty has
Okay,
a terrible
speaking of-
airplane, huh?
speaking
Why
of
is everybody
streams,
hating on my microphone?
Speaking of streams that go long, Wild
Marty,
Heart,
come on,
since
don't take
you're
it so
sharing this-
seriously.
It's alright. It's
Wow.
coming right off my camera, that's why.
Really?
Oh, well, listen,
Wild
but
Heart,
you have a
since you're
microphone on
share-
your headset, Marty.
Yeah,
Assembly
it
of
does.
That's
God.
what's causing the noise. Can you push your microphone down to your mouth?
Assembly of God, please stop talking.
Is this muted?
All right. Speaking of a 2-hour stream, I'm going to go smoke. Wild Heart, please moderate the room. Keep everybody nice to each other. See you guys in a few.
Echo cancellation. Let's try that.
Richard's asking me to
Oh my
moderate.
God, that's
That's
way
so
better.
weird.
What did you
Is
do?
that-
Can you hear
is
us,
that-
Marty?
I can
You
hear
fixed
you
it.
guys.
You
Yeah.
fixed it, Marty.
Oh,
Can
I
you hear
did?
us?
Yeah,
Oh my
I
God,
hear-
you fixed
Yeah.
it.
I just found the setting for echo
Now
cancellation.
turn up your volume, because now your volume went low. So can you
It's
turn up?
it's up to
No,
200.
Put your mic
it's
down to your mouth. Put your mic
I'm
down
not-
to your mouth.
I'm using the one
I
on my
think she sounds
camera.
fine.
Okay,
It's
use
so
the
much
mic
better.
on your headset.
Well, I don't know.
No,
why
let's
it's
leave
not-
it like it. As I've been asked to moderate, Marta,
Okay,
leave
fine.
it exactly.
But the noise is
leave
gone.
it-
That's great.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
leave it exactly how it is now. That's perfect.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to
That's
say,
fine.
my theory is that the whole echo was caused by some kind of gravitational disturbance from Wildheart's joint.
No.
You're getting Christmas songs, Wild Heart.
He's not
That's what it
smoking.
was.
He's not smoking joints. He's smoking cigarettes. That's not.
Oh,
a joint.
are you sure?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't.
No,
I
but
can't,
but that.
I can't
But
smoke
that's
weed.
also a good way to roll a joint.
Yeah. I don't smoke weed. I just drink a lot of alcohol.
Yeah.
All right, it's 420. I get it. Sorry, I have a crappy mic on my camera.
Mac is getting groovy with it. Look at that. What are you smoking there, Mac?
That's some homegrown trash, frankly, from my garden this year.
Oh, nice. Oh shit. You must be in a legal state. What state are you in?
Michigan.
Oh, I thought you were happy.
Actually, it's pronounced Michigan.
Michigan.
It's Michigan. I want to Michigan. Yeah, I want to correct an American, and I to pronounce an American state.
I love it.
Hey, how many plants
Michigan.
can you grow at one time, Mac?
How many? Oh,
you
I
do
think you're
4?
permitted to grow six indoors at one time.
Oh, that's not bad.
But then if you're producing for a patient or something, it's a certain number per patient. I don't really understand all of the laws. I just threw a couple of bag seeds into my garden this year and produced some buds, and it was kind of fun.
So what's
I have
the
a
deal
big
with
garden,
with Michigan and medical marijuana? I guess they lax on medical marijuana. Is it?
Is it what? Lax?
Like you can grow a marijuana in your for medical reasons in your garden?
No, that wasn't technically legal. No, but it's recreationally legal as well, and recreationally legal to grow. If you grow it outdoors, you're supposed to have it enclosed with like chain link fence.
Yeah.
And I have mine enclosed with fence. It's not chain link, but I had 2 plants growing like in my tomatoes and stuff. A lot of people are doing that, and basically you can't get good product that way. So nobody's really paying attention to it. So
Very good. And your garden must be really happy.
my garden is fine. Yeah. No, the best thing out of my garden.
All that
this year was,
THC in your garden, I'm sure that your tomatoes are smiling from ear to ear.
I had good tomatoes. I had really good ghost peppers this year. I had a bumper crop of ghost peppers. Yeah, and I made a bunch of hot sauce for Christmas presents and stuff.
Very
it was great.
nice. Oh my God, I'm a hot sauce fanatic.
Oh yeah, nice. This stuff will make you cry.
Yeah, go ahead, Wildheart. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't want to label the point, but it's Michigan, not Michigan.
Sorry.
It's a C. It's a C, not a... Carry on.
Take us through it phonetically.
It's a C, not an S. So it's Michigan, not Michigan.
McChicken?
There's no S in math. It's math.
Do you know the proper name for Milwaukee in Indian? In
Milwaukee.
It's Milwaukee.
Milwaukee. Yeah.
Wayne's World.
It's El Alfred's World.
It's Milwaukee. Like karaoke. Okay.
I love that movie. That's one of my favorite movies
Oh, you
ever.
know the reference, Marty.
Yes.
That's good. That's
one
from
of my favorite movies.
Wayne's World.
Wayne's
Mike
World.
Myers.
Wayne's World. That's literally one of my favorite movies ever.
He meets Alice Cooper.
Alex
and he
Cooper.
goes to the back room, Alice Cooper. And you think that Alice Cooper would be this dumb rock guy?
No,
right?
honestly,
And
Alice
all of a
Cooper is
sudden-
like that in real life.
All
Like,
of a sudden, he's
smart as
talking
shit.
philosophy. He's talking
Yeah.
about history. He's talking about maths. He's talking about
smart.
everything.
He's smart as shit. Like he's
Maths.
like that in real life.
Yeah.
But he
I
also
know
like...
people that have met him and said that he's like that. Like he's
That is
super
a- that
smart,
is a-
super genuine, nice guy. Like
Yeah.
he's just like that in real life. I'm like, oh,
That is a classic scene. That's a
I love
beautiful
that
scene
movie.
right there.
It's one of my favorites.
But he also likes golf. He's a big
Yes.
golf.
That's
Yes.
true. He is.
Yeah,
So
and
that-
he also bit a head off a chicken on stage.
Was that him?
Was it him?
Or was that,
I think I'm-
Oh no, that was Ozzy. That was Ozzy Osbourne.
I think it was Ozzy. Yeah.
Was it Ozzy? Yeah.
And
And
I
like-
think it was.
And it was a bat, not a
Yes.
chicken. It was
And it was
bad.
during
No,
a
it was a
record.
chicken, man. It was a
It
chicken.
was a record
No, it was about.
contract signing.
How the fuck
We
did he
taken
get
it
a
off
bat
the
on
bat, I
stage?
think.
No, so someone threw a bat on stage. He thought it was. He thought it was a
Here,
rubber bat.
hold on.
Someone threw a bat on stage. Are you serious?
Yeah, he thought it was like a, one of the rubber bats for Halloween. He thought it was one of them.
Shit. You're kidding me.
No, he didn't know that it was a real bat, so he bit
I
the
don't
head off
believe.
it.
I don't
He
believe you,
had to
Walhart.
go.
I think Marty's right. I think it was a
Here we go.
record
Here
meeting.
we go.
Yeah.
Yes, here we go. On January 20th, 1982, it was January 20th, 1982, when Ozzy Osbourne cemented his place in rock infamy by biting the head off a real bat during a concert in Des Moines, Iowa. So he did. But he did.
Okay.
A real bat.
Yes, he did do something during a record label signing. There was something weird he did when he got a record label.
The other one was a dove. It wasn't a chicken. It was a dove.
So that might have been with the record deal signing.
Yeah, he bit the head off a dove.
A dove or a pigeon?
A dove. Well, it has to be white. It has to be white because doves are pure.
Dove is a white pigeon.
I feel like I would bite a head off of a dove, but not a pigeon.
Because pigeons might have all kinds of weird diseases and crap. You don't know.
Pigeons are
Doves
gross.
doves are pure and lovely, and pigeons are rats with wings.
That's right. And then you have
Hey, Mac, I'm with you. I'm feeling Mac. I know where it's coming from.
And then you have to
Friends,
sing
I'm gonna
after that,
drive
and you have
home.
to finish the song.
I'll be back in about 15 minutes or so.
All right.
Back.
All right, Krishna. Drive safe, Krishna.
Thank you, friends. See you in a few minutes.
See you, Krishna.
All right.
Namaste.
Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Walhart, that's derogatory.
Yeah, at
actually
what point
find
is
the,
that embarrassing?
I actually find Hinduism fascinating.
Walhart, don't do that if you're not a Hare Krishna.
No, he's because Krishna does that.
Don't do that.
That's like walk like an Egyptian.
I know.
Walk like an Egyptian.
Yeah, that
Sorry.
video,
Sorry.
they did not get away with that today.
Oh, sorry. I'm just going
They did
into
not
my
get away with that
SJW
today.
mode. I'm just going to my SJW mode right now.
They
It's okay.
would
You can do it. I
few
don't give a
words
shit.
they did that video today.
Richard's just got back, and he said moderate, and I didn't play a song during that. I didn't play a song. Shit.
And you didn't let Joel talk at all. Joel was going to stir things up. Where?
I know, right?
I missed that opportunity.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
here
still
you
up
go,
for
brother.
Christmas. I'm just chilling out still.
I'm glad you're here.
Thanks. Richard, I was watching our conversation back from last May.
Yes.
It was really appreciated it, man. I wanted to thank you for it again. It was that good.
Yeah, I had a good time talking. We should do another show sometime soon.
Agreed. Yes, me and nerd out some more.
Sorry.
Well, I'm semi-retired, so I only work 2 days a week, really, and I have a lot of open time, like a lot.
Yeah.
So you just say something, and we'll make it happen.
Wow. All right. My schedule's not so loose yet, but yeah, no, I'd love to.
Can I just say, Richard Madsen, you have William Friedman coming up on your channel. Pimp that link out if you can. But also, the stream I've got running, Pixie Storms, is just joined, so I'll tell her to come over here if she wants to
Oh,
join.
good. Okay. I love Pixie. She's great. I spoke to Pixie before.
Yeah, both of those guys just brilliant. Really enjoyed
Hey,
it.
but we have OD and 144 Batman in there. Nobody said hi to that guy or the girl.
Yes, we did.
Hi.
Mm-hmm.
You said
Yeah.
hi?
Hi.
Yeah, he said hi to me.
So, Batman, what do you have to say?
No pressure.
About everything. What do you have to say about everything?
Yeah. Can you just sum up the stream right now?
It's a sweet avatar. Is that a modern Batman avatar? Like, where's that from?
Oh, it's from the comics.
Yeah, but which comic? I'm a fan.
Oh, let me see.
Do you
I
know?
don't. Oh, that's from the it's a panel from one of the new Detective comics.
One of the newer ones, yeah.
Yeah, that's probably why it looks a little bit like strange.
It's probably not even Bruce Wayne, right? I don't think he's Batman right now.
Well, technically, no. Yes
Who's
and
the new
no.
Batman? Who's the new Batman now?
I think his name is Tim Fox or something. I don't remember his name.
Yeah, so Jim Gordon was Batman for a while, and now there's like a next generation Batman. DC's going through a whole nother rebirth kind of episode, and it's messy. It's messy, but it's awesome.
I prefer Marvel to DC. To be
You
honestly.
do.
Not that I dislike DC. I prefer Marvel though.
Marvel movies are way better. I don't think that's disputable, but the DC comics, well, Superman's the original. I don't know.
I like Superman. I do. I did not like the Henry Cavill, or however you say it. He was a good Superman, but he was not a good Clark Kent. In order to play that
Speaking
part,
of
you have to be
which-
both.
I agree with you there,
Speaking of
Marty.
which, when does Nerd Wars actually start?
So because I have to have like people for that channel and like have people that have schedules, it's gonna be a minute. I'm gonna start my gaming channel soon because I can do that on my own. But for Nerd Wars, I have to have people who had coordinating schedules. But yeah, I like Christopher Reeves, rest his soul, was able to do both. You have to be able to play both because at the end of the day, he's not really Clark Kent. He's
That's
Kal-El,
right.
who is a Superman. Clark
That's
Kent
right.
is the disguise. He
That's
is Kal-El. So, and I did not like. I mean, and Henry Cavill is hot and dreamy, and he looked great in the Superman thing. But like Clark Kent he has to pretend to not be cool.
That's
so
right, exactly.
so Henry Cavill didn't pull that off. Like Christopher Reeves did.
No. It's almost like when Clark Kent puts on his glasses, he becomes a nerd.
Yes.
And Henry Cavill did not exemplify that.
No, he did not.
He did not, portray that really well.
No, he didn't.
You could still see his like macho-ness through his glasses. You know what I mean?
Yes, like I said,
Yeah.
he's hot and dreamy and sexy and looked great in the Superman thing, but he wasn't like bumbling and forgetful.
Exactly.
And,
Yeah, he was. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what Christopher Reeves was. He was a
yeah,
bumbling
he was
idiot.
perfect. He was perfect. He was
He was a
absolutely
bumbling
perfect.
idiot as Clark Kent.
Yes. All right.
You know,
now,
I'll say this when it comes to this is I'll just say this. I always tell people try not to, I guess, like superimpose your idea as to what these heroes are or these characters are, because if you were to go and read the comics, what you will see is something very different, even from the Christopher Reeve Superman. Like, for example, recently, he outed himself as Clark Kent, right? That's always been something he has been very wary about. He has a family, so his take on and view on certain things are very different, right? And at this point in the comics, he's actually considering retiring because he's been fighting so much for so long. His body can't really keep up with it.
Oh, so it's like doing a Wolverine.
Yeah,
Yes.
kind of. His son is taking over now
Yes.
as Superman.
Yes, and there was a whole uproar about that because they were making him bisexual. Everyone was freaking out about it. It's like, oh my god, they're not changing the canon. They're not making Clark Kent bisexual. They're making his son bisexual. Get over it.
Well, but the thing
No,
is, so they're making these immortal people mortal,
Richards.
right?
Richard has
Eventually-
something to say.
No, what they're trying to say is that your superpowers eventually
Richard
wear
has a
out.
way to understand this that
That's what-
would completely unravel the whole conversation.
Well,
but
no,
he's
that's
holding
exactly
it
what they're saying is that your superpowers wear out and you become immortal, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Can
I think it's. Oh, go
Sorry.
ahead.
Can I say hello, Tommy Jenkins, and can we bring up who is the best Batman? It's
Michael Keaton.
No.
I will die on that hill.
No,
Michael
you're
Keaton.
wrong. I appreciate
I
your
don't care if you think I'm wrong. Michael
I
Keaton.
I appreciate your opinion, but you're technically wrong.
No, Michael Keaton. Because he
It
could
was-
do Batman and Bruce Wayne.
No, it was no, but is it Burt Lancaster? It was in the original one, the TV show.
The TV show?
Yeah, not Burt Lancaster.
Oh.
Not Adam West?
Oh, that was Adam West.
Adam West.
Adam West. Yeah.
Adam West is demonstrably the best Batman.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
George Clooney.
Well heard.
Mac, now you're just
actually-
crazy. I don't know what you laced your joint with that you're smoking, but now you're just smoking some.
No, you're right,
chips.
Marty. I think Michael Keaton did have a certain charisma about him.
Yeah,
right?
he did. He did. Yes,
But
he did.
but let's
was
let's
great.
compare him to all the other Batmans, right?
He was way better than fucking George Clooney and Val
Oh
Kilmer.
fuck yeah! Forget about George Clooney.
And
Fuck. He's
I don't know
like
how good my audio is, but
We can hear you.
I'm going to be heaps controversial, and I'm going to say Jack Nicholson was a better Joker than Heath Ledger.
Yep.
Yes,
Oh,
I would.
Yes, he was.
I would
Yep.
agree with you there.
Yep.
I would absolutely agree with that on technical.
I'll put Heath Ledger's Joker like Jack Nicholson, Heath Ledger.
Yeah.
Pretty pretty damn close. yeah, no. Please. And I like that about because the Joker was like crazy, and that Jack Nicholson's Joker was.
What about Christian Bale as Batman?
He was a good Batman, but he was not a good Bruce Wayne. You have to be able to play both of those characters, and
That's
you
true.
can't.
Well,
just,
but in the comics, was Bruce Wayne a charismatic kind of guy?
kinda.
Was he like
Little bit.
Michael?
It depends on which how early in the comics.
No, was he like Michael Keaton, like a charismatic, funny guy? You know, that could pick up any girl he wanted or whatever. You know.
It depends.
Depends
right?
on which
Like
era you're reading.
he goes through different phases, and he does whatever he needs to do to serve whatever purposes as Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne is Bruce Wayne is basically the character, and Batman is like the real thing. That's like the weird thing about Batman, the Batman Bruce Wayne situation.
But isn't the whole idea about Batman and Bruce Wayne is that he always gets the girl? That's every archetype.
Not really.
Not really.
Not really.
He never
That's
gets
every
the girl.
archetype. Look at Kim Basinger. I mean, Michael
Yeah,
Keaton.
but like
He falls in love with them and then loses them.
Michael Keaton got to kiss Kim Basinger. She was like my dream girl in the 80s.
No, wait. Technically, it's Basinger, not Basinger.
Okay, Basinger. Okay, fine. Whatever the fuck. Yeah, Wildheart.
Hey, it's their language.
Okay, Wildheart. Your language. It's Basinger, not Basinger.
I mean, they invented it.
Yeah, we invented speech, so we win.
I just wanted to point out too, Batman isn't that different in the fact that Batman is the real persona or personality and Bruce Wayne is the persona. I think it's like that with most superheroes. I mean, Superman is the real person and he hides as
Wait a minute.
Clark
Wait a
Kent.
minute. Who am I even talking to here? Who are you people? Are you the actual people I know?
You have a real
Well,
problem there.
Sammy, I've got my amplifier on loud. Sammy, please mute.
You have a mic problem there, 420 atheist.
Yeah.
There's something
Sorry,
going on with your
that
mic.
was actually hurting my ears. Yeah. Shiny, happy people holding hands.
You know what's going to
Fix
happen
it.
if you do that, right?
Huh?
Shiny, happy people.
Yeah, I
Yeah, I don't
Why'd
know.
you do that?
Like, if I was to say, like, I'm obviously a Batman fan, but if I was to
Sorry
say,
about that.
like, my favorite
No,
Superman would
Okay,
be New 52 Superman. To me, that version of Superman, like, embodies every ideal of what it means to be a hero, right? Not necessarily just about, being super strong and stuff like that, because there were parts of the story where he literally lost his power, and there were parts where he became too powerful, and he has to make some really tough decisions as a hero. But regardless of being depowered, he, instead of just giving up and moping, he went to his best friend, Batman, learned how to fight, and he's still, tried to be a hero despite not having all the powers and stuff like that, and still remaining positive and being a good influence.
Wait.
So that's the version of Superman that I like the most. That and Earth One Superman.
I love Earth One. I love that whole storyline.
It's a brilliant story. Superman is a brilliant story. I love it. He's an alien. He's an alien that comes to Earth.
Yeah, he literally is.
And gets superpowers.
Yeah.
Like that's a brilliant story. I mean, come on.
There's
cheating.
There's a theory that I heard that the whole Batman thing is Bruce Wayne just made all that up in his head. He's a patient in Arkham, and like he's Batman in his head, and like all the bad guys are the doctors that are trying to just trying to help him and drug him up, and that he just created Batman in his head in order to deal with being a patient in Arkham. And I'm like,
right.
I don't know if I like that. That's like the theory that I don't know if who's familiar with The Walking Dead, that like the whole Walking Dead thing is Rick Grimes' fever dream. And I'm like, I hope they don't. No, they're not doing that. But somebody like had that because of like, oh, is that how it's going to end? And the writer was like, we're ready. I'm telling you right now, that's not it. It's not Rick's fever dream.
Wait, Marty, are you saying that Batman is going to become part of the Matrix?
I mean, if this fan theory is true, he might already be. But I mean, honestly, I can almost kind of swing with that theory a little bit because Bruce Wayne went through some crap. Like, he saw his parents get murdered.
I can see a Neo and a Batman face off.
I find it super interesting. Go ahead, Wildard.
Sorry, can just say that I am going to go and join my own stream. That's been
Seems like a good idea.
Just so I can sing karaoke.
Oh, you want to sing? Hard. Okay, that's why.
But thank you, Richard, very much, and it's been great to see everyone in the hangout.
Bye,
have fun, brother. Yeah,
nice
thanks for
seeing you,
hanging out.
Bye, Wildheart.
Cheers.
I think it's super interesting
people.
how we can speak and be passionate and be serious about fan fiction in all of these characters. Then as soon as it becomes too serious that someone actually believes a thing, they can no longer look at it objectively.
Nah.
I mean, what if Jesus is nothing that you like?
Well, no, Richard, I have a question for you. So seeing that humans have a very vivid imagination about things, right? Is it really unlikely that they would create this archetypal figure, like for example, like a god, like for example, like Superman, or Batman, that could solve all the world's problems in an instant? Don't you think that's a natural progression of a human being's imagination?
And I'm supposing you don't actually hold this position, but you're just entertaining it?
Well, no, I don't hold a position. I am entertaining it, but I think there might be a really good basis for it. Because if you look at all the generations or all the civilizations, they had reverence among certain kind of human beings, right?
Sure.
Certain human beings were revered, and because of their they had either superior brain power, maybe they were progenies, musical talent, some kind of talent that they have, and they progress in society, right?
Right.
So then the normal human beings or the laymen or the peasants regarded these people as superhuman, right? Because of these chemical processes in their brain that gave them these abilities, right? So
in the case of like hyper intelligence, sure.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm saying that maybe the model these models of religions were crafted after these archetypal beings that demonstrated these superhuman abilities.
I can certainly see a tendency within humans to be the God makers. I can definitely see, yes, but I think it's actually a little bit more interesting than that. That we somehow have this necessity that we have to include something that we don't see in our natural realm to keep it out of our actual experience. Like that's part of it. Like, we don't want a physical hero to be like right beside us. We don't want that.
Well, I would account for people wanting a physical hero as something that's called anthropomorphization, right?
Okay.
They're taking these abstract ideas, and they're trying to bring it down to their level, and they anthropomorphizing it into their being, into their everyday life.
You mean ideals, right? Not ideas, like the ideal of infinite mercy or something like that, right?
Yeah, because when you're talking about an archetypal figure, say for
Yeah.
example, you create this figure in your philosophy or history, you're going to come up to what's called a perfect human being, right? Which is an archetypal figure.
Right.
So this perfect human being will instill these values of goodness, charity, and all this stuff, right? Everything that's associated with an all-powerful being, right? Which is an archetypal figure, right? So I think this is all made up by philosophers, and then eventually after that, theologians that established these archetypal beings and created myths or stories about them. Right?
Sounds like you're saying this whole process would even predate formal philosophy.
Yeah.
It would be just sort of kind of embedded in the consciousness of a developing, human, right?
Yes,
Like,
that's right.
Chronologically, it does outdate. It does, absolutely.
Well, because if you get a group of people together, say for example, you go out with your friends, right? Say you have a group of 5 friends, right? This is what Freud said. This is a Freudian philosophy. He said that these 5 friends will create a certain personality, right? It's almost this group creates a personality amongst themselves, and this personality will guide this group. They might do harm, they might do good, right? But this is what Freud said, is that this group, this group of people adopts a certain kind of personality, and that's what I think. What happened when humans came about is that they adopted this archetypal figure to guide them through life, right? Whether it be good or bad, doesn't matter. Do you know what I mean?
What's funny about that is you wouldn't want that guy standing beside you. I mean, let's say you're 5 foot.
But you don't know. You don't know who's standing beside you. You can't make prejudgments. You can't judge a person that's standing beside you.
That's not what I mean. I mean, you wouldn't want the archetype standing beside you.
yeah, you would know if it was God standing beside you, right?
How would you know that?
They'd be like luminous or something. They'd be obvious.
So even in just real terms, let's say I'm competing for a woman's attention, but my best friend is Arnold Schwarzenegger, and he's right there beside me, and he's like a multimillionaire. He's freaking gorgeous. He's built as hell. I mean, what do I got to offer? I don't want that guy as my wingman.
Yeah,
but he's Jordan Peterson just very recently talked about what you just talked about. How we guys will create our own, we'll kind of vote, as he put it, for our own archetypes so that we can help set that standard, and then women, they tend to kind of validate or invalidate the standards. And then we kind of gauge ourselves based on our own archetypes, like you're talking about.
Well, actually, I do agree with Jordan Peterson when it comes to that. I believe that men should clean their rooms, and they should pick up their socks and all that shit and become an archetypal figure, right? But that doesn't mean that they need to believe in a Jesus Christ or a God.
Well, they don't need
to.
but
I think that's just science. We only believe in God because he exists. Just like you would exist. We don't believe you exist because we meet you. So there's no other reason other than the fact that God's just a person that we know, just like you. So everything else, there's all kinds of imagination, right? Like you were saying, there's all kinds of heroes. I mentioned Nietzsche. He brought up Ubermensch, if you're familiar with that.
The Superman.
Yep,
No,
he's an atheist.
Ubermensch.
They all, it doesn't have to be theist versus atheist. It's just people do that. People do hero worship.
Yes, that's right. So that's what I'm saying. That when it comes down to it, that when it comes to the say the biblical description of Jesus, I think he was just another archetypal figure that became euhemerized. You know what euhemerization is?
We'd love the definition. Just the
Yeah,
same.
made to be a god.
Well, what do you think about the interesting fact that Jesus was kind of the anti-hero? He died. He sacrificed himself, and a lot of people like to think of heroes like soldiers. A lot of people consider law enforcement and soldiers as heroes and doctors. They put themselves through hardship for the benefit of others. So Jesus was kind of an anti-hero. Wouldn't he?
Right, but
Yeah.
don't you think that also conforms to the archetypal figure? Wouldn't
Yeah,
an
but he's not-
archetype, like say for example, would
He's more of a humble example,
Dionysus or would Zeus or whatever, or one of his minions sacrifice himself? Would they pay the ultimate penalty to save something in their life? Doesn't matter their family. It doesn't matter their friends.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
they do.
That's always a part of the story. Yeah.
Right. So I mean, that comes back to basically human consciousness, and what it comes to what it comes to you making a decision at the time, whether you want to save somebody's life or preserve your own life, right? That's but when it comes to the archetypal figure will always choose to save somebody else's life.
I wouldn't see Jesus as an anti-hero.
Yeah.
When I hear anti-hero,
But Jesus
Assembly
wanted
of
to save
God,
people's
you
lives,
went on for
right?
like 2.5 minutes. Let Marty finish a thought, please.
Let me just say this: didn't Jesus want to save people's lives?
Yeah, but that doesn't. So in the way of saving people's lives, he had his disciples which believed in him, so they were saved. So because they believed in him, they went to heaven. So technically, that doesn't make him an anti-hero because he did save people's lives. When I think of anti-hero, I think of like Archer or someone like Deadpool or something like that.
Yeah, that's
because they're heroes, but they kind of do crappy things to be heroes, and they're not happy about being heroes. I don't see Jesus in that same.
That's right. So I wouldn't say that Jesus was an anti-hero. You're right. Yeah, he was actually a hero.
Except there is one instance where he calls some woman a dog.
Yeah, that
dogs
was
back in the day were not like dog, like puppy. Like if you were a dog back in the day, you were like the lowest of the life forms.
But 420 atheists, you have to take that into context, though.
Yeah, it was the conversation that him and the lady was engaging in, and he,
because didn't this woman have like seven husbands before she met Jesus or something like that?
No, so what happened was basically she approached him to heal, or to save her daughter or kid, I should say, and Jesus kind of said, "No, I'm here for the lost children of Israel," I think. And then, she basically said, "Hey,
racist.
Huh?
Jesus was racist.
No, he was on a mission, and that's and he wanted to make that clear to her.
I don't really think that's satisfying. I don't think that's quite enough, actually.
Sorry,
I mean, fair enough.
For 420 atheists,
I mean, she did call him out. To be fair,
right group of people. Had you been from the right group of people, I would have had time for you.
yeah, I mean, he doesn't discriminate who he, in general, right? But apparently, at that particular point, he was focused on a particular mission when it comes to I guess, the lost children of Israel, because he's been mainly focused on the Gentiles, for example. And so,
So
at the end,
prejudice is okay as long as you're focused on a task.
I mean, not necessarily, because at the end of the day, she did basically call him out, and he did heal her child. She convinced him, and he got a different perspective, interestingly.
So why did he call her a dog?
Yeah, how do we justify the original perspective is the better question right now.
Yeah, so
I'll have to pull up the scripture and reread it, because I don't remember it verbatim.
It's real easy, guys. No, he only did that because it was the grammatical, ethnical. He wasn't calling her the dog. He was that was how people of her sect were referred to, and so he was referring to her how colloquially her culture was. Jesus himself, not only did he heal her, but he was very kind to her. He was trying to correct the record that she was basically, one of the reasons why.
But when you're using colloquial terms, if you're using
he
the
was saying that she was
colloquial
a sinner,
terms,
right?
hang on. If he uses the colloquial terms used to oppress those people, that is prejudice. If he
No, it's
used
the
the
exact
colloquial
opposite
term
of
that they
that.
call themselves, because I'm sure they didn't refer to themselves as dogs.
Oh, well, that's just the point. So he was doing the exact opposite.
So-
He was showing the counterculture, example that even though, their society refers to these people, as animals, whatever, he didn't. So he challenged that. He got her to think and got everybody that was listening to realize, wow, maybe, okay,
That's why I think some of the Bible or some of the Gospels are pure propaganda. It's to sway the people that read these stories into a certain direction when it comes to politics.
Nancy,
Right?
exact. I think atheist religious apologetics is the propaganda. So we could argue.
Atheists don't have religion.
Yes, they do. It's
No,
pure
they-
religion.
No.
You guys want me to mess up the party?
That's going to be a changed topic.
Oh,
Nope,
wait.
not going there yet.
No,
Not going there.
Whoa.
We're not done with the last one.
We just
and
went from
Assembly God, I'm
zero-
going to ask you. Assembly
we
God,
just-
I'm going to ask you to slow down just a tiny bit, maybe 5-10%. Okay.
We just went from 0 to 360 in like the span of 2 seconds.
Well, I tried
Let's
to.
go back.
Earlier, you guys asked me to help mess up your party, and that was my topic.
So wait, so you're saying that atheism is a religion?
Absolutely.
Nope.
It's a religious
Nope. I will kick you. We're going to stay to the topic till it's flushed out. Jesus calls her a dog. Till all the things are done explaining how that's reasonable.
So hold on.
Yeah. So what culture, if I could just try to get us back on track, what civilization was commonly referred to as a dog back then? I think that was the claim that was made, right?
I think that Jesus was referring to the Samaritans.
Yeah.
I think there was a Samaritan woman at the well.
She was a Canaanite.
Right? Yeah.
The Canaanite woman.
She was one of the most
Canaanite. Canaanite is not Samaritan.
Jewish enemies for centuries. Yeah.
Who said Canaanite?
Huh?
Who said Canaanite?
I did. The Bible did.
Canaanite is not Samaritan.
I know. She's worse than a Samaritan.
Oh my God.
So
Matthew 15, by the way.
So
is
Jesus
Rick Kellner.
called her a dog in sort of a expository way, like to sort of put emphasis on the poor way that they're normally referred to. Is that what you're saying?
It was a counterexample.
A counter.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, no, I'm gonna bolsify Joel's point right now because when this woman met Jesus at the well, right? She told Jesus a story that she was married to 7 husbands or something like that.
5.
And then she committed
She
so
didn't
much
tell
adultery.
him. He knew.
Huh?
That's how he convinced her he was God, was that he knew how many husbands she had. She didn't tell him.
I found it.
Right. So is that the reason why? Is that the reason
it.
why Jesus called her a dog?
I found it. Here.
Where is that, Marty?
Okay.
Matthew 15, 21 to 28.
Yes. Jesus encounters a Canaanite woman who begs him to cure her daughter. Jesus initially refuses her request by saying, Oh, hold on, my battery's low. By saying it is not right to take the child's bread and toss it to the dogs. It's not right to take the children's bread and toss it to the dogs. In Matthew 15:26, taken out of context and is essentially in English, it is easy to mistake this for an insult. In the flow of the story, however, it is clear that Jesus is creating a metaphor meant to explain the priorities of his ministry. He is also teaching an important lesson to his disciples. And then it goes on, blah, 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 blah. So, yes, he called a Canaanite woman. He didn't call a Canaanite woman a dog. He basically said, like, I'm here to do some other stuff right now, so your kid's not important.
At the same time, the rest of the story was that he was,
Oh my
he was
God.
allowing her.
That's even more
even
damning.
people that weren't of his ministry or
That's
their
even
faith
more damning than calling
were
her a
still
dog.
worthy of wanting to demonstrate God's love. And so just read the story. It's literally, I'll just read it. But Jesus gave her no reply, not even a word. Then his disciples urged him to send her away. Tell her to go away, they said. She is bothering us with her begging. Then Jesus said to the woman, I was sent only to help God's lost sheep, the people of Israel. But she came and worshipped him, pleading again, Lord, help me. Jesus responded, it isn't right to take food from the children and throw it to the dogs. She replied, that's true, Lord, but even dogs are allowed to eat the scraps that fall beneath the master's table. Dear woman, Jesus said to her, your faith is great. Your request is granted. And her daughter was instantly healed. So there was a point to all of that.
Wait, Marty, but what
Right.
version of the Bible were you reading?
I just read it off the. I just Googled.
Marty, I think you went to a Christian website or something.
No, I just Googled. The website was called Got Answers or something. I typed in Jesus.
It was a
Jesus
Christian
called
website,
woman a dog.
obviously.
But it basically, and from what I read from what I got from that paragraph, it was basically like Jesus telling the woman when he said that, I don't have time. Ain't nobody got time for that. I don't have time for your kid right now. I'm here for something. I'm busy. So
it's in the same exact context with the Roman commander. Same exact thing. The commander came to Jesus asking for him to help heal his servant.
My
Jesus was
issue
"You're a
is
Gentile."
that we've had to make a major assumption,
I'm getting interrupted a lot.
Sorry, continue.
No, if you don't want to care about the point, it's okay. I'm here to hopefully answer questions more than try to.
You kind of just made the same point a couple times, but anyway, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I thought you were winding up.
I was just trying to make the parallel that there was more than one time where Christ made it clear that God's love was not just for the Jews, the chosen people, as well as after, Jesus died and the disciples continued the ministry. Of course, Jesus, met Paul face to face to help him start the ministry to the Gentiles. So that was the larger point, is that he first came, his ministry was first to preach to the Jews, preach to his own people, and that was part of the prophecy, the Old Testament prophecy. His own people were going to reject him. So he proved all these miracles, he proved all these prophecies true, and they still murdered him for it. Still murdered him for blasphemy, calling himself God. And so all these other things that you guys are talking about, they're largely taken out of context on atheist, I call them church websites. It was just Jesus's point that even though he was fulfilling the first part of his prophecy to preach to his own people, God's love is still for everybody, including the Canaanites, including the Romans, including the Samaritans, including us.
But
that's the point.
I'm a little confused because we just went from it wasn't for the dogs to it is for the dogs.
Mm-hmm.
Or is it just the dogs have to wait for their turn?
So again,
because he has this other mission
prophecy
first, which all that says to me is it pushes the prejudice up a level to God.
No.
So
Again,
maybe Jesus isn't prejudiced, but God is.
Yeah, God can't be prejudiced because God created everybody, and the Bible says that everybody is all of the same race. We're all from the same person, the same family. We're all technically kissing cousins, I like to say. But no, the point was, again, that there was prophecies that had to be fulfilled. So Jesus was trying to fulfill that prophecy while at the same time showing the consistency of the overall message that God's love is for everybody.
Okay, so the overall message that Jesus wanted to present with this Canaanite woman, right, that needed help with her daughter, right?
Yes.
Was to actually be charitable and show love.
Well, again, it's multifaceted. He wanted to show that he's fulfilling the prophecy of prioritizing his people first, but still offering grace to the chosen people and the Jews and the Gentiles, which is the ultimate ending or story of Christianity.
Okay, so
First for the Jews, second for the Gentile.
So the Canaanites were basically considered a low-class person, right?
Well, it depends on who you ask.
It depends on who. Yeah.
No, the Canaanites were low-class. The Israelites were high-class.
No, there was plenty of low-class Israelites. That's not true.
The Israelites were God's chosen people, wasn't it?
Right, but you're saying like a social, societal class level. That's a false dichotomy. They were low-level Israelites.
So there were no peasants in the in that land.
Of course there were. I don't know why that's a question.
Well, are they low class?
I guess, but they're not distinguished by Canaanites versus non-Canaanites or Jews.
Yeah, they didn't. The Canaanites or Gentiles. They were it just basically means non-Jewish person that lives in that.
Okay, but they
The
did have a
Romans were treated
social.
as royalty. So yeah.
But they did have a social hierarchy, right?
I think this is more about a belief status than a social or economic status.
Yeah. Yeah,
You
and
know,
as
like-
far as Christianity
Yeah.
is concerned, it was about prophecies. Right.
Wait, but they did have a hierarchy, right? Did they?
I mean,
If there
every
was, it was
society has
superficial.
a hierarchy.
Yeah, it was
I mean,
superficial. It's not important for the point. There's no prejudice. It's the idea.
What?
I mean, that's
Then
an
why-
atheistic apologetics point that there was something to do with prejudice. That is not the case.
Wait,
That's an old
but
lie.
Jesus, but Jesus, in his all-loving goodness and his grace, is anti-hierarchical. He doesn't regard people as being from different hierarchies, right?
Well, not only that, he literally says the greatest will be the least, and the least will be the greatest.
So why is Israel the chosen race?
It's just part of the prophecy, and so.
But so you're saying it's completely arbitrary.
I mean,
it's
they-
not. It's just a different part of the story.
prophecy.
So the Old Testament is like 300 plus prophecies. I'm sure Richard would love to go into more detail with it.
Oh,
But,
yes.
I've been waiting. Actually, it's
But
killing
the
me.
point is that Jesus came to earth not just to spread the gospel, but to fulfill those prophecies. So there's multifaceted mission stuff going on here. It's got nothing to do with what atheists wish it to be. It's completely
Okay,
different.
No, see, we have to
Switching gears.
We have to
Go ahead, Sammy,
pre-assume
sorry.
these. Your problem, and you can say, "Oh, atheist, this and that," is we don't pre-assume that these prophecies had to be fulfilled. That's where the whole thing falls down.
Well, that's right. That's
Your
the problem.
explanation for my perceived prejudice is, oh, it's just fulfilling prophecies. They're the chosen ones. They're not above anyone, but they're chosen. But they go first, but they're not above anyone. But everyone else has to wait.
So
Do you
what do
see
you
how
mean?
it's just round and round? It's circular reasoning, and
Well,
I
no.
can't see.
They're chosen as far as how the prophecy was to be fulfilled, but still, if the Gentiles were not on the same level, then they wouldn't have received the gifts, and they do.
On the
They do.
same
time
level.
out.
What?
Quick time
What
out.
does this?
Peace
What does
and
the same
respect.
level mean?
Galatians
Quick time
3:28.
out.
There's no longer Jew or Gentile, male or female, slave or free. You're all one. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Time out. Peace and respect. Midnight Sparkle.
Hello.
So didn't Jesus get rid of hierarchies?
Midnight sparkles.
Oh, Dean Batman. Yeah,
Yeah,
how
so
you doing,
atheists,
Richard?
they presuppose prejudice when it was just about fulfilling prophecy, really. So
But you think Jesus was prejudiced?
no, only atheists do.
Only atheists think that Jesus was prejudiced.
Yes, that's why the whole topic and point was brought up.
So Jesus is all loving?
Yes, but he's also full of justice. So
Wait. That's not a good answer.
That's
I
how
don't-
Einstein
you
answered it. I
said
love it.
you said yes, but
Okay.
I don't like that answer.
Well, that's personal incredulity.
Wait a second. That means that Jesus is not perfect.
No, it doesn't.
Because if you say yes, when I ask you the question, is Jesus perfect, and you go yes, but there's a
Okay,
but
we're
there.
going to
That
get
means
to
that Jesus
we're
is not
going
perfect.
to address that, but we're not ready to change topics yet.
Right?
Because some people have been waiting for everyone to speak first out of politeness because he's the host of the channel, which means I'm going to take over and talk now. That's what that means. Okay, and we'll get to that, guys. We'll get to that. Okay, remember, Sammy, I think everything that you said is reasonable, that it's not a very satisfying answer that you've been given so far. I do not fundamentally disagree with anything that anyone said. However, there's a little bit more context to be understood here that I think clarifies and justifies the entirety of the thing. And that is this, even where people disagree with me. And that's fine. We'll talk about why you disagree. Jesus, described as the two witnesses, does his job during end times. It's near the end of his testimony, or the last 3.5 years of end times, that this woman shows up. This is getting very close to the crucifixion. What does that mean in real terms? It means that she saw the 7 signs of the announcing miracles. She met angels. Heaven is in the sky in the present moment. And she's about 6 years into 7, somewhere like that. Now, she has already received evidence that probably convinced 80% of the population of the reality of the new paradigm in their personal experience, and she still hasn't accepted it. Is that cause for diminishing a person in that scenario just to test them to see if they're serious? Because bear in mind, the earth is falling apart, and some people want to get the hell out no matter what it takes. And they don't believe that any of this is exactly what Jesus has been saying.
So is a question more so about the lady's intention clashing with Jesus's mission? Is
Her
that
intention
more
clashing with it? No. His mission is to fulfill the Father's wishes, which is that all be saved. That's his intention.
Well, Richard, you mentioned something about the number 7. Like, she had 7 husbands, right?
Yeah, no. That's not coincidental.
Wait. Well, so you said something about 7. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, she'd seen the 7 signs of end times.
She what? She did what?
She had seen the 7 announcing miracles years ago.
I want to clarify that real quick,
7
guys.
announcing miracles.
Yes.
You might be confusing the Samaritan woman who had 5 husbands with the Canaanite woman. That wasn't about anything to do with 7. I don't know where the 7 comes from, other than the 7-year prophecy stuff.
Yeah, I didn't see that in that story, but I don't think it's a point worth arguing right now.
I agree.
Okay, maybe it's 5 husbands. I might be wrong.
The woman at the well had 5 husbands.
There's still a lot of
Can
husbands.
I clarify, Richard? Is there any significance to her having 5 husbands? I mean, most patriarchs throughout the Bible had multiple wives, so I don't see the issue.
Joel is right. That's 2 separate stories.
And there is a significance in the Christian, the terminology, but it's a different point entirely.
Yeah. Peace and respect and welcome, Pixie Wings.
Hello.
Thank you.
Hi, Pixie.
It's you too. I was just wondering, the whole his people argument, right? Would a better Christian argument not be that his people already worshipped the Abrahamic God and therefore had a better religious foundation to accept Jesus before spreading the word to the Gentiles?
No.
Assembly of God goes first. Go ahead.
So yeah, I would definitely agree with you that God's chosen people would have a very solid doctrine or a solid foundation in order for them to spread their foundation or to build upon that foundation with their word to other nations, right? So yes, I would agree with that. So because this is God's chosen people after all, right?
Right. But isn't partly the reason they're chosen because they kept to the Abrahamic God and they kept to the traditions demanded by the Abrahamic God?
No.
So who's
So
the
that-
Abrahamic God? Is that Yahweh?
Right.
Is it Jesus?
Well, they stuck to the traditions of Abraham, and Abraham worshipped Yahweh, right? So because they stuck to these traditions, they would have a better foundation for receiving the Jesus figure before they tried to spread the message to the Gentiles. And perhaps that is why he focused himself there and let his apostles spread the word further.
Okay,
Exact
so then was Yahweh when Yahweh was telling Jesus when Yahweh is telling Abraham to sacrifice his child on the altar, was that Jesus?
What do you mean? When Yahweh was telling him that? No, that's what I'm saying. Like, despite the tests that God put Abraham and his lineage through, right? If I'm not even a Christian, so bear with me here.
Yeah.
If I'm reading the Bible as a traditional Christian would, right? Despite the tests that God put Abraham and his descendants through, they kept to their covenant with God, right? So that you could argue that Gentiles had separated themselves from that, right? They had other gods, they had other whatever, and we can argue Canaanites did too. That's neither here nor there. But if this lineage kept the covenant with the Abrahamic God, right? They did not stray no matter how they were tested, then they had a better foundation to receive Jesus as the prophecy of that Abrahamic God. So then it would follow that he would spend time with the people who were ready to receive the message and then let the message be carried forward without it being classist or racist.
I mean, it's my turn,
so
Richard.
so when you say Gentiles, do you mean pagans?
Gentiles were just anyone other than God's chosen people, right?
Right, exactly.
Right, exactly. So he focused, it would make sense that Jesus would focus on the people ready to receive him and then let them spread the message.
Right. So what do Christians think pagans are today?
Devil worshipping, baby eating
Heathens?
lunatics. As a pagan, I can attest to that.
They think I'm amoral.
That's
They
good.
think, they think I'm amoral without morals.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
Right, so
Christians claim
what
that
is-
everybody is the same. You guys got
I know it's killing you,
everything
Joel.
wrong.
I love you, Joel.
So what has
I know
changed?
it's killing you.
So what has changed since 2,000 years ago up until today, where Christians still think that anybody that's a non-Christian is a pagan?
Well, it also depends on the denomination, right? You have evangelicals who, yeah, while they're inadvertently Satan worshipers or whatever, they're still out there preaching and evangelizing because they see it as their duty to carry the message forward to the Gentiles to save as many souls as possible. What I am saying is why if we're reading the Bible in the time and the culture from which traditional Christianity thinks it comes from, right? So why would we not think it logical? I mean, if he just went straight to the Gentiles, that would be a mess, right? Like they wouldn't even understand what he was talking about. So why would it not make sense that he would go to the people who kept their covenant with the Abrahamic God, focus on them and teaching them, and then letting them teach the Gentiles?
Wait a second, but you are being prejudiced right now.
I'm not.
Yes, you are, because why? You said why would he not go to the pagans or the Gentiles as opposed to the chosen people? Right?
I'm not saying it as in a racist term. I'm saying it because the Gentiles, right, did not keep to the Abrahamic gods. They didn't keep to the same covenants, the same laws, the same traditions. Therefore, the concept of these prophecies would not only be foreign to them, but a lot of the covenant would be foreign to them. It wouldn't be as readily accepted, right? So it would be.
But that's a prejudice. That's prejudice, though.
Okay, Assembly of God, that was your last response. Moving on to Joel.
Okay, all right.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I apologize. It's the exact opposite. I started typing it in text for you guys. So the Jews did not faithfully obey the Abrahamic God. In fact, God divorced Israel, Jeremiah 3:8, because of he called it their adultery, both Jordan and Israel. So no, the Old Testament is full of examples of how everybody's a sinner. no matter how Jewish or non-Jewish you are. And
Well,
Jesus just made that point.
I
I'm sorry?
understand that. I understand that. But like the Abrahamic traditions had allowances for that, right? If you inadvertently sin, you slaughter this animal, and if you on purpose sin, you slaughter that animal, and if you're a higher person in society and you sin, you got to slaughter a different kind of animal. And like, so it just because they were sinning didn't mean that they still didn't have some understanding of the Abrahamic God that a lot of Gentiles wouldn't.
Wrong. No, they had scapegoating, but that didn't absolve their sin necessarily. But regardless, the point was that they weren't God's chosen people because they chose God, as you were asking. They were only his chosen people because God chose them. And the point was that even the people God wanted to choose and set apart from the rest of the nations, even they rebelled, even they lied, even they broke all of his laws. And when Jesus came in the flesh, when God came to earth in the flesh, he literally proved, even you Jews, even all these prophecies that where God was going to set these people apart and choose them ahead of all these other people, even you rejected your own God. They murdered their own God. And so he fulfilled all these promises, all these prophecies that he gave to his own prophets for all those millennia. He fulfilled all of those while still proving how wrong they all are and how all of us are, not just the Jews. And that was the whole point, was that no matter how righteous you think you are, whether you're Jewish or not, or Christian or whatever, you still need God. You need God's grace. There's nothing that you can do to just claim that you're going to be good enough or self-righteous enough or whatever. It's the exact opposite of all other religions ever conceived. And so Jesus was making that.
While that's fair, well, no, I completely understand what you're saying. And while that's fair, let me refine my argument. It's not that all the Jews would be able to better receive him, right? Not all of them, but that's where he always found the people to save. It's like before the Great Flood, right? Like, yeah, a lot of Jews had strayed and broken the covenant or whatever, but that one family he deemed worthy of saving was from what? The Jews. So you carry that forward. So I'm not saying all Jewish people kept the covenant, but why would it not be more likely that that group of people would be the people in which he found the people needed to carry it forward?
Right. So what Pixie is saying is that why is God playing favoritism?
So even that point was false.
That's favoritism,
God
though.
spared Noah because Noah was good. Noah and his family were not perfect. They spared themselves. God told everybody, not just Noah, hey, there's going to be a flood, build a boat. And Noah spent who knows how many years or decades trying to convince his neighbors, hey, help me build this boat so we avoid God's wrath. And they all laughed and mocked at him. Noah was only saved because he was obedient, not because he was good. And the Bible makes that clear.
I don't know. The Bible says that Noah's family was pure. Noah's family was pure.
God, no, because even after the flood, they sinned.
But hold on, if Noah wasn't good, why was he chosen?
It wasn't that he was perfect or good or anything. He didn't deserve it.
I didn't say perfect. I said that God said that he was pure.
I think God is playing favoritism, man.
And his obedience makes us pure, but that doesn't. We're not. He didn't perfectly obey God. He still sinned before, during, and after the flood.
I didn't say he didn't sin. I never said anyone was perfect. I said
that's what I heard you say.
No, I said if they kept more closely to the traditions that Jesus was going to build off of, why would he not find people who would understand and build and be able to carry it forward with better understanding from those people than from people who these concepts were completely foreign to? Not that these people were perfect, right?
Well, when you
but
read
that
it,
they
you
had
find
a
out that
foundation in their beliefs.
When you read it,
that
you find
made
out
them-
that they were all wrong. The people that Jesus chewed out the most were the religious Jewish leaders, the ones who.
I'm not
supposedly
talking
were
about the
setting
religious
standard,
Jewish leaders.
The one
Who was-
teaching,
who
the one
was
teaching
tall?
the community. Excuse me, the ones teaching the community, the ones that were setting the standards, the rabbis and the highest, whatever you call it, class of citizens within the nation. They were the most wrong.
Yeah, but
That
you're
was the
straw
point.
manning my argument right now. I'm not
I'm trying to
saying that these
just talk
people were
about-
perfect. I'm not saying they were pure. I'm not saying every one of them kept
Yes,
to the
you
covenant
did.
of God. No, I didn't. I said They kept basic traditions and understandings of the Abrahamic God that
irrelevant.
other cultures did not have. Why
So,
would it
again,
not be easier
I'm
to
sorry.
convey
Hold on,
that
Joel.
message
Slow down a
and
little bit.
find
All
a
of that is
handful of
irrelevant.
people?
That is all irrelevant. They all sinned. They all broke the traditions. There's
That's
no.
not what it.
It
Yes,
doesn't
they
matter
broke
if
the traditions, but they knew the traditions.
no,
They had a
they did not.
foundation.
They created false traditions. And it doesn't matter if you do 99% of the things correct. That 1% makes you a sinner. That was the point. You're not. It's not that I'm strawmanning you. You're
No, you
inventing
are,
things
because
that are
you're
not
saying these
relevant.
people were
Excuse
perfect.
me.
You're saying
You're
that this
interrupting me
person was
so
holy. That is
badly.
not what I said, and it had
All right,
nothing to do
guys.
with what I
That is
said.
Guys, I'm going to
irrelevant.
handle
What
this
you're
one
saying
way or
This
the
is getting
other.
out of
is
hand.
not
This is
part
getting
of
out
the
of hand.
Guys,
Bible.
Okay,
You are
Pixie, relax,
interpreting
guys.
things that do not
I
exist.
love your
Relax.
passion. You have to stop. Thank you
Yeah.
very much.
Let's
Just
get a
listen.
grounding
Okay,
here.
I think I don't need your help, Assembly. I think that we have
Okay, fine.
a situation where you guys are not understanding each other very well and talking
agree.
past each other, and you're not really addressing each other's issues.
That's exactly
And
true.
I would ask Pixie, would you state your case in the positive and affirmative instead of including a negative in the statement?
Or can we give each other feedback?
Richard, can you put a timer on the screen or something like that so we can time them?
I don't need your help, Assembly. Thank you so much for the suggestion. Pixie,
Okay.
would you state your case in the positive?
Yeah, can I take it out of the biblical realm to make it make more sense, maybe?
That would be
Not
okay
if you
too,
want to
yeah.
stay in the context of the biblical
Okay,
story.
so if
We'll
I
go back
have
to it.
You'll be
Okay.
making up your own story.
No, I'm not. And you wouldn't know that because I haven't even begun yet.
You just said you want to take it out of the Bible. And go ahead.
Just
Joe.
let us be.
Or I can make it a little bit more relatable so everybody can understand what everybody's trying to say. So that's probably what you're trying to do, Joel. It can be applied. You can apply it to
It's called metaphors. Okay,
Yeah,
they're useful tools.
That's the word I was trying to think of, Pixie.
Okay,
Right.
so
Are
if
we talking about the Bible or are we talking about
if I
history?
am an English teacher, right? I teach English. That's what I do. And there's people who speak English clearly, and then there's a bunch of people who speak Spanish, right?
So what you're wanting to do is
Would
you
it
want to speak
not
out-
be
you want to speak
easier?
a different language than the Bible is what you're telling us.
No. Let her finish. You'll get
Wait.
you'll get what she's saying.
Why is Joel interrupting?
Would it not be easier for me to, let's say, explain an assignment to the people speaking English, right? And then some of them may get it, some of them may not, but those few who really get it, who really understand all the core concepts of this, right? Who can also relate, who can also speak Spanish, or who can also relate to the people speaking Spanish, would it not be easier for me to speak to the English speaking people, get as many of these concepts across as I can, right? And then let them carry it to the Spanish speaking people and speak to them in a way that they would understand, right? Would that not be easier than me jumping in and being like, okay, Spanish first, let's go. I'm going to try my hand at this. Because they don't have, there's that barrier there. There's not the same foundation to build off of.
I think that was pretty clear. Joel, do you want to respond? Joel, you're muted if you're trying to respond.
Joel, you're muted.
No, I was putting food away, but I did hear you, Pixie. Thank you. Yeah, no, I understand, and I think that's a common misconception even for even Christians today, much less Jews, is that or anybody actually in general, is that the language that you're wanting to try to communicate properly was so lost, was so broken that even the people you're thinking, had favored, that were quote unquote chosen by God, even they could not understand that language. People try to invent their own religion, their own languages. People, like Assembly put it earlier, anthropomorphize God. Even the Jews of Jesus's own day, they tried to create their own God, their own version of him, really. And so Jesus came to literally not only correct the record, but fulfill all of his own prophecies, that, things like how God would be bruised, the Jews had no clue what that meant. He proved all that. He proved that, That God always keeps his promises, for one, but that even his own people could not understand him was the point. So that all of us could hope to understand him. And he set the standard himself, because all of the Jews failed. They all failed miserably. He set the standard. He showed us the examples. And so now we have God himself to look to know what God wants. God came personally to talk about it. So yeah, so I understand what you're trying to convey, and I really appreciate it. But the point was that even the Jews did not know God. They didn't know anything. What they thought they knew was wrong, literally.
Well, I understand that the same way the English students, and here's where you're losing me. I understand you mostly. I'm gonna have you expand a little bit, but I'm gonna stick with my English thing because that seems to be going better, right?
Okay.
So, right, when I get to class, the English speaking people, they don't understand the lesson. They don't understand what I'm teaching. I have to bring them to understanding. But because we have a common base, there's one or two in that whole class, right, that may really latch on and be like, oh, I get it. And now I can go convey it. Not that all my English speakers are going to get it. And not that it's not going to be a lot of re-education to get them to get it, right? The few who do get it. But would it not be more likely, having the same foundation, that the few people who will get it and be able to carry it forward or be able to teach the lessons on my behalf, would it not be more than likely be from the people that have some level of
understanding,
sameness in the foundation with me?
Yeah, you'd like to think so, but that's the thing. That's the beauty, I guess, or the mystery even of the Bible, is that it was not the case. Which, by the way, real quick, I really appreciate what you're doing. My youngest daughter, she's also teaching English as a second language. She's in the Philippines today, and she's teaching the Filipino and Chinese English, mostly young children. So you guys, I really love that y'all are doing that. But
so if I understand you correctly, you're saying that it could have just as likely been picked up by a Gentile as easily as it could have been a Jew without that foundation.
Absolutely, yeah. Not only just as likely as you put it. So again, the Jews got everything wrong, and so a few Jews and the Canaanites and the Samaritans and the Romans, all of the Gentiles also got it right. That's what the whole point was with the Canaanite lady. She got it. She understood. The Roman soldier, he understood. All you have to have is faith. And when they went to Jesus, here's Jesus surrounded by his own people, his chosen people. They didn't get it, especially like at the lake where he was given the 5,000, the fish and the bread. They completely thought he was there just as a physical thing. They failed. All of the prophecies, all of the traditions, everything that they had been taught in their prophets, they did not know. They did not understand. They made their own religion. And so
the argument would make more sense if I completely flipped it and I said, because they had no impeding thoughts about the prophecies, they would actually be quicker to pick up the sentiment, and therefore he had to spend more time with his people because there was more presuppositions to overcome.
Again, us humans, we'd like to think so, because that does make some common sense, but in reality, it did not. In reality, he fulfilled the prophecies that his own people will reject him. It was to prove a point. The foolishness of God, is or the wisdom of man is foolishness to God, that kind of thing. The whole idea of everything that the Abrahamic traditions and prophecies and everything stood for, they did not understand, and they needed nobody would understand, not even us Gentiles, until God came and showed us basically verbatim or in person. Now we can try to understand. Now we can hope to understand.
I'm confused, Joel. It sounds like you're agreeing with the second statement, the most recent statement by Pixie, but not directly saying you agree, or maybe you're arguing I can't figure it out.
I'm saying that it sounds like we wish it would seem plausible that yes, that since they were more steeped in those traditions, they would get it first. But the reality is they didn't.
Well, the last statement was clean slate would be better.
Clean slate would be better, and more presuppositions created more obstacles to get over.
Yeah, I think that would be on an individual basis. I don't know whether
that's fair.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Odian, I want to come back to you. Sammy was holding up his hand till his arm got exhausted.
Shut
Do
up.
you want to say something? Sam, do you remember what it was still? I'm going to take that as a no.
Nah.
Okay, but maybe it'll come back. If it comes back, let us know, okay? Odian, did you want to? Pixie, do you still have the energy?
No, I got what Pixie was saying. I was actually going to use the same analogy to but she did a good job breaking it down. In terms of what she was just trying to convey. But
And
I
I'm
do
sorry.
get the other point in that it really the culture associated doesn't really matter in the grander scheme of things. So that's the position that what's his name is taking.
Yes. And I apologize for getting frustrated. I was more frustrated I wasn't communicating effectively.
You better be.
No, we got your point, Pixie. we got your point. We got your point.
And any non-theists or philosophical theists want to come in on it? Anyone at all?
Well, and real quick, if I may, just to further diffuse that, I made the caveat that may have been missed that even we Christians often don't understand this that well. It's very difficult. There's a lot of sermons on these.
Okay.
Marty, you have any thoughts on that you'd like to add?
I'm not a big fan of sin in general. I don't think sin is a thing. I don't see sin. I don't see people as sinners. I don't see, I don't like people, and when I say that, I say it kind of flippantly, but that's because I waited tables for 20 years, and I work in animal rescue, so I see some crappy people, and I've seen crappy people. But in general, I mean, I don't. The idea of sin, I can't wrap my head around. I don't see that. I don't.
Okay.
I don't get it. I don't understand the concept of sin.
Midnight fell asleep.
No,
Go ahead.
sorry. Not really.
Midnight, you were asked to talk and you don't talk.
That's okay. No, it's not a pressure thing.
When you are not to ask to talk, you talk.
It's so rude.
Hey, ass! Stop being an ass.
Hey, I'm an ass to you.
I'm good,
You
thanks,
guys
Richard.
know each other. We can continue the personal fight later. Krishna, do you have anything to add?
No, I've been kind of preoccupied putting things away and doing this and that, so I've got that all done, and maybe I'll be able to join more in the next round.
Let's say that Jesus did his job, which is generally correct everybody. I love South Park, where Jesus comes up to the microphone at the podium and goes, I want you all to know that you're just wrong about everything.
Perfect.
That's paraphrasing. That's generally how it went.
That was
but that
basically my
is what he
entire
does.
point.
That's pretty true to the story.
Well, let's hope.
Okay.
Let's hope that Jesus actually does that when he comes back.
That's what he did.
I'm sure
that was
it will
my whole
get
point,
done.
guys. When Jesus came the first time, he told everybody, including the Jews, "You're all wrong."
Well, it will be nice if he comes back in my lifetime and says that, and I can actually see it live on TV. Hey, we're live at the White House where apparently Jesus is real. Didn't think that was possible,
That would
but
be
here I
amazing.
am.
That's not the way the story goes, unfortunately. The 7 announcing miracles would knock out your TV, your internet.
Convenient. That's
That'll all be
convenient,
gone.
Richard.
Sorry.
Well,
it's going to be personal. But Jesus' whole job to correct the old paradigm and push people to coax them forward, to prod them forward into the new situation. That's what he does. And it's really universal. Now, the rewards to the Father, because the Father's been working at it a lot longer than Jesus. So Jesus's main job is to get the stray sheep, right, of Israel. But when he's not doing that, he defers to his own, not the Father's will, his own will to bring people to heaven. In which case it gets very specialized, and I guess that, I don't know, does that make sense to anybody besides me?
So Richard,
Yes.
so is Jesus then a separate entity of God?
As far as I can tell, in the book of Revelation, where the one speaking is Jesus, and he says, I will give to him who overcomes, that's singular, on purpose, I'm sure.
No, because you just said that God gives the power to
Okay, so
Jesus.
I'm not allowed to answer your questions, or I am. One of the two.
Okay, fine. Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
And he says, to whom overcomes, I will give as my Father gave to me. That means same rewards. Okay. Further, Jesus being quoted in the Gospels says, I am doing what I saw my Father doing. Well, does that mean Jesus is sitting on a throne in heaven? No, it doesn't. It means he saw his Father doing the job of Jesus. This is a lineage, a repeat occurrence of something like human on earth. Not a one-time deal.
Okay, so you don't believe in the Trinity then?
I believe in the Trinity, and well beyond it, in both regression and progress of time.
I can help if you'd like to, Richard.
Yeah, but you just named 2 verses where the Trinity was not applicable to those verses.
I'm sorry. What do you mean the Trinity is not
You
applicable in some
said
verses
Father
of the Bible? What does that
Father,
mean?
No, you said Father gave instructions to the Son, which is Jesus.
Yes.
Right?
But he also referred to his Father in the same statement. So the Father is saying, I have a Father.
So the Trinity, as far as I understand it, is the concept that the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost are different expressions of one being rather than separate beings.
Just
so
like
by
you are.
separating Jesus from God into 2 beings, it wouldn't be the Trinity.
Yeah.
Not necessarily. So we're all of us, including you atheists, are body, spirit, and soul, just like God. We're all made in His image.
Wait. So you said body, spirit, and soul.
Your mind speaks through your body. It's one person.
Okay,
have a
so
spirit.
you mean when you say body, spirit, and soul, you mean body, soul, mind, and spirit. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Body, soul, and spirit.
You're kind of repeating yourself in that biblically.
You're made in God's image. God's also body, mind, and spirit.
No, I just want to be clear because you're saying that the soul and the mind is one thing, right?
Well, it's different parts of one thing. Yes, you have a mind, you have decision skills, you have basically your soul, and then you have a spirit, which is a spiritual aspect of your being, and then you have a body, which is in science and like quantum physics, for example, we have what's called a coherent versus a decoherent side of reality. Your spirit is what relates with the decoherent side. Your soul is your body, is the coherent side, and then your soul/mind is your consciousness.
Wait,
Where's Leo when you need him?
Wait. So is the body part of the mind, part of the brain?
Quick clarifying thing for Assembly with God and Joel.
Sure.
Ruach, the thing that breathes, sometimes called soul in the text.
The life.
A physical life, a soul. When it says soul, it means the thing that wears clothing.
Yep.
So our body is a temple. But I don't think.
By the way, Richard, nice suit.
Thank
you. Comment on
Right,
that.
but I have a mind, body, and a soul, and I have a kid. Right?
No, but
is my kid
Joe,
me or not me?
Joe, I don't think it's a
bit of
trinity.
both, actually.
I think it's duality because you have. I think the soul and the mind is one thing.
Sure.
Right.
Agreed.
So
So
that
it's decision skills. It's your heuristic layers. I'm an AI programmer, so there's all kinds of parallels you can make.
Marty's been
But yeah,
really quiet.
but then-
Marty
but then
wants to
that-
say something on this.
but
Try
then-
not to make
Please
Skynet.
allow.
Yes.
But that then totally debunks the Trinity.
Would you guys
because
please
say
allow, or
It
I'll
does not.
kick you?
Real quick,
What?
I just had a quick Midnight Sparkle. Your kid is not you and not you.
That was sorry.
Yeah, your
Yes,
kid.
Pixie.
Well,
Yeah.
okay,
No,
what I mean,
she said, "I have a kid. Is that kid me?" And Menace Burgle says, "Well,
right?
no,
But
no, your kid is
do you
not.
get what? You know what? Moving on.
Your
Whatever.
kid is not.
Well,
Your kid is
Your
not
kid is
you.
right. Your
That's
kid is
right.
a separate entity to you. It's not you and you at the not you at the same time. It's a separate entity to you.
And
You're
I
two
could
different
share
people.
another analogy with
Yeah, but
that as a matter of fact as well.
but what did you say that your kid shares half of your DNA?
But
Well,
that
no,
doesn't
yeah,
make
guys?
it you. That
your
doesn't make
kid.
her kid
Clarify
you.
with
No, your
another
kid might
analogy.
have certain traits of you. They might
But
have
they're not
Hello?
certain
right.
kind of mannerisms that
I
you
think
have.
that's well fleshed
That's what
out.
I
Let's go
literally
back
You
to
want
meant.
an
Assembly of
answer,
God
or
and
do you
Joel.
But they're not
want to
Guys,
you.
let's go back.
speculate about things
Let's go back to
randomly?
Assembly of God and Joel and let them hammer that out.
I just wanted to share a similar analogy with that topic, with what Pixie and Marty are talking about. For all of us here that are parents, we have that experience level maybe that people who haven't had children yet might not have, where we often, especially when our children are very young and rebellious, we have to kind of role play. We have to teach our children through example. And so that's, I think, a good parallel as well with God the Father and God, the Son, is that even though they're the same person, technically, God is literally trying to show and teach us his children who we're not God. So, God is God, we're the children. But he's trying to show us by direct example. So like when I've taught my children literally by saying, okay, so and so repeat after me, and I would speak about myself in the first person to show them a direct example. And it's very annoying, and God's far more gracious at it than I am, but you get the point, right?
Yes, but can I get one more point of clarification for that? In the
Can
Garden of
I respond to that quickly?
Well,
Because
I think
Joel,
beat you to it. Yeah.
Because Joel, you just contradicted yourself.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
he didn't.
Well, you said
that's why I want him to further expand
you said
on
that
it.
you have to teach your kids how to behave like you, or to do the things you want to do.
How we wished to behave.
But doesn't God say that these things are inherent in kids, that they're born with God written on their heart?
But they're also born with a sinful nature. So,
exactly.
But okay, so
wait
in
a
the
second.
garden.
So wait, I don't agree with the sinful nature thing.
Okay,
well,
we're
Pixie
going to
was
flesh that out
asked
next.
something about Garden of Eden.
No, in the Garden
flesh
of
out nature
Gethsemane, right?
Okay.
When he's praying before the crucifixion,
right?
He says, "Let this pass me, let it pass over me, if at all possible, basically, but thy will be done."
No, he said, "Let this cup pass from me."
Right.
Another
He said
perfect
cup.
example, and he had 3 of his disciples with him to help witness that. For that reason, is that
Right. So is he separate, or is he still a piece of God?
he's still God, and the reason why he did that, with my understanding of what God's taught me over the years, is that there's been many, many things in my own life that I wished he'd pass the cup from. And so God gave us a direct example of how he wished for us to act in those kind of situations. So whenever I feel, there's something going on in my life that I really wish God would spare me from, I instantly remember the example that God put himself through to teach us.
So that was more just speaking out loud like you would do
Yes.
for your kids.
Exactly. His entire ministry, his entire life here. That was to fulfill prophecy.
It's a
tell everybody they were wrong
pantomime.
and to show us how to
let
be.
me ask you a question, Joel, regarding that. Like, so when you're faced with that situation where you have to choose whether to accept a cup or not to accept a cup, right?
I wish I could choose. Go ahead.
What do you think the most logical thing to do if you are a God believer? What do you think the most logical thing to do is?
It depends on the situation. What are you trying to
What?
ask?
That doesn't depend on the situation. He's God. God can change the situation. So that means you always have to accept a cup, no matter what.
Well, that's why I kind of laughed. If you heard me say, it's like, yeah, I wish I could choose, but still,
You
it's
have
an
to accept the
emotional
cup.
thing. It's still
Well, in
something
his-
you have to go through.
In
but
his
Jesus-
example,
but
he was
but
in his example, he was always going to accept the cup. He was
Exactly.
simply speaking in a way that provided an example for the people witnessing it.
No,
I'm
but
sure
even
you guys
Jesus
have all
had
gone through
doubt.
something. You guys have
Even
all gone
Jesus
through some
had
trial
doubt.
you wish you didn't have to go through. So God taught us directly how he wishes us to react in those situations.
But
It's as
no,
simple
but
as that.
even Jesus had doubt whether to accept the cup or not.
No, he didn't.
He
No,
had
he knew
doubts.
exactly what was
He
going to
asked
happen.
God.
He
He
already,
said,
he already told his
said,
own disciples it was
no,
going to happen. He was just showing us an example of how to deal
he
with stress.
I got
Let
you.
me
Sammy.
ask
Hold
a
on.
question.
I got you.
He
Let me
asked
ask
God,
a
should I
question.
accept this cup or not?
I got you, Sammy. Just give me a minute.
It wasn't that
Okay.
literal. He was just teaching a lesson on how to deal with
Jesus
stress.
expressed doubt right there. He
Just
was
to show,
doubtful.
just to teach a lesson. Just like I'll
Assembly of
do
God.
the same thing with my own kids.
Assembly of God. I'm not being prejudiced. You're a little bit. I appreciate your zeal, your passion. I love that, but you still have to be considerate of other people and give them their turn.
Okay, fine. Go ahead. I think 420 Atheist was next. Go ahead.
He would like to, yes.
Yeah. Go ahead. Say
Especially
something.
since you forgot your
So,
point
as
earlier.
far as my understanding, as someone who's read the Bible many times, that Jesus asking God to take the cup from him was a moment of his fleshly weakness, saying, you know, I know what I'm supposed to do, but if there's like some chance in your will, of course, that I don't have to do this, like, could we do that?
Yep.
Exactly.
And you're telling me that that's how God wants us to react in those situations.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
you're telling me that God wants us to go, shit, please don't make me do this, God.
It's not about him wanting us to do
That's
it. It's
right.
just it's going to happen no matter what. Whether you're a Christian or not, you're going to go through those kind of situations. So God gave us a personal example of how to deal with that kind of level of stress. It's as
But he
simple as
didn't
that.
deal with it.
Well,
Yes,
that's
he
a
did.
mind job.
He fucking bled tears.
Yeah.
Well, it was a lot of
For Christ's
stress.
sake, like-
Tears of blood. Tears of blood, by the
But
way.
how did he
I
deal with
haven't.
it?
I've been to
You've-
war. I've got 8 kids.
I've
I've got a lot
just
of stress. I
shown
haven't
how
bled from
he
eyes yet,
didn't
but still, the
deal
point
with it.
is, it's just a lesson.
So how did he
a lesson to
deal
learn.
with it?
Yes, it's a lesson to learn. Everything
What
Jesus
lesson?
did was to teach us
You
a lesson
haven't
to
told
learn.
me the lesson. What
How to
lesson?
deal with that
What-
level of torment.
How did he deal with it? Please tell me.
By
He
praying and
was
asking
forced
for
to
relief
be crucified.
and still to
You
have
didn't
the
say he chose
basic.
it. All I can
I
see
can't
is
tell
that
when
he
it does.
actually said, I don't want to do this, and then it happened anyway. I don't see
No,
what the
you're
lesson
ignoring
is.
the
from
entire
that.
second half.
Yeah,
That
no,
thy will be
420
done.
Atheist is right. He said, I don't want to do this. He said, let this cup pass
All
from
right.
me. He
So you're
asked
cherry
God.
picking the Bible. Okay,
No,
so
no,
now
I'm not
you've
cherry
proven
picking.
you guys did not read the Bible.
You're
He
just
said no. He
completely
said
dodging
Nope.
what
Next
I'm
topic,
saying.
Richard, please. These guys do not read. They never pay attention to what they read.
Dude, don't tell me
I want
what
another
I've done,
topic. This is
okay?
sticker.
I was raised a fundamental Christian
Then you were lied to.
most of my life,
I don't want to waste any more
don't
time.
tell me
I
what
think he was
happened
simply
in my life.
stating.
Sorry, this is getting
Okay?
heated.
You ignored
This is
everything
getting
I
heated.
said,
Sorry.
including the Bible.
I
No,
think he
it's
was.
not.
Have some
You're
moderation
just
here,
You're
please.
trying
not.
to make
You're
it
not genuine.
personal.
You're arguing in
And-
bad faith. Next
Dude,
topic.
Wait, hold
you are
on.
not genuine because
He
you're
said
telling me
he.
that I haven't read the Bible. Just let
You
me
have not.
finish.
Next topic.
You're
please,
doing what
Richard.
all Christians do. You don't know the
Oh,
Bible.
can't
I
stop.
know
Okay.
it better.
All right.
Dude,
Now we're
you
getting
can't
all
address what I've
atheist
said.
sermons.
That
Okay.
is
Woohoo.
it.
I think he was
Okay.
what he
Not
was
address
trying to
what
say
I've
when he
said.
was being spoken over was that the important part of that sentence in his understanding is but thy will be done.
Thank you. It's
Meaning he
ignored,
would subject himself to the outcome whether he wanted to or not.
just as we are. We need to try to deal with these kinds
Exactly.
of situations
That
as
was my
gracefully as
point.
possible, or the atheist will walk all over you and tell you what the Bible better than they know the Bible better than everybody. So
Well, this is my point. When it comes to Christians asking God for forgiveness, just like Jesus did, or whatever,
oh no,
you know, they will always choose to sacrifice themselves. Is that right?
what? That sounds like a totally different topic.
No, because
You're going
the
from how to
top-
deal with hard times to salvation.
No, the topic was that Jesus was crying in the Garden of Gethsemane, right? And he shed his tears of blood, right? And
Have
he
you
was
shed
asking,
tears of blood yet?
Yeah. What?
You have?
Sorry?
Have you shed tears of blood yet?
Don't derail me, please.
Well,
Can I finish?
if you have, we can talk about.
See, you're
the
doing it
lesson.
again.
We
Can I finish
just talk
my?
about
Can
the
I finish my point?
reasons?
Can I finish my point? He shed his tears of blood, right? And then while he was bending down and praying to God on the stone in the Garden of Gethsemane, he said that God, if it is your will, He said, if it is your will, right? He's asking God, if it's your will, please let this cup pass from me, right?
You've repeated this almost a dozen times, and you guys are always ignoring the second part. Then thank you, Pixie, for getting it.
So, but wait a second. But he's saying, if it is your will. So
You're creating a false narrative. You are preaching an atheist church sermon, and you're ignoring the Bible.
No, but he's going against God's doubt. He's saying, if it is your will. He's saying
That
that
is a-
I am not against. I am not. Please don't let this cup
No matter how many
come to
times
me.
you repeat the false atheist church sermon,
Come on,
it will never be true.
Just decipher the verse. Just do
Already
some
did.
hermeneutics.
You
just
are
do some
proving
basic
that
hermeneutics
atheists
on
are
that
not
verse.
allowed to think for themselves. That you,
All right,
no
guys.
matter how much information, even other people other than me have helped
All right,
explain
Joel.
it,
I think
you
that
cannot
flushes it out.
process it.
You've done your job. You've made your
Thank
point.
you. I've asked
Everyone
to change
who-
the topic. I don't know how many
Everyone
times.
who's going to get it gets it at this point. Everyone
Thank
who's
you.
not, I think they need longer.
100% agreed.
And
Please,
that's
let's move on.
okay. That's okay.
Yes.
But generally, you guys are all doing a pretty darn decent job to have a really impassioned conversation and still try to control yourself. I know how hard that is.
Yes, sir.
I'm not immune to that.
Well, Richard,
All right.
I'm just saying that Jesus had doubt in that moment. He had
You're
doubt.
3 seconds
No.
from getting kicked.
Right? He did have doubt.
Assembly
No,
of God.
he did not
you're
have
2
doubt.
seconds
You're
from
just
getting
preaching.
kicked.
Please move on.
Assembly of God, you're 1 second from getting kicked. You can kick yourself if you want.
I'd rather, otherwise we can have a cool conversation. Let's just move on, buddy. Like, please.
That was enough of that talk. It's fine. It's great. It was a great talk. Love the passion. Now we're moving on. Does anyone have a topic they'd like to bring up?
Mars.
Physical space.
Nobody likes to talk about my topic. Start it. Go ahead. Sorry.
Does anyone I want to give everyone opportunity the same to come up with anything if they want to start a new conversation.
You're very awesome and nice, Richard.
What is the overall intention of Scripture?
Ooh, great question. Let's start at the top. Marty, you got anything to say about that? Because Marty has scriptures.
Marty put on the armor of God, it looks like.
Marty's tough. Marty's also away from the mic. Assembly of God, you want to go?
Yeah, what's the topic? Sorry. I had to get it.
Overall intent of the scriptures, please.
Say again.
Thanks for the help, Joel. That was
sorry.
Joel, you say it.
Purpose of Scripture.
The purpose of Scripture. Like the whole Bible?
I think so.
The scripture that you believe in, what is its overall intent and purpose, please?
I don't believe in Scripture.
Okay, Joel.
That was a little, sorry. I loved it.
Go ahead, Joel.
Oh, my turn? To better know God. Same purpose as science. Like Einstein said that we don't care about this or that phenomenon or this spectrum of this or that element. We just want to know God's thoughts. The rest are details. And so Scripture is part of science.
So is the Bible a science book?
Absolutely.
It really is?
And history and philosophy. It's a wonderful conglomeration of several different topics and venues.
Okay, give me one philosophical.
Hang on, you had your go, Assembly of God.
Everyone gets a go.
Odian.
Yeah, because that's a whole can of worms I would love to get into. So yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Odian.
I would say that the purpose of Scripture is to allow for us to not just get into a better relationship with God, but also how to maintain that relationship while exposing the human condition. Well, I should say making us aware of the human condition, because if we're not cognizant of just how we are as humans, then I don't think we'll be able to much less, how should I put it, like form good relationships with other humans, much less a deity that we can't necessarily physically see and touch and directly interact with how we would other humans.
Very nice. Sammy.
I believe Scripture has no purpose. It is a result of humans trying to explain things that they don't understand and fill in gaps. And for the time, it was the best available explanation. So I don't necessarily disagree with it. I don't think it has any purpose or much place in modern society other than for historical reasons to look back at, who we were as a race and things like that, and where we should be heading in the future.
Pixie.
I just think it's a assembly of social contracts and is typically used for a means of control.
Sparkle. AFK.
Sorry, yeah, I agree with Pixie.
Marty, I'm gonna repeat the question. You don't need that. You are muted on StreamYard.
What's the question? Sorry.
Okay, the question is, what do you think the intent and purpose of scriptures is?
Scriptures, as in the Bible, and I mean
all of the above.
Okay.
Everything, all things.
Well, I am not a fan of the Bible. I'm just not. I'm not a fan of the Bible. So I read the Bible the way it's written. So when I see stuff like, and I know I like your interpretation, Richard, because your interpretation is, maybe more natural than other interpretations, which is why I don't call you a Christian. It's true. I like your interpretations. Your interpretations are a little more natural. But I'm not a fan of a lot of the Bible. I think a lot of it is oppressive, and which kind of makes me go. So.
Okay. And I'll answer for myself last. I think that fairy tales to be flipped into reality by a series of acts of our ancestors is better than no briefing at all. That other than some rules for engagement in war, that it's instructional to the hero, whoever the hero is, will fully, absolutely understand it with absolutely no confusion and no problems. And that has not happened yet.
Okay, did Joel give his description of scripture? Did Joel talk or not?
I did.
Joel, did you tell us what scripture means to you?
I did. It's part of the scientific body of knowledge to get to know the mind of God.
So who here thinks that the Bible is science?
I think there's some scientific fact in it. I don't think it is all science.
It's a combination. Agreed.
Hey, Jill's in the house. Hi, Jill.
What?
Probably
in,
the tiniest little
the
bit of science. The tiniest bit of science you could find in the Bible is wrong.
Well, those of us that do it for a living, we agree with people like Arno Panzaius and Jastrow, Einstein, people that quoted Bible
Einstein.
verses to.
Okay, Joel, give us one sign.
So that further formulates my earlier topic. I told you I could help break up your party with, Richard. Why?
Give us one sign.
They're starting to prove it right now.
So, Joel,
they're literally rejecting any and all information that might harm their religious belief. That
there's no religious
Bible
belief.
doesn't have any science in it.
Don't believe in religion.
Who's rejecting?
Okay,
We're sitting here waiting.
They can't have a civilized, calm, rational, intelligent conversation about it. They're instantly emotionally reacting to it.
Can we not do that? Because I have been trying to understand your position, and I think I have been letting you explain your position pretty well. Just because I don't share it doesn't mean that I'm like
I agree, and I'm not speaking
resist
about you.
it.
Then I said
Nobody has
I
rejected
said
anything you've
generalization.
No
said.
one's
Keep that
resisting
in
your
mind.
opinion. We just don't agree
Joel,
with it.
I want to
So-
understand your position. Can you
No,
speak?
hold
We
on,
all do.
hold on. I want to finish talking to Pixie to make a really good point. I thought that was
Okay.
it's always worthy making. So, especially for formal debates, Pixie, this is extremely important to avoid making ad hominem, which does not necessarily mean insult. It means arguing to the stone, where you talk about people's individual beliefs or individual anything. Always to avoid that, you need to speak in generalizations. So when someone says atheists this or theists that or Christians or whatever, that's trying to attack the arguments, not the individual. And so I want to make sure that was clear. I always
Yeah.
attack the arguments. So, and I appreciate
Like
you
when
giving me
you
the
say
opportunity.
you've
You
never read the
literally-
Bible.
You
Like
literally
when you
said
say
all
you've never
atheists-
read the Bible.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
You literally
atheism
said
and
all.
atheists are a generalization. They are not a direct person.
No, your response to me was then you haven't read the Bible.
And first
No,
of
not at
all,
all.
ad hominem is when you
It
attack the
was.
person,
I
not the
didn't make a
argument.
response.
It
I was
was-
starting to
That's
answer
what
the
ad
questions
hominem
on how there are scientific topics in the Bible, and I was interrupted.
Not now. Earlier in our conversation.
Oh, yeah, you're talking about where you
That's
you
why I
and
fired
both
up.
Assembly of God were both trying to
Because you
fixate
started to tell me personally what I must have done or not done because I didn't agree with your position.
Well, it was
That
again, it
is
was
an
using
ad
it as an
hom.
example why you were omitting parts of the Bible.
That is an ad hom.
Well, that was a
Do
reason
you
why you were
disagree? Do
omitting
you
Bible verses.
disagree? It's an ad hom.
Come on,
So-
guys, work it out.
Yeah, it's just that was the reason of why you were cherry picking the Bible. It wasn't trying
So
to
you
talk about
agree
you
that it was
specifically.
an ad hom.
Negative, because that wasn't. It had nothing to do with you or your characteristics. It was the reason. It was the explanation. It was the evidence why you
But
were
by-
ignoring the Bible.
by
But that was an
telling him he's
assumption. It
never
was
read
a
the Bible,
purely
you were attacking his-
opinionated assumption. There was no
his
evidence or
person.
No,
fact. That
the
was
evidence
just your
is
personal
that since
assumption
your
that I
argument-
had not read the Bible because I didn't agree with your position.
No,
Wait, stop.
it's not
To
that
be
I don't care
fair,
about
to
agreement.
be stop.
Joel,
To
To
yeah,
be
I
fair,
can
it
answer the
became an
gentleman.
ad hominem because before you said that statement, he had clearly said that he had read the Bible front to back
Joel, so
multiple
yes,
times.
So if
Joel,
I may
you're
address
wrong.
it,
You're wrong.
please. Hello.
420 atheist is right. You did
No,
commit
he's
an
not.
ad
And I'll
hom.
explain why. If you guys
was
can
an ad
just
hom.
bear
Sorry.
for a moment, stop being jerks. Thank you. I never said it was anything about agreement. That is Sam. You have actually strawman me. I don't
You
give a rat's
just
butt
did.
if you agree with me or not. I'm
You just
finishing.
said it
I'm going
forget-
to
Hang on,
finish my
Marty.
point.
Hang on
please.
there, Marty.
The only argument
Hang
I
on.
made is that you guys have ignored the Bible. Why did you ignore the Bible? Because you obviously haven't read all of it. Either you did read all of it and you're ignoring it on purpose, or you didn't read it all, and that's why you're making a false argument based on only half the information. It doesn't have anything to do with
That's
whether we
called
agree
an
or
ad
not.
hom.
No.
You just did an ad
It
hom.
has nothing to do with you. It's only to do with your argument. The reason why your argument is false is because you are ignoring half of that entire verse.
Yeah, but
Hey,
he did
Sammy,
read.
didn't you used to be
He
a
did read
Mormon?
the Bible though.
Right? Is that
Assembly
correct?
of God. Give other people a chance. It's not your conversation right now.
Didn't you used to be a Mormon? Correct, Sammy? Right?
Jehovah's Witness.
Jehovah's Witness. So I'm pretty sure that
Then
he
a
has a pretty
Baptist.
right.
Already
So I'm
heard
pretty
that.
sure he has a pretty good knowledge of the Bible. So to say he didn't read it, you're attacking him as a person. You're attacking his
Negative.
credibility as
You're
somebody.
saying
Yes,
I
you
lied.
are.
No.
Yeah,
No.
yes,
You're
you
saying
are.
I lied. You're saying
Nope,
I'm a
not at all.
liar.
All I'm saying is that, and I don't know the exact reason why you've ignored half the Bible or half that story of that Bible. I don't know why. It just seems like you haven't read it.
Well, you're assuming I've ignored it because, and only because
did
I
ignore
don't agree with your position.
No, you
Would
did
you guys
ignore it.
review the story, please?
And even
I'm going to
Pixie
ask
helped
you guys to
clarify
review
how
the story
you
together.
two were ignoring it. What's that, Richard? I'm sorry.
I'm going to ask you guys to review the story together.
Well, I don't really want to go back to that venue if we don't have to. I mean, Pixie's, she was my collaborator, so to say. She confirmed how you guys were ignoring the
Marty,
crux
that
and
looks
the
delicious.
purpose of
What
that
are you
whole
eating?
story.
It's just toast.
Nobody ignored
Toast
that
with
he
Nutella? Is that
specifies,
No, no.
but your will be done.
It looks delicious.
We get
I
it.
love
He
toast.
said, I'm okay
you did.
with your will. I want your will done, God.
Right. And you
we
guys
get
repeated
it.
over a dozen times just the first
We
part,
get
not
it.
the second part.
We
Yeah.
get it.
That's all.
No, because you're ignoring the first part, the point
No, I'm
that
not.
we're trying to make.
No, I'm not.
That saying we're not agreeing. That saying, but whatever your will is, God, just do that, doesn't negate the fact that he's saying he doesn't want to.
Yes, it does.
Well, that's where the impasse is.
Great. That's
Because
why I
I
asked to
don't
move
agree
on.
with that
I agree.
at all.
Let's move on.
But that
I
but
wasn't
we didn't
attacking you. I was
clarify
attacking
that.
your argument, and I gave the reason why I thought your argument was wrong. And if I was
Exactly.
yeah, so that's fine.
So you went down a whole path you shouldn't have, instead of just understanding where we were coming from.
Well, I don't know of another logical reason why you guys ignore the part that's important. So, but it's not, to me, it's not even that
Same
important anymore.
reason
That's
you
why I
ignore
wanted
the
to move
part
on.
we're trying to point out.
Right. So you guys
So we
are
need to
making
turn around and
assumptions.
say you mustn't have read the Bible because you were ignoring the first part.
No, I didn't ignore any part of it. I was
We're
trying to make the whole point.
not stating the
What's
second
going
part,
on
so we
is
must
you
be
guys
ignoring
are
it.
trying
So
to
we haven't
presume
read the Bible.
You're reading God's mind, is what you guys are doing. You're not listening to what the actual.
Back to bigger pauses between sentences, guys.
Yeah.
We're not enemies here.
Agreed.
You're both brilliant people. I really appreciate, and you have every potential to be great friends as well.
Agreed.
I guess what I'm saying is you're not actually bringing anything to the table other than what you're doing yourself. You can tell us that we're putting words in God's mouth, and I can sit here and that's exactly what I see you doing.
I was going to say the same exact thing. Yeah, no, I agree. We're both presenting evidence.
That's what I'm saying, that these arguments aren't bringing anything to the table. They're just...
Well, that's criticizing
going
yourself more
around.
than me. Because that's exactly.
No, but I'm bringing an
exactly
argument, and you're just taking it round and round.
I asked to move on. Yeah, because you guys were refusing to want to address the larger point. But no, we're all bringing things to the table, quote unquote. So all this criticism you're doing is all against yourself, not necessarily just me. So I'd love to move on and have a fun conversation.
Man, I hate to end a show like this. I really, come on, somebody bring up a topic. I don't want it to stop like that.
I'd like to talk about science, man. That's what you and I have
then
fun
you can't talk about the Bible then.
No, the Bible is science. We got Nobel Prize laureates that quote the Bible that talk about how, like Arnold Pazeas, I was trying to mention earlier, the guy that won the Nobel for discovering cosmic microwave background radiation, literally said it was everything that he just read in the Bible, that he would have made the same exact discoveries if all he had was the first 5 books of Moses.
Actual quote.
What do we call that an argument from, Richard?
What you mean? What logical fallacy is that? Like formally labeled?
Mm-hmm.
I'm afraid I'm not really good. I'm trying to
From
get better
authority.
at that.
From
Nope,
authority.
it's not. That proves atheists in general.
You
do not
just
understand
said
logic.
to
Hold on.
me.
Slow down. Slow down.
Let me tell you
I was
why
gonna
I
explain
think it
I'll
is.
explain it if you bear with me. This is
Well,
very common tactic.
but you're obviously misunderstanding my position. So let me tell you my position. Then you can disagree with it. How about that?
Or prove
Before
you're
you
wrong. Go for
disagree
it.
with what
I already
you
know
don't
what you're
my
going to say. Go for it.
position is. Okay, go for it.
That's being a bit of a jerk, Joel. Come on,
It
man. You can
is.
do better.
I'm frustrated.
He is a
Rich,
jerk.
I've been
Go
doing this
for it,
20
Joel.
years, man.
Go for it,
They
Joel.
never have
Go
new
for it.
arguments. I would like to
Go for
accelerate.
it.
Go ahead. Have fun.
Oh, so now you want to let me go first?
Only because you've made it an issue. I want to be
Go for it,
friends.
Joel.
Like Richard asked.
I'm handing it to you, my friend. You know me better than
Argument
myself.
authority
Please.
is when you say that whether it's a true or false authority, something is true because they said so. I've never said that Arnold Pazeas or Einstein or anybody, what they said makes it true. I'm simply showing the correlation, the scientific collaboration that these scientists that have made these massive new discoveries that we rely on all of our modern science on today said that they understand what the discoveries they made correlates with the Bible. It's not true because they said so. The evidence, the science itself.
And
You're
not
welcome to
100%
show how
of the
that's
new
wrong.
scientists and new discoveries, but it has been said more than once by more than one person who actually knows what they're talking about in the field.
I
But do
hope
people
that
who-
those people watching can see what just happened.
Right.
That's
So
But,
all I
nobody.
but my
only
my
atheists
question
claim
is,
it
are
can be
there
true
are there
because an authority
experts in
said
the
so.
field who disagree with that?
Nobody
Of
else says
course.
that. Only atheists lie about how an authority said something makes it true. That's never said. Atheists lie. What Arno Pazeas said does not make it true because Arno said it. What makes it true is the correlation between what he discovered in the microwave background radiation correlates with Genesis. and he explains it in detail, and I can.
I didn't even need to argue with
But
this
there,
guy.
but there are
He does it for
experts.
himself.
There are experts in the field who disagree with that position,
Like
and there
who?
are experts in the field who would argue that they are simply backfilling based on their presuppositions and their pre-existing beliefs.
Yes.
So
I'd love to meet
I
those
don't,
people.
I don't understand how that's credible either way.
Well, I would love to meet those people, Pixie. I've been on the what they call the bleeding edge, so to say, of science and technology for over 20 years now. I've had these debates for so long. It's almost painful that it's
Well,
not
for example,
common
you said
public
they agree
knowledge.
with Einstein. They agree
So
with
I
this.
would love to
Einstein
meet who
didn't
you're
argue
talking about.
anything he said
I
was
can't
biblical
find
or backed
scientists.
up by the Bible.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you talking over me. What?
I said, well, earlier you said
You
these
talked
people
over
agree
her,
with Einstein. These people agree with this person. Einstein never correlated his discoveries with the Bible or said that the Bible backed
Oh
him
my
up,
God.
right?
Yes, he did, but no, we don't agree with Einstein because he agreed.
Citation.
No. Einstein and us, we agree because the evidence is confirmed within the Bible, within the biblical science. And Einstein, he quoted the Bible all the time. Einstein literally said that the Bible is the greatest book ever written. People
Okay,
lie
then
about stuff so much.
if the
it's
Bible's so
annoying.
scientific, why does it suggest that the sun revolves around the earth? Why was
It doesn't.
Galileo punished for suggesting otherwise? Because it was heretical against the Bible.
See, that's another
I don't.
frustrating, old, ancient, stupid myth. What's up, Richard?
So the sun doesn't
There
go around.
is a difference.
The earth doesn't go around the sun.
The Bible never said that. What's up, Richard?
There is a difference between what practitioners profess, what any church professes, and what the Bible says about itself. There's a
Amen.
difference there.
Yeah, and we scientists,
So we
don't
can't
agree
make a
with each other
universal
because we agree
statement.
with each other. We
Okay,
agree with
but the
what
Bible says
the
four
sun is.
corners of the earth. Does that mean flat earthers are right?
No,
it means there's four cardinal directions.
Yeah. North,
Just like
south, east,
everybody
west.
understands everywhere.
I've never understood four corners of the earth to mean four cardinal
Now you
directions.
do. I hope.
Well,
it says it repeatedly.
But
Bishop Irenaeus argued that there were
how
four.
does it say
But see,
that?
it just seems circular to me. Bishop Irenaeus argued there's four main directions of the heaven, there's four main directions of the compass. Therefore, there's only four gospels and axed a bunch of the religion right there, right?
I don't know what he was talking about.
That sounds like a whole nother topic.
Well, it could mean the four dimensions that we know of.
Well, we know 11, I think.
How can you say that the phrase four corners of the earth, this is the point we're making. It's your interpretation.
That's fine.
The four
Yes.
corners
That's
means
fine.
the four cardinal
It
directions.
is my interpretation. You're right.
So those correlations you're finding are based on your interpretation, not based on the text itself.
Not that anyone ever had a choice about that anytime, but you're technically correct. Not that anyone ever had a choice about that, and I don't have a choice either. But I do read them listed in order, east, north, south, and west, more than once in the text, calling them pillars, calling them corners. So I don't know what you want me to do.
Yeah, and so there's all kinds of other things that just aren't common knowledge yet. It should be. I mean, they are in science circles, but we don't agree or argue things because so-and-so said so. That's not the premise. That is the fraud that people use to try to interrupt the conversation. The evidence is in the things like stellar nuclear synthesis, Fred Hoyle's different theories that correlates with Genesis. What caused him to become a Christian? He lost his atheist religion because of these scientific discoveries matched the Bible. Einstein as well. He changed his relativity physics constant.
What I-
I'm not
but what I'm-
disagreeing with
The universe
that.
is not infinite. It's not steady state. Einstein learned through Gödel and through oh my gosh, I'm having a brain fart.
That's not the part I have a problem with. The part
Bible
I have a
confirms
problem
his
with.
theory that the universe is a finite created event with beginning and end.
Okay,
So
but that's
there's
not the
reasons why they
point.
think
That's
the
not the
Bible
part I
has
have a
science in it.
problem with. The part I have a problem with is when you take knowledge and you retrofit it into some interpretation of a pre-existing belief and then call that evidence. It's not evidence. It's
Not only do
something you
do
made
that,
fit.
Not only do you and everybody do that, you have to do that. You have to make correlations. That is the basis of the scientific method that Christians started. We create a hypothesis that we have faith that it can be testable, and then we see we try to make tests and examine if the evidence for our tests correlate with our hypothesis. So you just said the scientific method is not valid.
Okay, so let's
Show me
expand
one
science.
scientific
Let's
test
expand
that's
science.
ever
Archaeology
proven
disagrees.
faith.
With what? What does archaeology disagree with, do you think? You got to be more specific.
The flood, for one.
You've not learned about ringwoodite yet, is my opinion.
Learned your opinion about it? No, I'm saying a global archaeologists agree, a global, and geologists as well think a global flood was impossible.
Except for the geophysicists that discovered ringwoodite about 7 years ago.
So we have to ignore the general consensus, Pixie.
For some specialized
just listen to this
consensus.
one dude, who's figured it
And then
out.
that's the problem I have. It's like we come to this consensus, and then one person says, "Oh, I'm going to make it fit this set of beliefs," and then all of a sudden we have to ignore the consensus. That's what I'm having a problem with.
The moment anybody believes that there's a scientific consensus is possible, that's the moment they've left science. And that's what Galileo taught us. Is that there
And
can
that's
never
fine.
be
And
a
until it
consensus in
becomes
science.
the census,
You guys are interrupting
look at
me.
Galileo.
You guys are interrupting
because
me.
we know your
You guys
point.
are interrupting me.
You
guys are interrupting
you're
me.
straw manning us. You're straw manning us. I'm going to interrupt you if you straw man us, okay? You're a jerk and you straw man, and I'm going to interrupt you.
You guys are interrupting me.
I'm going to
You guys are
interrupt
interrupting
you.
me.
I'm
Thank
going
you.
to interrupt you.
You guys are interrupting me because you're
I'm going to interrupt you.
You guys are interrupting me to tell me that Galileo was wrong.
I'm going to interrupt you.
Right, because you're religious.
Because no one's telling you Galileo's wrong, okay?
You just
So
did. You said Galileo
I'm
was an
saving you
idiot.
time. No.
Galileo broke the consensus.
Manning. Richard, control this guy. He's not
Gal-
listening.
Galileo broke the
He just
consensus by testing
Guys
things.
are all adults. I don't feel like it's my job to control you.
Galileo broke the
suggestions, but it's certainly
consensus
not my job to
by
control anyone.
scientific inquiry, right? Which means his results had to be able to be retested and proven independently
And
by other
until it
people.
was,
So one
it wasn't
right, so
accepted.
okay, but one person breaking away from the consensus has not changed the consensus. It has not reproduced these things independently. So therefore it's not an authority.
He does all the time. Quote, in the sciences, the authority of thousands of opinions.
No,
is not
because
worth
if it
as much
changes
one
it,
tiny
it then
spark of
becomes
reason.
the census.
This is rude.
The consensus. That's
Can
what
we
you're
please
ignoring.
have a civilized conversation, or no?
Okay, repeat yourself then.
What a jerk. In the sciences, the
Yes,
authority of
I'm the
thousands
jerk
of
down,
opinions is not worth as much as one tiny spark of reason in an individual man. Besides, the modern observations deprive all former writers of any authority, since if they had seen what we've seen, they would have judged as we judge. Galileo Galilei, letter to Mark Wesley.
Awesome.
1612.
Do you want to address what was said now?
You guys are science deniers.
Do you want to
Already
address
did.
what was
Not able to
actually
realize.
said, or are you just going to keep rambling?
No, I said if that
Just
one
address
guy's new interpretation was reprovable and retestable with the scientific method, that it would change consensus.
No.
But it hasn't,
become the
for a
consensus.
reason.
Right. Planck talked about that too. Einstein as well. I love how Einstein put it. The man's so brilliant in almost everything he said. He said, no amount of experiment will ever prove me right. A single experiment will prove me wrong.
Then how come we've proven 8 different chemical transactions for abiogenesis when people
We have not.
Yes, we have.
So
we
we
have
have
found
not.
we have found
Ma'am?
ways where RNA can come from non-life. RNA being what produces DNA. We have found 8 chemical reactions in which this is possible.
I
The
would
reason we
love-
say we don't know how abiogenesis happened is because we cannot figure out which one of those 8, or if there's one we haven't discovered yet that could be
Slow
responsible.
down, please. I'm a chemical engineer. I've done quantum chemistry. I would love to go into those details. We have no clue what started life. Still.
We don't have a
what's
clue
called
what started
free-floating
life, but we
phosphate
have found 8 possible ways in which RNA could have been produced from non-life. RNA being that which produces DNA. What we don't know how it we can't prove how it happened because we don't know which of these 8 caused it, or if it was one we haven't discovered yet. That doesn't mean we haven't discovered that it is possible.
Absolutely false, and the exact opposite is true. RNA does not make DNA. It's the exact opposite. Are you familiar with Ethernet?
RNA replicates. It's
Dude,
RNA is derived from DNA replicating.
But I guess
It's
this
from
guy thinks the
translocation.
Bible is science.
You have to have DNA to be able to replicate or to create RNA. RNA is. I was going to get into it. If you guys can calm your emotional heels. Is anybody here familiar with Ethernet?
Who?
Take that as a no.
With what?
We can't hear you.
I didn't hear what you said.
Why can't you hear me? I see my little bubble bouncing.
It sounded like you said Ethernet.
Yes,
I could maybe pull your volume up just a little bit. Hold on a second.
Well, I can. I got
Yes,
mine on
everybody's aware of Ethernet. What a stupid question.
Yeah, Richard,
What's
let me
the
know when
point?
you want to hang out and talk sometime, man, without these jerks.
I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm trying to understand.
We're trying to
I didn't
understand
say
what
you
you're
were, Pixie.
saying.
Okay,
No,
I didn't say
he's
anybody.
saying I'm the
anybody's
jerk.
specifically
You
a
just
jerk.
said
I'm calling
jerks,
him-
plural.
I'm calling him
we,
out.
Look,
we all have things
I
we're
avoid
passionate
social
about.
media
Disgusting
to
behavior.
avoid.
We all have things that we're passionate about, and it's hard to talk about them when we truly believe them. That's normal. And I appreciate everyone's passion, but I would ask that we just have longer pauses between sentences.
Yeah,
Hey, I'm passionate too.
We can't do
Absolutely.
that tonight, Richard. I appreciate it.
Hi,
that's what
Krishna.
I was trying to say. I'd love an opportunity to have a more civilized, calm conversation. It's not seem like it's going to happen.
Maybe it's just too many people in the room at the same time. Thank you, Joel.
Okay.
Thanks for coming by. If you're going, if that's what it sounded like,
No.
I'm not kicking you, but
Not at all. I'd love to try to do that. I'm just saying it doesn't seem like it's going to happen tonight.
Well,
Like you said, we got a few too many hot heads in here.
yeah, that
I'm
includes
trying to make
man.
explanations. I'm trying to go into
Includes
details.
yourself.
I'm trying to have a good civilized, whatever. But I get
Yeah.
interrupted. I get called stupid. It's
I
just
think
no fun.
everyone wants that. We just have to work together with varying beliefs to actually make it happen. It's not easy.
I just wanted to ask
Everyone
a
knows
simple
it's not
question.
easy.
Is there anybody else here besides me that knows basic IT stuff, basic Ethernet, TCP/IP protocols? Is anybody here computer savvy at all? That I don't have to try to explain something for packets. If
Well,
no,
I just
that-
want to
Yeah.
say that I'm not savvy at anything.
Yeah, but
Don't
I'm
be-
savvy, but not too much into networking.
I'm asking for a reason so that I don't have to use that analogy if nobody's going to understand it.
Most people in here probably are not going to
I
understand.
know
Probably
what
Why I
you
asked the
mean,
question. I get called. I'm asked. I'm told that I'm stupid to try to see where people's information knowledge level
I
is.
don't think anyone called you stupid.
Yes, he did.
Who?
Dude, what a stupid question, Richard. You're never mind.
Can you just like select like pick a different analogy to use to like
I mean,
make the
saying something
point?
is a stupid question isn't calling you stupid.
It's not
just
calling
saying the
someone stupid, but I'm sorry
question.
it hurt your feelings. I do apologize.
Come on, now you guys are just getting
Sincerely.
vicious. You guys
Robert
are
X,
starting to
can you
attack
come in?
each other now. There's no need for that.
Robert X says he happens to be an IT guy.
It's a great example, though, of what religion's all about in the first place: self-control and maintaining grace, beauty, and dignity, and wisdom in the heat of passionate situations.
Yeah, I was trying to make a point earlier. While a lot of us that are in science and technology, we avoid social media because of this, and so yeah, I mean, and I don't want to skate like you're suggesting, Richard. I just want to have a good conversation.
Joel, get to your point. Most of us are familiar with Ethernet, and we're
You
not
are?
12. Like most of
Well,
us
I
are in our
don't know.
30s and 40s that
I don't know what
that
you mean.
remember the invention of the World Wide Web. So we're familiar with Ethernet. Continue.
So RNA is very identical to Ethernet type protocols. TCP/IP. It has a header and a footer. It has it's a packetized string of information, and so for the RNA world claim to say that RNA creates life, much less DNA, is literally making the claim, literally, not figuratively. It's literally saying that TCP/IP protocols, Ethernet protocols, can make the internet without computers.
Chicken and the egg situation.
Worse than that.
I know, but just to simplify it.
Sure, and there's all kinds of other problems too. We have what's called a free-floating phosphate problem, the idea of how a DNA molecule, much less RNA, even begins. So we've tried to recreate it. We've got titration laboratory experiments. So we can get about 200 strands or so, but not only does it require an extremely sophisticated nanotechnology process to do it, but it requires a cleave. So what does nature do without a cleave? There's all kinds of questions that destroy a lot of the. I call them mythologies.
So
of how
real
life
quick,
started.
That's ironic.
Go ahead, Pixie. Go ahead. I'll let you go.
So my problem goes back where he says DNA doesn't come from RNA, right? But I'm looking right here, and it says RNA was the first molecule of heredity. So it evolved all the essential methods for storing and expressing genetic information before DNA came onto the scene. So I don't understand how you say that RNA comes from DNA when the science clearly says that DNA comes from RNA.
I can show you a video. So science doesn't say that. That's probably an atheological, what I call a church website. Look up what's called translocations and transcriptions. RNA only comes from DNA.
Well,
And
I'll just play.
regulated.
I'll just
Okay,
play.
look. I know what you.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay, whatever. Go.
I've been quiet
I
for
can
a
play a
while.
video if you guys want to see. And there's all kinds of cool animations that people have built.
Hold on,
Yes,
Joel.
I know the animations you're talking about. Go ahead, Odin.
No.
So just to play devil's advocate here, right? But at the end of the day, we're going to run back into the same situation, right? There are some scientists that hold to, I guess, a version of the RNA world and suggesting that viruses are actually we're here first, right? Now viruses are pretty simple, right? They have some RNA and they have some proteins, pretty much, right? Couple lipids, stuff like that, right? But the issue that you have with viruses is that in order for them to replicate, they need cells and they need DNA.
Oh, that's
They
what I was
need-
going to do.
Yeah, they need ribosomes, right? They
Yeah.
need tRNA, right? It's a whole factory. I've got a good video queued up if you want to share or not, Richard.
Yeah, it's really not something that's been like settled. It's just a chicken and the egg, situation where we really don't have the answer to.
Well, and the reason why I love that topic and others, so I'm in this profession. I'm an information scientist. I've got job offers right now waiting. I got companies that want to hire to help do this type of stuff. We're literally reverse engineering the technology in life to try to do things like these transcriptions. We're trying to do DNA storage type technologies. We're trying to come up with new ways of information processing that life does, just that this light years ahead of our own current information science. We've just understood it, started to understand it, well enough in the last 10 plus 15 years or so to just to watch it, to see what it's doing. Now we're ready to reverse engineer it literally and make it applicable to our own technology. And I love this topic.
Yeah, I see where it says that. Oh, go ahead.
But I don't know what this achieves. Unless you're saying, just a yes or no question, Joel, do you agree or hold that evolution is a thing? So macro evolution.
Oh.
Or you can't answer in a yes or no. It's a yes.
Do I agree with macro evolution?
Yeah.
No. LTE falsified that 15 years ago. ENCODE confirms there is a universal source code.
Okay, so
Sorry, do you want to say that like in English?
What I said offended Titan, I guess. Just trying to share some scientific stuff. But...
Oh, okay. So that wasn't an answer to me.
Yeah, no, I did. I answered both you and then asked what was Titan's problem if Richard knew.
Somebody's pen is meowing.
Yes, please, because I didn't catch any of it.
No, because no. If you want more reasons or answers, let me know.
Okay, so then I can understand.
So
where you get, but for me, obviously you're an evolution denier, but all we've done is
I'm not an evolution
denier.
No,
but
evolution is Christian creationism. It's been we've updated it.
Well, okay, whatever you want to call it, we can call it fucking Bob. But you agree that species evolve.
No, we have the evidence of the exact opposite now.
So species that exist have always existed. You don't agree with macroevolution, and
right. ENCODE proves that all genomes have an original source code. Linsky's LTE experiment proved that there's never any novel and I've got all kinds of white papers and crap on it. Yeah, no,
So
we have zero
evolution's
evidence that anything
not
ever
a thing,
changed
but
for
you
evolution.
don't deny it. Is that what you're telling me?
Repeat yourself. I couldn't understand you when you started to interrupt me again. What?
Because you go on, you don't
I think
clarify
he's saying
your
that all.
main
I think he's saying that all life have the same genome.
No, not all life.
But what has
specific
that got
genome.
to do with evolution?
It's the reason why we now know that there's no such thing as speciation through random evolution. It's the reasons why, and it's being
So
filtered
what
out.
do we observe in the laboratory with viruses and things?
I see your hand, Pixie. We're going to come to you. Relax.
Yeah, viruses are pseudocode. They're partial code. They're not a genome. And there's no evolution necessarily. Viruses are designed. They're pre-engineered to modify, just like our immune system are.
That's all very convenient.
Yeah, it's just science.
Let's give Pixie a chance right there, guys.
It's not science at all. It's not.
Yes, it is.
You
It's
guys
not
really
more
differ
details
in what you believe is true, but still, let's give it just a little breather. Let's give it a little breather. And Pixie, did you want something you wanted to say?
Well, I looked up the transcription he told me about, which does suggest that that RNA can come from DNA. However, in reading further, it says the RNA had the ribose sugar, whereas DNA had the deoxyribose sugar, which might have formed from the previous. RNA was first, but due to a variety of reasons, DNA later took the center stage of being a genomic material. Its deoxy group position made it much less sterically hindered as compared to RNA, and another reason is there. So even in this argument, we're still saying that DNA came from RNA.
Yeah, can I add to that? I noticed nobody mentioned that that there are different types of RNA, messenger RNA, ribose. I'm not an expert, but I just know that there are.
tRNA. Yes, sir.
What was that?
There's MT and mitochondria. There's all. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, there's different types of there's different types of RNA. Messenger RNA obviously is used to create proteins from the amino acids in the ribosomes. It's really fascinating. How one strand of messenger, or there's probably many, but like one strand of messenger RNA gets like clipped before it leaves. Before it clipped and rearranged before it leaves the nucleus, and to form proteins. So essentially, one gene could create multiple proteins.
Correct.
Right.
And
but
also the
even,
DNA is also multi-directional. But yeah.
But I'm
What was
just
your point?
stating transcription and what you sent me looking for does not seem to rebuke the consensus that DNA came from RNA, that RNA existed first.
Right.
The
So
reason
go into extreme. Oh, excuse me. I can go into extreme detail how that has been falsified since probably 20 years ago.
By the consensus or by particular people?
I mean, there's no consensus on it. You'll find multiple biologists.
Consensus is a logical fallacy. It's the fallacy of bandwagoning, or the appeal to popularity, appeal to consensus is a logical fallacy. And the last thing that we do in science is care what a church group agrees with.
Yes, the last thing we care about in science is what a church group says about it.
Right. So when you write a journal, Joel,
consensus is what a church group says.
when you write a journal, Joel, and it's peer reviewed by a consensus.
No.
So you
that's what
care
Galileo
about what that consensus says,
right?
Because
Galileo,
when they peer review, your peers are reading your work, and they're
Galileo proved peer review is not reliable. Galileo was
not true, not true.
No, that's not
because
true.
because what he stated became consensus.
No, it didn't. People still fight it, and it's not just about heliocentricity. It's all because
I didn't say people didn't fight it. I said it's consensus.
It doesn't mean it's not consensus. Yeah, don't do that.
Excuse me.
Seriously.
Copernicus developed heliocentricity before Galileo did. Copernicus did not get in trouble. You guys are regurgitating stupid, ancient, old, atheistic,
so dishonest,
stupid.
Fine, whatever.
mythology.
Copernicus came up with it. It still became consensus, and just because some people fight it doesn't mean it's not.
I give rebuttals. I try to answer these questions. I always get interrupted. You guys are the most dishonest group I've been with a long
Joe,
time.
you literally said that scientists don't care about consensus.
Correct.
If you were to write a peer-reviewed journal, it's reviewed by the consensus.
We don't care.
That's what peer review. So then you don't care about science. Is literally
No,
what
we
you're
don't.
saying.
Science cannot
You
be
as a
peer-reviewed.
person.
No, you're
Right,
just
that
proving
doesn't lie.
everything I say correct.
You're
Atheists
right.
cannot be
Hold on.
scientists.
The process of science it cannot be peer reviewed. However, the data that you come up with through the process of science is what is peer reviewed. So when
The
you say
data
that
will
that
never
is
care who agrees with it.
you're right. The data doesn't, but the consensus.
We don't go by consensus in science.
Yes, you do. That's what
No, we
peer
don't.
review is.
No.
Yes, we do, because it has to be reproducible.
Agree with the ancient Vatican.
It has to be reproducible.
Atheists use peer review. We in science, we use non-disclosure agreements. We try to do everything we can to hide our latest in science. You guys have no clue what we're doing until 10, 20 years after we've done it.
Hold on. Why are you putting
technological S-curve?
in
You guys are rank
science
amateurs.
in
You
two
guys are
different
interrupting
things?
me. You're telling me what I do in my own job is frustrating. You guys don't care.
I do care. It has to be reproducible, which requires other people independently doing it, which requires a consensus.
I think I'll leave now, Richard, and let these atheists preach among themselves. They don't want to hear an alternative.
I mean, Krishna's not an atheist, and neither is Odin. So
And
you know.
neither am I.
You are. You said something bad about. I thought. What are you then, Marty?
I'm pagan.
She's a pagan.
Oh, same thing.
It's not actually.
What do you want to do, man? I don't want to.
That's
I don't
not
want to sit
fair.
here and stir these. I don't want to trigger their religions. What do you want to do, man?
You're not triggering the religion. You're not listening to
I
us.
think
Joel.
you're the only one
But
being.
you're-
I'm the one being interrupted.
You're not. I want you. Hold on.
You're interrupting me. You're going to interrupt me again. That's all you've done. all
You've
night.
kind
You
of
got all
almost
year
monopolized the whole time,
Yeah,
though,
I'm
man.
saying
I
like
hope
there's
you realize
20
that.
words the whole time you've been talking. So what are you talking about?
You
I'm
guys are
trying
always
to-
interrupting me. I can't
All right.
finish a freaking thought, and it's
Hold on.
frustrating. I want to find cool people that want to talk without all the fighting.
Oh, I
Richard,
see.
you
So
wanna-
we're not
you wanna-
cool enough for you, huh?
You want to
Correct.
set a
You're
2
not.
minute.
You're interrupting me.
You want to set a 2-minute timer so Joe can talk and interrupt
You
me?
want to ignore everything I say. This
We're
is
not.
not fun. You're not being cool.
I mean,
Go ahead,
we're
Joe,
not
set it
ignoring
to-
you.
Set a 2-minute
you are.
timer so Joe can talk uninterrupted.
Hold on. Giving rebuttals to you
It
is
won't
ignoring
matter.
you.
No. Look, let's do it this way. If I may make a concession. If you want to believe that science can be done through consensus, have fun.
I mean,
That's
this ain't
not
gonna
what
be
we
said about
said.
you.
Nobody
That's
said
not what we
that.
said.
That's exactly
I
what
didn't
you
say
said.
that.
I
No,
love
that's
the
not
fact
what
that
I
everybody's
said.
going to listen to this
telling you
later
that's
and
not
knows
what
you
we
guys
said.
have
So
destroyed your own
maybe
arguments.
you
I love it.
That's not what I said.
I love it.
Is it possible you misunderstood
Exactly what
all
you said.
three of us?
No, this
Is
has
that
been
possible, or
this
it's
has
not
been a
possible?
millennial long
at all.
fight. A millennial
That's not-
Is
long
it
fight.
possible you
A
misunderstood
millennial?
us, Joel?
You think
This
I'm
is
a
the same
millennial?
stupid
Thank
fight
you.
that goes on for thousands of
Okay,
years.
I want you to respond. I really do,
What's
but I
your
want you to
opinion?
respond with this in mind. I am not saying science is done with consensus.
None of
I
us
am
are.
saying science has to be reproducible, right? And by
Has to be
reproducible,
verifiable.
it's verified by independent people reproducing that study. The fact that it's being reproduced by independent people is creating a consensus.
Consensus.
It
No.
results in consensus.
Hold on, you got
not
the
the other
first
way
part right.
around.
You got the first part right. Everything that we do in science, you have to make it anecdotal. You have to take somebody else's experiment. You have to do it for yourself to be able to understand it. Otherwise, you're taking somebody else's word by pure blind faith. It's religion if you don't do it yourself. So I agree with you. Yes, we have to do
Not
science
really.
individually. But no matter how many people in your church agree with you about some scientific observation does not make it true.
It has nothing to do with church. Stop bringing up
It does.
church.
It's all church.
No,
Atheist
it's
churches
not.
have their
You're putting
consensus.
labels on me I have not even put on myself. But
I don't
you're
care. I'm making
saying
my
that
argument.
I am somehow antagonistic and I am somehow not cool enough for you and I am somehow stupid and I don't appreciate that sort of thing. I really don't.
I didn't call anybody stupid.
No, you've called me an atheist. You've said that I'm dishonest.
anything.
You have said that you have said a lot of things about me. You've
I
put labels
understand how
on me that
you've
I
been
don't even
the
claim.
exception.
You've brought in churches now. It's really weird because the only one of us that I think goes to church is probably you.
I love the fact that you are ignoring how I showed how you were actually being the opposite of a lot of these people that I would call of your faith. And now you're attacking me for making
I don't
generalities.
have a faith, and you're putting labels on me that I don't prescribe to, and I'm telling you I don't appreciate it, and you're doing it again. That you don't
So-
find that antagonistic?
I make my observations, and I'm attacking arguments, and I'm attacking religion.
Well, I'm telling you, your assumptions about me are incorrect, and I would appreciate it if you would stop.
I agree, Richard.
I've tried to be really
finalize
patient
this, if I may,
and hope
Richard,
that
let
you
me
guys
finalize
could
this.
like kind of hash out amongst yourselves and just let you do what people need to do. But I don't think it's actually going anywhere anymore.
agree, but let me
it just
finalize
seems
this.
like
I
it just
don't
seems
give a
like it's
rat's
staying
butt.
like this.
Let me finish this, please, Richard. I want to make this clear for everybody, for your channel. Those of us in science, we do not care what you think, Pixie. We don't care what I think. We don't care what anybody thinks. All of the personal opinions, unless we're talking about, what color you prefer your fingernails, we don't care. All we care about is the arguments. I've tried to address the arguments. I've tried to address Linsky's experiment. I've tried to suggest the cosmic microwave background radiation. Why those who have discovered these scientific realities, these observations that we rely on, not for consensus, but to do our next step, our next observational, the ratcheting of learning the next thing. Why these people have made these observations. I'm talking about the details. I'm trying to make the analogies with the DNA and the RNA stuff. I'm trying to give the reasons. I don't care what you guys think individually. I only want to know what you guys think about the arguments with me. It's
And that's
not
fine,
personal.
but I would appreciate it if you would continue doing that without trying to throw your assumptions about me onto me.
I'm not making any assumptions about you. I am. When I say there's an atheist church consensus, that's not you.
You have made so many assumptions about all of us.
The first assumption is that I'm atheist, for one.
Not you. You guys are trying to personally attack me because you're guilty of association. That's not my fault. I'm attacking the church. I'm attacking the ideas. I'm
What
avoiding
church?
ad hominem.
Atheists
You
don't
guys
have a
are trying
church.
to falsely accuse me of ad hominem because you can't argue the details. You cannot do what I do. You can't talk to science.
Right, Joe, you're the best.
Nope, I'm not. I just wish people knew the basics of these topics so we could have a cool conversation without doing all this stupid personal crap.
Okay. Joe.
Okay, Marty.
Pixie, you're muted when you said that last
You were
sentence.
muted, Pixie.
I just said yes, please, without all the stupid personal crap.
Right. So,
I agree.
Joe, what we were saying about, I think maybe we're all kind of, not we were all, I don't think you were understanding what we were saying about consensus. Science, as the process, you're right, does not care about the consensus because it's not a living, thinking being. Science is not a sentient being that cares about something. Science is a process in which we apply to learn about the natural world. So, first of all. Second of all, it's not a church. Consensus is not a church. It's not a religion. Let's say I do an experiment. I'm trying to figure out 1 + 1. I do an experiment and I find out 1 + 1 = 2. And I write a 45-page long paper. And I send that paper to Richard, and I send it to Pixie, and I send it to Sammy, and I send it to Krishna, and I send it to everybody here. All of yous get this experiment. You say, you know what? We're going to try this. I'm talking. We're going to try this experiment, and we're going to see if she's right, that 1 + 1 = 2. So now that when you guys do your experiment and you come up, oh, you know what? She was right. 1 + 1 does = 2. That's the consensus. I applied science to an experiment and came up with a result. I send that result out to be falsified. And when the consensus reads my result and it does my experiment and comes up that I'm right, that's the consensus. Do you see what we're trying to say now? It's not a church. It's not an entity that cares because it's not a living, breathing thing with a mind. It's a consensus that tries to falsify data. That's what peer-reviewed journals are. So when you're saying that science doesn't care about peer review, you're right. Science is not a thing that has a mind to care. The process of science is applied to experiments, and then that is peer-reviewed and falsified by a consensus. So absolutely, a consensus is part of scientific experiment and scientific inquiry. So when you're going to say that we're science deniers, while you're telling us that our church doesn't care, the church of consensus, that's not even a thing. That's one. Two, you keep putting atheists and scientists in two different groups. There are Christian scientists, there are pagan scientists, there are atheist scientists. Your religious belief has nothing to do with your ability to perform what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know, but perform scientific experiments and scientific inquiry. That's what we were trying to say to you. But you decided to talk over us and call us all names and call us all stupid and tell us we're all atheists. First of all, I'm not an atheist. Pixie's not an atheist.
Please don't lie about me.
I didn't lie about you. I literally just
I
repeated
didn't call
what
anybody
you just
stupid.
said.
I'm the only one that was called stupid, or my ideas were stupid. You're lying about
You
me.
literally just said that we're all stupid. We're not
No, I
cool. We
didn't.
can't have a
That's lying.
Am I?
To be fair, he didn't call us stupid. He called us dishonest.
Okay, then fine. I apologize. You said dishonest. We're not being dishonest. We're trying to explain to you, as someone who does science, you should know what a consensus and a peer review is.
Your dishonesty was based on the fact you wouldn't let me talk.
You've been talking for like ever. What are you talking about?
That doesn't give you the right to interrupt people, does it?
How did I interrupt you?
By talking
We
over me.
felt we were being misrepresented by your statement.
That's why
I'm in the middle of trying to explain an argument against an argument that had nothing to do with anybody specific, and you guys interrupt me.
We were trying to correct you because your argument was wrong. Because you were
That's
saying
rude. That's why you were dishonest.
You were saying
No,
peer review is not. It
Well,
has
okay.
nothing to do with
In a
science.
civilized
Science doesn't care
conversation,
about
you
peer review.
wait. And you
Time out
You're
for
going to tell me
everybody.
that?
Time
What you're
out.
trying to
Time
do.
out.
Bro,
Time out for everybody. I love you all immensely. I don't think this is getting better. I think we should just call it a night. Let it go this time. Maybe
Let
meet
it
back
go.
again sometime. Continue it forward.
Maybe you and I can just have a quick discussion on some of these topics if you like. Richard, you and I
I
seem to
don't
always
even
have
know half the stuff you're talking about, bro.
Yeah, I
well,
don't think.
See, that's what I love about you, man. You say stuff like that, but when we do talk about them, you just either naturally or whatever, maybe the Lord's leading you to it. You know. I know you know. I don't know if you know, but the stuff that you and I have talked about.
I'm just not very educated on these topics. I know very little about it. I'd love to know more, but I don't know very much right now, and I'm not prepared to argue any of it in either direction. I just
I'm
intuition is
I'm
amazing.
not a scientist either, but I know the peer review process and that that's integral to scientific experiments and scientific inquiry.
No, ma'am. Again, you can believe that myth if you want, but I will.
It's not
I
a
will
myth.
Einstein and Galileo and I will destroy that apart.
Well, I don't know what kind of science you're doing, but
Oh, now it's
I wanna-
Galileo and not Copernicus. Got it.
I want to start with
and Jastrow.
I want to start with Marty and Marty. Would you pitch your new idea for Nerd Wars, and talk about your animal shelter? And if you share with me the link, because I've lost it, that if you'd share with me that link, it'll end up in the description.
All right. Nerd Wars is a channel that's going to happen probably when I have more free time. But I'm going to start a gaming channel relatively soon. But the animal shelter I work at, it's called Praying for Paws. There's a Facebook page, and I think there's a website. You can, if you feel so inclined, you can donate, you can share. We always need food for dogs and cats. I think we're still behind on vet bills, so cash is always good too. Again, it's Praying for Paws on the Facebook, Praying for Paws on Facebook. Again,
and you guys not only care for animals regularly, but you also do rescues and emergencies.
Yeah, we take in owner surrenders. I don't think we're taking anybody right now. It's beginning of the holidays, and we need those rooms for boarders. But we take in owner surrenders, and we vet them if necessary. We've taken in dogs that have severe health problems, and we find everybody homes. That's the point. We're not a kill shelter. We take in owner surrenders, and they stay there until they're adopted.
And I'm sure a lot of people who love animals would agree with that entire sentiment. Joel, what do you got going on right now?
I wanted to ask if, since your schedule is nice and open, if you are willing and feeling up to it to either have a different stream here on your channel or my channel even, where we can have maybe a smaller group or whatever, those that genuinely want to just talk about science stuff.
I do a stream with you anytime, not today because I'm getting old and it's kind of late for me right now.
Excuses. I'm almost 52, man. Come on.
Really good one. I'm 53, bro. I got
See?
you. I got you about a whole year.
Maybe.
And I take really bad care of
No,
myself.
I understand. I don't know how I lasted this long, to be honest with you, buddy. Gosh, my work has been just trying to kill me. And I need to go in early tomorrow and I was hoping to have a good time with you guys, and I tried, but bottom line is I would love to talk about these more. I'm getting beat up in your text channel here as well.
That's
You
okay.
got all your friends here. You guys have me all wrong. I don't want to argue all this stupid church crap, but it is. I have the right. I have the opinion. I have the ability.
Joel, I asked you to pitch what you're doing. I asked you to pitch what you're doing, not start the argument over.
Yeah,
I love
well,
you,
that's what
but
I'm trying to
ask you to do
That's
that.
what I'm doing. I have the ability to formulate my own opinions about,
No one
atheist
said
church
you
religion and
didn't.
stuff. And so I want to argue those things. I want to talk about why there's so many things wrong, not just in scientific conversations, but just in the world in general. And I'd love to find those that want to actually genuinely help solve problems together. That's what I want to do.
That's a beautiful sentiment. Odeon, what do you got going on?
Nothing, but I just want to say that Henry Cavill is the best Superman ever. Ben Affleck is the best Batman ever.
No, we're not starting over. No, I'm tired.
Full circle.
Sammy. You blew it, Odeon. You got nothing. Sammy. What do you got going on right now, Sammy?
Dean, do you still want to talk?
Nothing. I'm good.
Pixie.
Love you all.
Love you too, Sammy.
I just exploring, and I don't have a channel, and the best penguin was in the series Gotham.
Cheap shot. Krishna, what you got going on right now, bud?
He's
I think he's frozen.
Yeah, he's probably Sparkle.
Well, what I got going on right now is being in this wonderful chat with this wonderful host, Demolished Doctrine. How you doing, Richard?
I don't have any money.
Damn, my flag
Oh,
failed.
damn.
He's semi-retired, guys. We got money somewhere.
Well, Dean, do you still want to do? I mean, I could do an off-air stream yard if you still want to talk, or we could just go to Discord.
Sure.
But yeah, Richard, I have nothing really going on. I'm according to our mutual friend, I'm a stream whore. I go from stream to stream.
Okay, I guess that's not completely unfair. I want to thank you all. I want you all to know that I love you all very much.
We love you
appreciate
too, Richard.
your passion, no matter what your position is.
I love that beard, by the way.
I just want to say thank you. And I'm sorry, I don't generally get testy, but I don't like people throwing their assumptions and labels on me or misrepresenting me.
That's not quite fair now. We've already stopped. I've already told other people they can't comment. I have to tell you the same
You're
thing.
right, and I apologize again, but thank you.
Okay.
I don't know.
I appreciate all your minds and all your hearts. I truly, truly, truly do. Please come back again, and we'll fight and cuss each other and be friends tomorrow on a different topic. Okay?
Yeah. Who's going to buy the beer next time?
I'll get that.
Oh, Dean. He's rich. He's Batman. He's got the money.
Uh-oh.
He can buy a whole brewery for us.
Appreciate it, Richard.
Thank you all. Thank you all very much. Peace and respect to you all, and have a great night.
You too.
Oh, Pixie left. I wanted